Andrew Gorman, Brian Moore, and Derek Summers.
Now you'll notice we've got a lot of different numbers that are happening here. Their numbers don't necessarily correspond to their race class, but you can see that the 4500 Yukon modified class, they'll have orange number plates. The 4800 Brank Legends class, they'll be yellow, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, they will have a blue number plate. So look for the number plates, not necessarily the numbers.
Exactly, 100% on that.
Yeah, so it's going to be Keith Pardue who's going to be going off the line, and we can see him there lining up right now here in Hammertown. There is no breeze today, but that shouldn't be a problem out on this course.
I like that you use the B word instead of the W word, because we cannot say the W word out here.
No, that is a bad no-no word.
And even saying the B word, like that's close, Jim. That's really close.
And instead of saying the W word, I always say a heavy breeze. That's what I always say. When it's the W word, it's a heavy breeze out here. But you can see the American flag is absolutely not moving. So there is not one speck of a breeze out there right now.
Nope. But it is a beautiful day, a little bit chillier than we have seen earlier in the week and over the weekend, but still a wonderful day here in Hammertown. We've got some people out here by the LaserNet fire ring watching us, watching the big jumbo screens, and I know you guys at home are also watching. Please drop us a comment there if it's, you know what, if it's something interesting or if it's funny, we might read it on air. So please, please, we love it when you guys are commenting on the race, on the racers, who you like, who you don't like, what you like on their vehicle. Just let us know.
Yes, exactly. It's so fun to see the conversations, but Keith Pardue has taken the green flag for his qualifying run out here this morning. First off the line for our qualifying. You know, you don't really get to choose your hour of qualifying, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like, you know, it's a game. Do you want to go first off the line, or do you want to be towards the end of the day?
He has no answer. He has no choice in that. Keith Pardue is running a Bomber chassis, an LS7 TH400, and an Atlas transfer case at racing with Heck Yeah Racing and out of Newcastle, California. So a local boy.
And they're doing the same qualifying course that the UTVs did yesterday. So they will go through our short course, up the hill to the Bronco Arch, up and around Short Bus, through the Gates Gate, and then coming back into town. Now, yesterday we saw the UTVs. I believe our highest qualifier was like 3 minutes and 1 second. I believe that was kind of where they left it.
Yes.
3:05. So we'll have to see where these vehicles land. I mean, the UTVs are a little bit smaller, they're a little bit lighter, they're much more nimble, but these vehicles might have the advantage as they're climbing up there into Short Bus.
No, let's remember that we're actually watching limited classes today. So with the exception of a few of the 4500s and some big power hitters in 4800, I'll be very surprised if they get close to that time. My guess is that most of the top runners today are going to be somewhere around about that 3 minutes 20 mark.
Yeah, I would have to say so too. And you know, with such an off-camber area that they go through as well, we were talking about this last night. The vehicles are bigger, they're heavier. It's going to be a little bit of a different tipping point feeling for these guys and these gals that are going to be out here qualifying today. So, but we did see a lot of, well, I have to say, carnage, rollovers yesterday. So that's one thing that I'm wondering if it's going to be the same factor in this class today or not. But yesterday it was definitely challenging for a lot of drivers.
Yes, it was indeed. And I know that a lot of the 4600 stock class drivers have been looking at the back of Short Bus and going, I'm not sure I want to drive down that. But they are, and they will. That's why they come to King of the Hammers. They come to King of the Hammers to be challenged, and we enjoy watching them at work on these courses.
So seeing Keith Pardue there make his way up into those rocks. Now, yesterday, like you guys said, we did have a lot of rollovers. I know that it was very entertaining for the fans, and the good news is that everybody was okay. Even that monster crazy crash that happened, those guys just walked away. I don't know if you guys saw the live feed that Fish had posted, because Fish knows everything. And the co-driver immediate was like, yeah, buddy, you good, you good. Like, I mean, they would have kept going if their vehicle could have gone.
Right, exactly. I mean, and we've actually seen that happen before, too, where we have had drivers, you know, take a tumble and their cars are okay and they, you know, land on all four and they keep on going. So it happens, but obviously he was not able to.
There is a very famous part of this course, which was made famous by a guy called Mel Wade a few years ago, who did exactly that. He rolled his Jeep prototype over and over 2 times, got back on his wheels and went straight back up there.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see whenever that does happen. And that is the area we're talking about right now. Keith Pardue is stopped right before that Gates Belt gate, making a back down right there. I'm not sure. We were talking yesterday, Jim, and taking a little bit of a jog left, sets you up better for the gate.
Yeah,
Would
absolutely.
you agree?
Yeah, totally. Now, as he's coming over the top there, he's going to be sort of looking across in towards the sun. So very difficult indeed. But just to give you an idea, the top guys were coming through there are around about 1 minute 50 yesterday.
Yes, they were.
And you can see how off camber that is. Now, this is a bomber chassis. So this is a chassis that was designed by Randy Slauson. And it was designed for this, King of the Hammers.
Yes,
One
and
purpose.
They are definitely amazing vehicles out here. I mean, all these vehicles are amazing and what they can do and maneuver. But Randy comes out here. I know that he comes out here and does lots of testing on his vehicles. And so, like you just said, it's made for King of the Hammers. So Keith Pardue making his way through right now is at a 409 up on the Ridge Run area.
He's picking his way down. This is going to probably be a sort of 6.5 minute run by the looks of this.
And he's getting ready to come up to that pinch rock area that we were talking about, and that's where we saw that rollover yesterday.
I love this. You look at this here now on the video, and it looks flat.
Yeah.
That is
No,
almost a
it's not.
vertical drop.
Definitely not flat whatsoever. Now these guys, it's going to be tricky for them because they're wider than what the UTVs obviously were yesterday going through. And what you were saying, Jim, is if you take the right, it's more of a drop off right there. If you take
Absolutely.
the left-hand line, it's more, smooth as we just saw.
You can see him locking his wheels as he comes down there.
Whoop, and yep, he's definitely got that rear wheel up and over that rock there.
That's the advantage to these guys and gals, obviously, with the bigger tires getting over these rocks. Yesterday, we saw a lot of the UTVs hitting those big boulders in the middle of the course, and it was taking out their front diffs. It was breaking their cars to where these guys usually will be able to go right over them.
Yeah, these cars are very strong indeed. Some of the UTVs are a little bit fragile, and we did see quite a few transmission failures yesterday, whether they be differential, whether they be drive shaft or electrical issues. But Keith Pardue now making his way round the turn 19 on our short course and heading out towards Old Talladega.
Now, we've got over 100 qualifiers today, and we're going to let them go individually. That's correct, right? So,
Nope.
Nope. Okay, good.
There'll be another car on course right now.
Because I was going to say that's going to take forever.
Yeah, it does. So what they do is they let them get to a certain point to make sure that they clear the course of some areas before they let the next one go.
And now Keith Pardue is almost certainly going to get the first bragging rights here with a 551, and the second car is now off the line.
The second car at Brandon Goodwin and number 5169.
And he is in a custom-built Legends class, so probably something that he has hand-built in his garage, which I really enjoy. Putting in the work, putting in the time, putting in the learning to get the geometry right, make sure all your welds are safe and secure, and bring a vehicle out here. As someone who's just starting working on her own car, I really appreciate how difficult that is.
Right.
Indeed, well, I can tell you now, he races with the Goodwin race team. He's got a Goodwin chassis, so you were right. It is a home-built chassis. He's got an LS6, around about 500 horsepower, TH400 gearbox, Hero transfer case, Tacoma hydraulics, Ori suspension, which is very interesting. So that means there are air struts on this vehicle. He's got a few other good sponsors there, and first raced in KOH in 2023.
And let's talk about the Brannick Motorsports Legend class that we are in right now in the 8 o'clock hour. That is all the vehicles we have qualifying. So the 4800 Legends class, they have a front or a rear mounted engine, but they get to have unlimited horsepower in it. They have to have 2 seats. They cannot have a single seat. A single shock per corner. They have a max of a 37-inch DOT tire. So they need a tire and they can go into the tire shop and get it. Hey, it's right off the shelf. Only solid axles are allowed. So these are basically retired 4400 cars is what the Brannick Motorsports Legend class is.
And what's interesting is that they can have unlimited horsepower, but their suspension is limited to only 1 shock per corner. So there's no point in having a crazy amount of horsepower if you can't have the suspension to support it, right? So it's finding that balance there between where you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I'm looking at you like you're crazy. For example, there's a great example with oh, blimey, I'll spit my words out in a minute. Drives the Miller car, just moved up into 4400.
You're talking about not Cade?
No, Gilbert.
Casey Gilbert.
Casey Gilbert, of course. Casey Gilbert is
618.
actually, he preferred the single shock setup he had on his Miller car, and he's been fighting to get his twin shock setup working as well as
Really?
it did, yes, when he was racing in 4800. So, you know, don't be, just because it's a single shock setup, don't just go thinking that these cars can't race hard. And if we look at Brent Harrell and also Doc Jeremy Jones and a few of the others at the top 4800s, those cars are capable of locking horns with 4400 cars and laying down very similar times.
Yes, yeah, Jeremy Jones, and he is in the Trent fabrication, so I love it. It's so funny to have the opinion of somebody that actually does race in these classes up here giving us his input on it. So, Jim, that was a great way of explaining it, but Brandon Goodwin making pretty good time right now.
That's if I can remember the names of the people that I'm trying to talk about.
Well, you know, it's not like there's not, 600 plus racers that we have to remember names of, you know.
And also not like it's pretty early, because I'm sure, Hammertown gets pretty lit at night.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you did last night, Jim, but
I am now officially old. I go to bed at 9 o'clock.
I was in bed by 8:30 last night, so there we go.
all right, Brandon Goodwin coming into our short course here. Looking pretty good, a time of 4:02.
Yeah, this is a solid run here from Brandon Goodwin.
Yeah, he's definitely making a quick time in that 51.69. Going around, as you call that, Jim, turn 19. Why don't you explain to the world why we call that turn 19?
Well, Mrs. Hall, the reason we call that turn 19 is because for the 2 years in a row, a Herbst 19 motorsports car flipped onto its side there. So
Yep.
it has now been known as turn 19 ever since.
Because we call it turn 19, but nobody at home knows, but yeah. And then coming into that iconic Talladega turn that we have every single year.
And then over the MBRP straightaway jump, and he crosses the line, and currently Brandon Goodwin is our pole setter with a 4:35.
And on the line is the 48.24 of Scott Farley. Scott Farley, a part of Rufus Racing. He has been out and about making a name for himself, driving an amazing race last year, and here he is going over our gap jump, our Yukon launch.
Yeah, Scott Farley out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing. It's a Tribe 16 chassis, a Grom 427 750 horsepower engine. It's using a TH400 Atlas transfer case, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, and he's been racing with us for quite a long time now. And was first Odds for All race was right back in 2022.
Yes, and I believe Scott Farley also does all of the mechanic work on his car as well. So again, the drivers of the vehicles that do all the work on them as well, it definitely pays off, and it's key. You can see Scott making a great run up Means Butte. It's definitely a very steep hill right there, and that was kind of showing that it was giving it justice just now. Let's just say that.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so difficult to show exactly how rough and crazy these trails are. Things out here are super steep. The rocks are way bigger than they look like on our screens here. You get out there and you just look at those rocks and you think, there's no way we're going to defy physics. And then somehow they do.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, and you got a little bit of a mixture of everything in this qualifying course. I mean, besides the short course, obviously, that they start on, you know, they have the rocks. You can see that they're getting into some of these turns, and it's already, I mean, it's really worn out because, I mean, this is our, you know, second day of qualifying already, but the sandy turns and everything. So you have a mixture of the rocks hiding in the sand. You got the big, huge boulders. You got the uphills, the downhills. It's a combination of anything and everything King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and plus, you know, qualifying this early in the morning, the sun is still a little low, so coming up you might have that sun right in your eyes. Again, they don't have any say with where they can qualify, so it's just kind of luck of the draw. Is that right, Jim?
It is indeed, yes. It's a drawn qualifying list. The only people that will know are going to be the Power Hour guys who get picked, and they will be pushed into Power Hour later in the day. But there is an advantage for the guys who are running early today. They can get this qualifying session out of the way, they can get back into the garage, they can check their car over, and then they can go pre-running, and that is massively important. So a lot of these guys will be really liking this early qualifying spot, because they can get it out of the way and get on with the rest of their work.
Okay, so I haven't really paid attention to where our drivers have been hitting that mark at that Gates gate, and Scott was just at it, roughly at like a 2:28. So we'll see where he fares out when he comes in to finish his qualifying run.
Yeah, no, this is a solid pace here from Scott Farley. But I think he's going to be at least a minute ahead of the last two cars.
minute ahead. That would make him at a 3:35 if he actually is a minute ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhere around, I think he's probably going to be around about that 4-minute mark, to be fair. But we shall see as he makes his way back down.
I want to give a shout out here to Ruben White, who's watching on our YouTube channel. He says, good morning from New York City. This is my first exposure to this, and he's been streaming for 3 days. Ruben, that is awesome to hear. Please spread the word about all of our cool West Coast rock racing out there in the big city of New York.
That's a city I have never been to.
You haven't? Oh, it's so much
haven't.
fun. I have a great time every time I go.
One of these times I'll go.
So it's Scott Farley now making his way down into the infield. He'll be coming around the famous turn 19. Then making his way around the old Talladega, and then over the MBRP straightaway and the tabletop, posting a time. And I was completely wrong, Pam. He's going to be something around about the 4:20, I'm guessing.
He is still making a great time, and Brandon Goodwin has that 4:35, so it's going to be very close. I don't know. I'm going to say maybe a about 4:20.
Okay, so can I see his car lying on its... Oh,
No,
there
there
he
he
is.
is.
Right, okay.
You scared me.
Yeah, I was scaring myself there for a moment. He seems to take a long time to come around Talladega. And across the
4:10.
line he goes. So Scott Farley is now officially in our first position with a 4:09.
Great run by Scott Farley. And on course now we have the 4:89 of Christian Bassi.
Yeah, Christian Bassi making his way down through the rock trails already.
And he's already in it. Obviously, you can see the clicker with his name on it on the right-hand side of your screen. That is his time that he has been on the race course. And for you at home that are watching, you can go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com.
Slowly makes his retreat.
And again, it depends on what shock package you put onto the vehicle, etc. So we could either be running in 4800 or in modified. So, for example, if they're going to retain the standard steering box, that would allow them to therefore run in, and they were running with a 14-inch shock absorber, they could run in modified class. However, if they put it onto full hydraulic steering, that would automatically put them into Legends class.
Got it. That's very complicated. Thank you for that answer.
Well, it's not really. It's just about the knowledge, having the knowledge base. Personally, if it was me doing it, I would put hydraulic steering on it and I'd race in 4800.
Well, there you have it, R. Overland. Thank you for your question.
And the reason for that is I have broken so many Land Rover steering boxes, I cannot begin to tell you.
Well, we've got Christian Boss coming in to our infield here with the time right now of 3:57, almost 4 minutes. The time to beat right now is 4:09.
It is indeed. He's not going to trouble that, but he's not going to be far behind. I'm guessing he's going to be around about that 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So a solid run here from Christian Base.
And then on course now is the 48.05 of Tony Howard. We'll see in just a moment, but Christian Bassi coming in to take that green or checkered flag with a 4:17.904.
It is a Christian Bassi there crossing the line. Good solid time there, a 4:17.
In that number 2 spot, as we're watching it, Tony Howard again in the 48.05.
Tony Howard is running a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. And I do love, you know, we've got a list of all the chassis here, and there's there's so much variety within the makers of these vehicles.
Oh, yeah. That's what's the awesome about the EMC. I mean, there's so many different. I mean, obviously in a lot of the classes there are even 4400, but oh, Tony Howard looks like he got a little bit sideways there. Not sure if he clipped a rock and made him get sideways, but he backed himself up and got himself back straight.
Yes, so Tony Howard out of Sacramento, California with Bad Rep Racing. As you said earlier, it's a Liberty Mountain Fab safety frame. It's running BFG tires and got a brand new baby boy in 2024, so that's really cool.
Oh,
and his first race was with us in 2022.
And Tony Howard making his way up through Gates Gate with a 220 right there. He's actually making
He's
really
pretty good.
good time.
Yeah, even with
220.
that little backup section.
220 was very solid. Now, what I have noticed from the cars that we're seeing so far is they're actually losing speed through this section of the course. We're seeing that the UTVs seem to be considerably faster here. But Tony Howard's really putting on a great pace.
Well, and what you can't see at home too, that's where it's really off camber, and you know, you're on the driver's on the downhill side of that. But with all those big boulders, you don't want to, you know, accidentally bounce and possibly make yourself go over.
The other thing that's worthy of note here is the UTVs we saw racing yesterday are using racing tyres. All the top guys have a full race carcass. All of the EMC cars, doesn't matter whether in 4800, 4500 or 4600, they all have to use DOT street legal tyres. That means you can go down to your local tyre shop, buy these tyres and bolt them on your car. That also means they're not as tough as genuine competition tyres, so they have to take it a little bit easier in the rocks and save those carcasses.
Well, and Jim, let's talk about this as well. I know yesterday we were talking about tire pressures. With these being a DOT tire, I mean, I know that that tire pressure is key in any class. So what do you think it would be so important in this class with the DOT tires?
Yeah, no, most of these guys are still going to have to run higher pressures because of the off-camber situations that we're into. Now, just look at this. Tony Howard here is putting a very good time together. This could be our first sub 4-minute time. It's going to be very close indeed. But yeah, so most of these guys are going to be running somewhere between 25 and 35 PSI. And again, it's all about the good driver. It's all about how he feels the car. They don't want to go too soft or else they'll get snake bite punches. And he's making his way now up and over the MBRP launch, and he is our new fastest runner with a 4:02. So a fantastic run there from Tony Howard.
What a great run, and that wasn't even a clean run for Tony. He did have a little bit, he had to back up just a little bit, so lost a little bit of time there. But still, 7 seconds ahead of Scott Farley in qualifying. But again, y'all, we have a lot of qualifying to go. We have over 100 vehicles that are qualifying for the Yokohama EMC race that will be happening on Friday.
Friday, exactly. And right now we are watching Adam Dixon in the number 584. Now a minute 5 seconds into his qualifying time.
Yeah, Adam Dixon out of Santa Cruz, California with Dixon Racing. It's a Jimmy Spec car. I'm very familiar with one of those. The Hemi 5.7, a TH400 transfer case, Atlas transfer box, Spider Trax axles, and Maxxis tyres. His first Ultra 4 race was the Stampede in 2024. So a newcomer to our sport. Now, this is one of the Spec class chassis that we first started racing right the way back in 2014, and they are built like a tank.
Well, let's talk about the Stampede. The Stampede up in NorCal, that is a short course race, and that is a lot of people's favorite race. So for that being his first Ultra 4 race, that was a fun one.
Yeah, just looking at his pace here, this is a really solid run here from Adam Dixon. He's really putting that car to work. And these are quite a tall car, quite old technology now, but great to see out here racing.
And he's making a very quick run. I mean, he's already up at the top almost, and he's at a 2:12. So he, well, a little bit of slowing down.
Come on, buddy.
I spoke too soon. So sorry, Adam.
You just jinxed him, Pam.
I did. I hate jinxing the drivers.
So through the Gates Gate.
4 seconds.
And on his way. And this is a very tall car, very high center of gravity. Doing a great job here. You notice he's got no spare tire on the back. And we're going to see a little bit of that today. People removing weight from the vehicles for qualifying. And it's a bit of a double whammy, because when we set these vehicles up, we're setting them up to run with spare wheels. We're setting them to run with full tanks of fuel. So you start taking these things off, and it can upset the balance of the vehicle. However, many drivers do believe that it makes them quicker. So they'll be pulling things out of the car, trying to make it as light as possible in every hope they can shave a few seconds off their time.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people that, maybe not for qualifying, but definitely for short course speed races, where they're completely regearing their vehicles, they're taking out the dash, they're like, maybe they pass tech with a tow strap and a first aid kit, but then that goes out, just trying to save as much weight as possible. But you do lose, you might mess up with your rebound and compression on your shocks when you don't have, 80, 100 pounds on the rear of the vehicle. Mm-hmm. It makes a difference.
Well, we were talking about that yesterday, and I was asking Jim about that, and he was saying how, that really makes a difference when you're in the, on the race course and you're going through like the G-outs and all that kind of stuff, and it made perfect sense to it. But there are a lot of the drivers that think taking all that weight off will help them in their qualifying run. But I personally think I would just run it as it's set up. Like as it's set up to do during the race, also qualify with it as well.
Yeah, I feel the same. That's only because I'm too lazy to take it off. So we're watching Adam Dixon now making his way down towards turn 19.
With the time, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, I think that he's probably going to be running roughly in around that third position once he does cross that finish line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very similar time to Christian Bassi. Around that sort of 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh no, he's going to be beyond that, isn't he?
He's probably about 4:25, roughly, maybe. Because he's just now up in Talladega. We'll see, we're both off, Jim.
Miles out. Go on, Adam. Put your foot down.
Pedal to the metal.
So Adam Dixon coming across the MVRP tabletop there. Little jump, and it's a 4:31 and puts him into 4th position right now.
Not bad at all, though, but right now we are watching the number 680 of Colin Hornick.
Yeah, Colin Hornock here making his way up the first hill, and just look how soft that ground is. This is the area we saw Johnny Greaves roll his car yesterday.
Colin is running a Ford chassis. Ford, a huge sponsor out here at King of the Hammers. It's really great to see them here. They've got a Ford Performance booth hanging out just over here by the live stage, where you can see all of the newest Ford vehicles, including Raptors and tow vehicles, anything that you would like to see out there. So we'd love to have the support of them. But Colin Hornock coming around as he starts that climb, currently running at 135. We like to see them go through the gates before 220, so we'll see if he can climb up this hill and get to that gates gate and have it at that good halfway time.
Yeah, Colin out of Colorado with UC Motorsports. It's a Jimmy's Bronco chassis, small block Ford, TH400, Atlas transfer case, Tom Woods drive shafts, and his first Ultra 4 race was Envisions in 2022. And his team is a lot of his college buddies. They all got together and built this vehicle and are out here racing with us, which is fantastic. We love stories like that.
Yes, it is so awesome to hear all of the stories like you were just saying, but Colin making a pretty good time right here.
Yeah, no, it's a solid run here.
But he is, you can tell he's, I'm not going to jinx him. I'm not even going to say it.
It was about this point last time, wasn't it?
Yes,
Poor
it
old
was.
Adam got tied up in the rocks, and I think he's going to blame you.
He can totally blame me because I did it. And see, I didn't even say anything, and Colin has to back up.
Now let's just talk about that. These vehicles are running a 37-inch tire. So even though we saw those UTVs using the smaller 35-inch tires, the underneath design of the chassis allows those UTVs to be able to hit the rocks and then slide on their plates to get across these. Whereas these vehicles, they have more rods, they have slightly less clearance in many ways, even though they're running a smaller tire or a larger tire than the UTVs.
And just now when we were watching Colin, obviously they're a DOT tire, so it's different. It's not going to be those race tires as we were seeing yesterday. So they're not as sticky. The tires are not as sticky. So like a couple of them, it looks like they've just kind of spun their tires a little bit on those rocks, and that can also come down to tire pressure.
Absolutely. Now, it's worth noting that we were supposed to see Dustin Sexton on course a moment ago, and he was not on the starting line. So we'll let you know about that. Dustin, one of our top runners, and we'll let you know what's happened to him.
Yeah, sometimes like we saw yesterday, they missed their qualifying time, or maybe they're working on the vehicle, not sure what's going on. But yeah, that is a bummer. He's not out here on his qualifying time right now.
Yeah, no, there's lots of people who are still working on their cars. Justin Hall, I know, is having some problems at the moment. They've got the transmission out of the vehicle, trying to get that repaired. So good luck, Justin. Hope you can make it to the qualifying.
Yes, for sure. But here we have Colin making a fast run at the bottom of the hill. Right now he's at a 4:02. He's going to probably be around that probably what, 30 mark, 4:40 mark.
Yeah, he's going to be around about 5th or 6th position.
We'll have to eventually do our little fastest time of the day guess and all of that.
I can't believe we're
jazz.
not betting on this. I feel like this would be an amazing
Okay.
side bet to
We need
happen.
to write them down because I can't remember yesterday. I was like 3:15, I think. I don't even know. And then, yeah.
Okay, ladies, I'm going to push you on this one. What's our fastest time going to be, and who is going to be our pole setter today?
Oh, that is such a...
Ooh, I like this one. I
Got
know.
mine.
I know that I love all these racers so much that it's like I feel bad if I don't choose certain ones. I'm going to say Dwayne Garrettson. That's going to be my pick, Dwayne
Okay.
Garrettson. And I'm going to guess that he's going to be about a 3:37.
Okay, okay.
I'm going Lauren Healy.
Really?
He's in a stock class, but it is a Bronco that's
Yeah, but I like him. Listen, I go off emotion. I make emotional
I really
decisions.
like him too, but
No, I like emotional decisions. So I'm going to say Lauren, and I'm going to say 3:48.
3:48. Are you writing this down? You're not writing this down.
I'm hoping you're going to remember that. I'm going to go for Brent Harrell, and I'm going to go for 3:14. As we watch Austin Thompson on track now. Now, this is a car that was made famous by his dad, Brendan Thompson, and it's great to see Austin out here. Now, Austin is really coming of age. Very solid run last year, but he's just picking his way. He's going a little bit slower than I expect here.
I believe he's young too. Is he even 18 years old yet? I'm
Oh,
not even
I
sure
don't
if he's
know.
18 years old
Everyone's
yet.
younger than me these days.
Oh, that's so true. I don't like it when I walk into a room and I'm the old person.
I know, it's crazy.
It's getting to be more and more common.
Which is so weird because I'm 27, so I don't understand.
27, 29 forever. But Austin Thompson definitely making his way through. Like you were saying, he was a little bit slower, but you know what? It's all about slow and steady through the areas where you need to be. But he is a Maxxis athlete.
Yeah, his dad's been with Maxxis for many years now, doing great things, and we're going to see his dad racing in the 4400 in a car built by his brother, Joe Thompson. But Austin is just making his way through here.
So Austin Thompson at a 2:22 right now, making his way up. And as you can see, like you were saying earlier on, Emmy, he has that yellow number plate, so that's what Emmy was talking about earlier, and that's how you can that's how you can tell what class they are in. With the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class, they run that yellow number plate. But Austin Thompson right now is roughly about 30 seconds slower up here through that Gates gate.
Yeah, so Austin Thompson, he's in the UFO solid axle rear engine car, running a 454 with a 480 4-speed gear transmission, Maxxis tires, of course. Yukon drive long.
Ooh, and he stopped Jim right there, right at the very top. There we go. He had to do a little bit of reverse action.
Yeah, and his first race with us was in the Stampede in 2022.
He did some UTV racing as well before, obviously, moving into the larger class.
He's just doing a great job here, keeping those wheels rolling along.
I believe is that a single? No, it can't be because you have to have two seats.
You answered your own question.
I did answer my own question.
But this is what this class is all about. This is a retired 4400 class car that's gone into 4800. And that's exactly what this class is all about.
So I want to ask you this: if you have, if it's in the rules for the 4800 class, the vehicle must contain two seats side by side. That means our single seat UFO like chassis wouldn't make it. You couldn't race it in 4800.
Exactly that.
Huh.
Okay, here's another question. You must have two side-by-side seats. Must they both be filled? Must you have a co-driver?
You don't have to have a co-driver per se, but you have to have the ability to carry one. So we're going to see some of these vehicles out here today. Expecting some of the bigger guns, maybe like Brent Harrell, maybe like Willie Rose Jr., maybe even Doc Jones, not to have a co-driver.
Ooh, but a lot in the back there.
Yeah, that was surprising there. Bit of shock tuning required.
Exactly.
Yeah, or is he not running, as we were talking about earlier, is he not running a spare in the rear?
He definitely has his spare on there. So, like Jim said, definitely that shock tuning for sure. We We just saw another vehicle take the green flag going over the jump, but right now it's all about Austin Thompson and finishing up his qualifying time.
Yeah, he's really turning
Yeah,
on a bit of speed now. Didn't seem to be enjoying the rocks, but he's certainly enjoying a short course. Look at that.
Ooh, getting drifty.
He's a NorCal kid, so he's used to up there at Prairie City, so that short course drifting style racing.
So Brendan Thompson coming across the MBRP tabletop and comes across with a 5.11.
And now we have on course, that is the 48.54 of Luke Campman.
Oh, Luke has stopped for a little bit. Got to back up. Take another line there.
It's super steep right there.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of people that have been like walking the qualifying course.
Oh, yeah, I would want to walk it
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I'd walk it for sure as well.
It'd be a great exercise too.
Yeah.
So Luke Cameron is out of Orland, California. He's got a goat-built chassis, an LS6 with 450 horsepower, TH400 3-speed gearbox. He's running a 205 transfer case, rough stuff axles, Brannick, Dirty Life, Maxxis, custom customs. So lots going on. And his first KOH was in 2023.
Now, speaking of getting a little bit of exercise, if some of you out there want to sweat it up just a little bit and help clean up our public lands, we do have cleanups every single morning out at Chocolate Thunder at 10 a.m. I know today the Tread Lightly folks are out there, as well as the Gambler 500 people. It's a good time out there. You get to see some pretty weird builds when the Gambler guys are there. So, you know what? We know that it kind of sucks to be picking up other people's trash, but we also want to make sure that we keep our public lands open and clean. So again, public cleanups 10 a.m. at Chocolate Thunder.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Some solid pace here. I was in the Team Indiana pits the other day with Miles, and we were walking around, and I'm just trying to remember if this was the vehicle that actually had its engine in pieces. If it is, they've done a great job because it's firing on all cylinders now, that's for sure.
And he's looking really good out there.
Yeah, no, they had a cover over the top of the engine, and they had lots of broken bits and bent bits.
That's not fun.
Yeah, and bits that should be silver that were not silver. And yes, it wasn't very pretty at all.
But you know, it's better that it was the other day and not on race day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but rebuilding an engine in the, I mean, I know that they've got their tents and everything, but you're still essentially building the engine in the dirt.
Exactly.
So look at this, coming up to the Gates gate at a really, really fast pace here. Let's see him get through with no problem at all.
2:08.
At 2:08. This is going to be, if he can keep it together, this is going to be a really, really quick qualifying run.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is the part that we've seen these vehicles losing time compared to the UTVs that we saw yesterday. They're slightly taller, their center of gravity is slightly higher, and it makes all the difference. They just bleed a few seconds away. So, put it in perspective, he was around about 20 seconds off of fastest pace we saw yesterday at that point. I've got a feeling that he'll be over a minute behind by the time he gets down the bottom. And the reason for that is these cars are a little bit taller, and it is more difficult for them to pick their way through this part of the trail. But right now it's Michael Kelly, and he's doing a great job here.
Yes, he is doing an amazing job making his way through. And look at this. It looks like he's taking that. Well, it doesn't look like as big of a drop as I thought it was going to be.
Trust me, when you're sitting up there, it is an awfully big drop at a huge angle. We were calling it the suicide line yesterday, but it was the line that we saw most of the faster cars take. So he's out into the desert, around about 40 seconds off of fastest pace that we saw yesterday.
But he's still making a great run so far this morning.
Yeah.
He's going to be our fastest qualifier if he makes all these turns perfectly.
Almost certainly going to be our fastest time as he makes his way in now. So it's a really solid run for Michael Kelly as he makes his way round through turn 19.
Yeah, because Tony Howard has that 4:02.641. Michael Kelly right now going through Talladega sitting at that 3:40 mark. So he's definitely got that #1 spot.
He has indeed. So he comes around Old Tally, makes his way onto the MBRP straight away, and literally just one tabletop away from a time. And this is going to be our new fastest time. Look at that. He blows it away.
Sub 4 seconds, y'all.
4 minutes.
Way sub 4 seconds.
4 minutes.
Or 4 minutes, thank you.
4 seconds, man, that would be really fast.
I'm only on my second Diet Dr. Pepper, but what a great run there. 3:51, our fastest qualifier yet. That is Michael Kelly in the 707 truck with a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
Now, here is a man on track that could do something about that. This is Jeremy Doc Jones. This is a Trent Fab 4800 class machine, and this man is fast.
Yes, he is. He's one of those that's usually out there as one of our top qualifiers on the podiums at all of our races, Mr. Jeremy Jones. He is in that Trent Fab built machine.
Yeah, he's out of Wyoming, and he's with Doc Jones Racing. He's got a Trent Fab top shelf chassis, a proper tuning LSX 454. He's got a 4L80E 4-speed gearbox, an Atlas transfer case, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tyres, Fox suspension, and a load of other good stuff. His first race was with Ultra 4 in 2018, and his first he won Visions in 2023, and was also the series champion and Northern champion in 2023. And every time he's on the race course, he is a threat and always looking to take the win.
I'm wondering if he has his co-driver with him this morning on this qualifying run. I don't see him changing up the car or having his co-driver not in with him.
I would always want to have my co-driver with me. It's great to have someone telling you that you suck.
Just to get that little extra push.
Now, I've got some information from Ben Napier, our race director here. He's got a 5-minute penalty if you bypass the marked rocks on the ridge, drive between the flags. Now, obviously, we've seen everybody doing that. However, if they didn't come to the drivers' meeting yesterday, you never know what's going to happen, but they will get a 5-minute penalty if they miss that gates gate.
Okay, so we saw that actually happening yesterday. They did the live updates, and it changed up how our qualifying runs yesterday. So right now, so far today, we have not seen one person miss those gates, but Jeremy Jones making his way up to them right now. And let's see. I mean, obviously he's going to go between them, but he's right now at about a 222. Oh my goodness. Matt Holt's bringing up some pink boxes. I can only imagine that it's probably yummy, yummy donuts.
Oh, Matt Holt is like the best/worst breakfast person on the face of the planet. Thank you.
But what about my waist, Matt?
It's all about the figure. You eat these to keep the figure. Oh, what do we have? We have sprinkles.
So as Miss Pam Hall here is working on sprinkles, I'm watching Jeremy Jones, who's doing a great job here. He's a little bit off pace. I don't think he's going to get first place here.
Thank
He
you,
came
Matt
through
Holt.
that top. He was around about 3 or 4 seconds behind where Michael Kelly was. But it's still a very solid time indeed. Let's not forget these are running a 37-inch tyre. Now, which line's he going to take here, Em? He drops down onto that left-hand line, the right-hand line as we see it.
He took the safe line.
Look at him push
Trust
some
me.
of that dirt right in through
Trust
there.
me, when you're up there, neither of those lines look safe.
Hey, it sounds good. Oh, look at this. We have Bruno walking by. Bruno, if you guys have seen that amazing green Datsun 280, right? Bruno's walking
Wait.
by.
Bruno, you have to come talk to me. I'm in the Miata. We need to have a play date.
Okay, well, as you're working out your social life, let's watch Jeremy Jones here as he makes his way into turn 19. Now, he is not going to be bothering the number 1 spot there of Michael Kelly, but it does look like he will be going into second position as he makes his way around to Old Tally.
It'd be awesome to get Jeremy
Jones,
over
he's
here.
come on round, he'll be coming onto the MBRP straight away, and then he has the MBRP tabletop.
He's going to be sitting roughly in that number 3 spots where he will be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we just got an updated qualifying sheet, and it looks like Cameron Steele is supposed to be going out here right now in the early part of the day. So it'll be interesting to see how Cameron does on this qualifying. He hasn't really had a lot of luck this hammer so far.
All right, so Jeremy Jones he is now sitting in that number 3 spot in the 48.37 with a 4:03.482. And that would be Mr. Cameron Steele that just now took the green flag going over the Yukon launch.
Cameron Steele is in the same chassis as Jeremy Doc Jones in a Trent Fabrication chassis. Of course, a crowd favorite here, a Monster Energy athlete and a Desert Assassin guy, and just, you know what, an all-around nice guy.
Yes, and it's so fun to like watch his journey because he literally comes out here and tries to race in every single class that is out here. There's no trying, he does it.
No, he does it.
And I mean,
no offense, Cameron, but like he's not a young guy.
Emmy, he's gonna come get you for that one. All right, so Michael Kelly, right? Is he the one still sitting in that number 1 spot? He went through that gates gate at a 2:08 earlier on, so that's going to be our marker for our fastest time so far of the day. I'm keeping notes here so we all can keep up with that.
Thank you, Pam. Cam looking pretty good. Nice, even-keeled pace as he climbs up that off-camber hill, going up and around, getting up to that gates gate here.
All right now he's running at that 1:29 marker. I mean, let's talk about this too. Like a lot of these drivers, they transition into different vehicles, different classes. I mean, Cameron still goes from the 2-wheel to the UTVs, now to the EMC. I believe he's racing in the 4400s as well. I'm not 100% on that, but I mean, it's got to be, how do you get your mindset to so many different styles of vehicles, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that it would take so much seat time to be able to jump in and immediately change your driving style.
Exactly.
Well, let's just talk about that, because Cameron Steele has had lots of seat time, and look at this. He's coming through here in a very good pace indeed. It's a little bit off Michael Kelly's pace, but he's certainly looking likely that he's going to be top 5, that's for sure.
That is 4 seconds slower through Gates Gate than Michael Kelly. Michael Kelly was at a 2:08.
And
Right.
Cameron Steele, he is a wheel man. If it's got 4 wheels, he's probably driven it, particularly if it's off-road. Everything from T1s right the way through to stock class vehicles to UTVs.
I mean, and he started out, I believe, what, in 1600 way back in the day?
I believe so, yeah. And of course, let's not forget, he's a very talented motorcyclist.
Yes.
And off-road motorcyclists transition well into fantastic off-road drivers.
And he's keeping a really quick pace through here, through this downhill section.
Yeah, this is very solid indeed from Cameron. He lost a little bit of time on that first section, but he's really starting to make up for it now. I reckon he's not. I don't think he's going to be probably troubling Michael Kelly, but he is certainly going to be pushing for that top 5.
And you know, I've been watching all the vehicles when they come down that hill right there. Austin Thompson's the only one that was doing that little bucking, so I bet he's going to probably go do some shock tuning.
Yeah, yeah. So Cameron coming in here, heading into turn 19. Cameron, of course, great desert racer. That's where this that experience is going to benefit him as he comes around there, heads into Old Talladega. Come on, Cam, pedal to the metal, baby.
Yeah, actually, just look at this time here. This is a 3:34. This is actually, he's really found some pace on this final section. This is looking likely to be a first place time here from Cameron Steele. He's really picked it up in these later stages. He makes his way over the MBRP tabletop, and that is our new fastest time there from Cameron Steele with a 3:44. Astonishing stuff. How did he find that extra pace coming through the second half of that course? Very impressive drive there from Cameron Steele.
Yeah, he was on it coming through that downhill. And then, of course, once he gets into the short course, right there, he can really pedal to the metal, drift that thing around, get it around, find the grip with those DO2 tires, and cross the line as our first place qualifier so far with a time of 3:44.
Well, and he was definitely very, very smooth, you know, and they always say smooth is fast.
But what I really liked about that run is we've been seeing most of the drivers in this class this morning, they've been slowing down in the second section of this heat. What he's done there is actually found lots of extra time in that second section, so there'll be lots of drivers watching that, and that will be giving them hope. And I think that we will be on to seeing times right the way down to sort of that 3:15 mark.
Exactly, and this is the 13:13 of Josh Hacker making his way through the Bronco Arch. So Josh Hacker is in our 9 o'clock hour, I believe. I actually don't see him in our 9 o'clock hour here.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
I was going to say, he's not on my list.
Yeah, he's not on our list here, but you know what? Here
That's
he
okay.
is on the race
He's
course.
He's here on race course, and that's all that matters.
Exactly.
Welcome, Josh. So Josh Hacker making a nice job making his way up through. Just trying to find him on my sheet. He's eluding me right now, but we will find him. But not to matter, Josh Hacker working his way through. And Cameron Steele, he's going to be super stoked with that run, isn't he? I mean, he is a full 7 seconds ahead of Michael Kelly. Absolutely remarkable run. But, I mean, as we saw him coming up through the Gates Gate at the top of the course there, and he was around about 4 seconds behind Michael Kelly's time at that point. As we were saying earlier, lots of these everyman vehicles have been losing time on that second section. Now, Josh Hacker just slowing up there. Has he got a problem maybe?
I don't know, but he didn't come to a complete stop there, but definitely slowed down as he came over that ridge.
Well, and again, that's one of those little off-camber right-hand turns as well, which can be very weird feeling in the vehicle.
Yeah, he's just making his way up. This is short bus now.
Yeah, he's been really, really conservative. He's definitely off the pace of our leaders here. But as he climbs up here and headed into Gates Gate. Again, looks like there's really only one really good line through that Gates Gate. You either hit it, get over that rock, or you don't, and then you're going to have to back up just a little bit. So let's see how he does as he goes up in here to the Gates Gate at a pace. He's at 2:45 here. It's about 20 seconds or so, at least 20 seconds off of our leader. And he kind of slides over to the left just a little bit, but he makes it through. Now, he's going to have to try to make up some time on this downhill, but so far, Cameron Steele has been the only driver that we've seen who has been able to make up time in this little, sketchy off-camber downhill section.
I mean, and we can see right there that it is definitely not smooth, so you're having to be very, very cautious as well. I can only imagine, like, being on that if you had too much speed in these top heavier vehicles, if you accidentally bumped up the passenger side, that'd be a little sketchy. It's a long downhill right there.
Yeah, it sure is. You can go real far, real fast, but not in a good way.
Would you do this in Buddy?
No. Buddy's gone through Bronco Arch, though.
Yeah.
I was pretty proud of that.
And that's not smooth whatsoever.
No, in fact, when I was racing with the 1400s last year, and I didn't know what the course was going to be because it was a last-minute decision, and I'm like, am I going over Bronco? What am I doing up here? I shouldn't be up here. And the car just did it. And, that's what I think is pretty remarkable when you're up here driving, is that a lot of times you get in your head that it's not going to happen, that the vehicle's not going to be able to do it. And then, oh, no. Oh, okay, here we go.
That was a little uh-oh.
Yeah, that was a little bump and back. But you think that the terrain is just so gnarly that there's no way a vehicle is gonna make it, and then somehow, some way, it just does, which is really a testament to how far this sport has come and how far the technical learnings of these vehicles has come.
You are right on that.
As Jock Hacker makes his way into the short course here, time of 4:33, so definitely not going to be a top qualifier here, but we're just glad that he was able to get it around. He'll have some time to work on his vehicle during the day, see if he can get some stuff dialed in as we get ready for our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We will be showing this race to you come Friday.
And if you are just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for King of the Hammers 2025, and right now it is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifying. We started at 8 a.m. this morning, and we've got 3 classes qualifying: the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry's Enterprises Stock class.
And next on the course, we'll be going into our 9 o'clock hour. And 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have Chris Herrick, Jacob Hunsinger, Trent Roberts, John Schaefer, Chris Fars, Mathis Armand, Jason Locke, Chris Mindley. Oh, and Ruby's in this one too. So she is out here qualifying in the 9 o'clock hour. And then Zach Forsberg, that should be our 9 o'clock hour. So it's going to be a good one. Another good one. It's all a good one. All the hours are good.
It's all good. It's all fantastic.
We are bringing in a guest here this morning. As I can hear some engine power in the background. And did we ever find out the information on the 1313, Jim?
No, I'm still trying to find that out at the moment. I'm just texting across some of my buddies and trying to find out what's going on. But it looks like we've got a guest joining us in the booth.
We do. Scott, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing excellent.
Yeah.
Definitely. This is wild out here. Hammertown's coming alive, and we've got some great qualifying going on.
It is. I mean, this qualifying, the EMC classes are definitely are a fan favorite.
Absolutely. I mean, they're limited cars, which I always. I mean, I've driven a lot of unlimited stuff, but I really enjoy the limited cars and what Cameron just did. I was watching it in the hospitality, and it was crazy. I mean, that last part of that run, I mean, he just came down that hill and nailed the short course. It was awesome.
He made it look super easy, didn't he?
He did. But when you're on, you're on. You know how that is.
Right, exactly. You know, and Jim, we've been talking. He is the first one that's actually picked up speed in the second half of the qualifying.
Yeah, it looked like after he went through the gates at the top, he really started charging that even harder. And I was watching the wheel spin. I think he was a little borderline on maybe running it too much, but that's the whole name of the game, right?
Right.
But because the wheel spin coming up the hills, you could see he had more wheel spin, he had more dust than anybody else. And you know, you take a chance on cutting a tire or something like that doing that. But he did an excellent job, and they're all doing excellent jobs. That's a great thing about King of the Hammers is there's so many different classes, so many different things that you can come out here and you could be a part of it, and you could say, I race King of the Hammers. That's something I've never been able to say.
Oh, and you've raced a lot. You have a huge history of racing.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I quite a few, way back, I'm old now, obviously.
We all are.
But quite a few desert championships, and then I went to short course and won short course championships, and just blessed with a career of when the manufacturers were involved, Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Dodge, they were all involved, and I was a big part of that, and I was able to make a living at it for 35 years. Yeah,
I mean, it's awesome to do, isn't it? It's a good feeling. Now you just travel around and you still go to the races.
It is, yeah, I do, and it's excellent. When I decided to hang it up in 2019, Amsoil, that was my last sponsor, and I've been with them for 20 years, and they said, hey, you know, we want you to be an Amsoil ambassador. And I knew a lot about the sport. I really believed in the product a lot. And so it's easy to be involved with something that you believe in.
Exactly, 100% true on that.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic, but it's perfect race conditions here this morning, isn't it? The sun is shining, we've got a little bit of breeze, and you can feel the excitement in the air, can't you? When you walk up and down those race cars lining up, getting ready for staging, they're all really itching to get out there.
Absolutely, it really is. It is perfect conditions. We've had a wonderful weather run here, and it's just a tick of breeze, like you said, just enough to push the dust off. And qualifying, you know, I've been watching this. This always fascinates me every time I come here because I've been, like I said, all kinds of different off-road racing, and I come here and I think about it. And I go, you know, when I raced desert, you had to think about the ruts and the berms and the speed, and then short course you had to think about you know, coming into the corners and the big jumps and the condition of the track being wet. Well, you have to do all that here. On top of that, you have to place your vehicle. You have to figure out what obstacles you can go over or what obstacles you have to go around. And those are split-second decisions that have to be made. People don't realize that in regular racing, when it's a nice track or a groomed track in short course, there's split-second decisions. But here, you have to do all that. Plus, if you clobber that big rock, you're done.
Well, we always say that to actually become a really good racer in rock sports and this kind of off-road racing, there's a third dimension over the tarmac. It's that height changes, those elevation changes that we had. And we've got some more cars off the line at the moment. But this is what you say is true. You don't become a great off-road racer in 1 year, 2 years. And that's why we see these young guns coming through. And young kids who are sort of like, you know, in their early 20s, but they've been racing for 10, 12, even 15 years. And that's why they're so good at what they do. As we watch Chris Herrick here, he's one of our 4600 class vehicles, and I think he might have a breakage here. He's just making his way out towards the Bronco Arch. Oh no, he's just managed to find a gear, and off he goes again. Now the 4600 class cars, these run a maximum of a 35-inch tyre, which now we saw most of the UTVs yesterday, Pam, running a 35-inch tyre. However, they only weigh something in the region of around about 2,000 pounds. This vehicle here is running a 35-inch tyre and is running somewhere in the region of around about 5,000 pounds, and that makes a massive difference.
Yes, it does, and also it's a DOT tire as well, so it's not a race tire. It's something you can just go buy right off the shelf. But we are in our 9 o'clock hour with our first car off the line with the 4676 of Chris Herrick. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to watch the stock classes go through. We know, I'm guessing these guys are going to be, you know, five minutes. You know, the fastest stock might be later on, you know, when we get into the Heelys and all of those guys, probably roughly, you know, 4:45-ish.
Yeah, I think around about that 4:20 for the faster 4600 class cars would be about right, Pam.
So we always like to do a bet up on the stage. We always, you know, not a bet, because we actually have never exchanged money with it. So it's more of a bragging rights of talking about it, like what we think the fastest time is going to be, who we think the fastest is going to be. I know that you listen to it. Oh, and there's Mr. Chip McLaughlin going in front, our 4400 Rufus Racing, number 4. But it's always fun to do the betting, I should say.
Well, it's you know, it's hard for me to judge it because I'm just not experienced as much I hate to say that, but with this type of racing, and so, but it always, it's always amazing how you set a bar, and then there's somebody that sneaks in there, and it's just like we were talking with Cameron. It didn't look like he was, like you guys were saying, it looked like he was going to be a top 5, and he snuck in there by a long shot.
Yeah, that really surprised us, but that also shows us that there's more pace in the front of this course, and there's good pace at the back of this course. Now we need someone to come and put those two things together, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Now he's sitting there with 3:44 at the moment, and we're trying to second guess where those times are kind of being. Looking at the pace that he was laying down there, I'm wondering if we're going to see somewhere around about that sort of 3 minutes 35, something like that. As Cameron is, let's be honest, he's a wheelman. He knows how to do these things. So if he's at 3:44, I don't think there's going to be many people who are going to be shaved much off of that time.
Yeah, definitely.
I think they could. If there's what I notice a lot is that if there's a possibility of a certain rock getting moved or a certain deal, it opens up the whole line. And if that happens, well, now, and it's really strange to see that, because I saw that a little bit yesterday with the UTVs, is all of a sudden a certain rock got moved, and these guys spotted it, the top runners, and they just went. Ronnie Anderson, just amazing job, smooth, fast, consistent the whole day.
Yeah, he's just mind-blowing, isn't it? How he sees lines and how he can just find that extra little bit of pace. Absolutely remarkable.
Well, and that's where it's also good to have your team members over here watching the live show. So if you see a huge boulder get pushed out into the course right before you're getting ready to go, then they can be warned about it, right? So then they might know, oh, hey, I need to make sure I watch out whenever I get to, such and such section, because a huge boulder just got kicked out into the middle of the course. So having somebody watching and paying attention to us talking about the live show, it definitely helps out a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, like I said, how the lines change. And these guys, I mean, we're fortunate with Amsoil to have a whole lot of great competitors. And Kyle Cheney yesterday, what people don't realize, he's really aggressive, he's really fast. But if you watch him on a lot of the downhill sections, he just goes and he just starts processing what he's going to hit and how he's going to hit it. And if he was off by one little bit, it's gonna destroy the car. But that's what makes the difference between the great racers and the champions. I mean, it's crazy.
It's those millisecond decisions, and it isn't a decision; it's muscle memory, isn't it?
It's that deal. You're not going, oh, should I go right? Should I go left? It's your eyes to your hand coordination. And that's where the experience comes in.
I'm so sorry. Chris Herrick up there trying to get through the Gates gate, got one wheel up way, way high. He's been having a little bit of trouble here. Got a wheel spinning on one side there. He has not been able to get through this Gates gate. He's had backed up and gone back and forth a couple of different times to try to get through here. And it'll be interesting to see if this is going to be a problem for our stock class vehicles.
I'll be honest with you, I was trying to ignore it so we didn't give him any jinxes, but it's not working. Now, he's got to back up. He needs to go slightly further over to the left-hand side, and then he can pull that line up, and then he can sort of switch up through the flag. So hopefully he'll work that out.
Well, and that's also, oh, no. That is a spot I would not want to be in right now.
Now, these stock class vehicles, remember, these are a stock OEM frame, and they can't even really lengthen the wheelbase. It has to be within 3 inches here. They've got a factory engine. It can be replaced with any available engine in the same make and model year, but it's not like you can throw an LS into your Ford, right? Factory transmission, 35-inch tires, single shocks. If it came with a leaf spring suspension, it still has to have a leaf spring suspension, so you have to maintain that stock suspension in there, and you also have to have mechanical steering. So this is actually my favorite class because these guys are doing it the hard way.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here on my sheet. He's out of Orville, California, and it looks like this is his first ever King of the Hammers.
Really? Oh, good for him. I like this guy.
Absolutely.
Does he have a red number plate? I wonder if he's part of the rookie program. Because we have that amazing rookie program that was introduced a couple years ago.
Yeah, no, that was a massive thing. I haven't heard much about it this year, Pam. Have you got any news on that?
There was a meeting last night. I met a couple of the rookies in there, but no, I'm trying to get a list of all of the rookie racers so we can highlight them whenever they are coming through on their qualifying, or if we see them on the screen. But yeah, the rookie program is definitely, they come out here to Dave's Ranch and they do a lot of training. I know Bailey Cole is heading it up this year, so it's just been a great program for newcomers. You could be a co-driver in a car, but never a registered racer and still enter into the rookie program.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just can't be a registered driver. You can't be a registered driver of record registered to be a rookie.
Now, as Chris Herrick, he makes his way down there, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief because that's the one part of the course that the 4600 class cars have been getting really concerned about, and I know there'll be lots of drivers at the moment going, okay man, we can do this, yeah, 4600, go! So they'll be really pleased to see that as Chris Herrick makes his way back down into the desert and onto the short course.
So I have a question. If they go up there with the 4600s with these stock vehicles, and you saw how hard it was for him to get through the gates, maybe not all of them are going to have the problem. If they decide the option to go around the gates, what kind of penalty are we looking at?
They're going to get 5-minute penalty.
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah, we've had that confirmed by race ops and of event director Ben Napier. We had a couple of people yesterday who made the mistake of not going through the gates, whether they did it on purpose or whether they just chose not to. Who knows? But Chris Herrick now making his way round. He'll be coming around Old Talladega and onto the MBRP straight away and tabletop.
If it was like a 2.5 minute penalty, I could see maybe some of them just deciding to maybe just bonsai around it. But 5 minutes, I think you better take quite a few runs at it.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, you can have a few goes, that's for sure. And Chris Herrick is going to be crossing the line now. Little jump there, and it's an 8:46 for Chris Herrick, and a sigh of relief, I expect, as he crosses the line. Now, Emmy, we've got a run of 4,600 cars here looking at this. I believe it's going to be Jacob Hutzinger who's going to be next on course, but we will see.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm really interested in Chris Ferris, who he is going to be in a Volkswagen chassis. So I really want to see what that is.
Now, I'm looking here, and I'm wondering if that might be the John Schaefer car, actually.
I think that is the John Schaefer car. John is in a Jeep. It should be 4688.
Yeah, so it looks like we might be a little bit out. Now, is he going to take the jump? No, he is not. He's going to take the bypass around the flyaway jump, or the Yukon launch, as we're calling it this week.
Yep. Well, we saw what happened when a Jeep tries to get across that that gap jump.
That's why I was hoping that John was going to restore the glory of the Jeep name. Now, what do you think? Isn't it cool that we've now got this gap jump here at King of the Hammers?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's wild. I raced the Red Bull Frozen Rush quite a few times. Every time they ran it, and the first time we ran it, they put a gap jump that was just absolute. It looked like it was a football field, and we all looked at it and went, "Wow, that's something." Ricky went out there and did some test laps, and Red Bull was leasing a truck for me for Ricky Johnson to drive. And I go, "Wow, well, Ricky will go over first." And I thought about it. I go, "Well, that's my truck." But he sailed over, and then once, everybody just sailed right over it. It was amazing, But the gap jumps do mess with your mind a little bit. You're coming up to them every time. You're going, I got to have, especially if you barely make it. It's you got to have a clean run. You got to have the vehicle running right. And these guys, I think, they definitely need to be going around it, because we've seen what some of the desert cars did when they, and I think some of those guys just didn't understand what a gap jump was. Well, they do now.
Oh, yes, yeah. They do. Now, going back to the Frozen Rush days, now that was some racing, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. Oh, it was amazing to have, there was, we were running BF Goodrich tires, and they had like 480 2-inch studs in each tire, and the amount of traction that you got on that ice and snow was phenomenal. We didn't really know what to expect, but they did a great job with that event, and it was just fun to be a part of it and experience it.
Well, and as a spectator, it was really fun to watch. I tuned into every single one of those races. It was great.
Yeah, fantastic. A little cold.
All right, well, we've got John Schaefer here currently at 154, looking pretty smooth out there as he goes down into our qualifying course. He's going to get through a little bit of these rocks, then get a little bit of softer sand going right over that little rock right there. into that softer sand, and then as the road will narrow, the course will narrow, and he will be climbing back up. It gets a little bit of off camber there, a little bit of a tight squeeze there, gets a little bit off camber, and his tires are really going to be working again. They can only have 35-inch DOT tires out here in the stock class. And you know, for a long time, you couldn't even find a vehicle from the factory with 35-inch tires. Now there's plenty of vehicles out there that you can buy straight off the showroom floor with 35, even 37-inch tires.
Nice job.
And we have a very special guest coming up here right now to the live show stage. The man who just had the awesome qualifying run in the Legends class, the one and only Cameron Steele. Cam, thanks for coming up here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Stoked to be up here. Stoked to be in Hammertown. And, you know, actually the plan we've been talking about for years for EMC finally came together with my navigator, B. Wood. He owns an older car, and we keep wheeling in the thing, trail wheel. And I'm like, let's race this one. He's like, yeah, let's do it. So we bought some shocks from Fox, went out and trail wheeled.
Now, you gained so much time after the Gates Gate.
Yeah, I heard you guys were dogging me on the first half. I didn't know if we were going to be friends with the announcers anymore. A little beef going on.
We weren't dogging. We said you had a nice, good, solid pace, and it was consistent. But you really, really gained so much time coming down.
Well, where you can't see the course, we have a couple secret things that we can't reveal. We did have a pretty good double jump in there. I can't tell you where it is. But the secret's in the pudding, right? Or the pudding's in the secret, one or the other. I don't know. We're just having fun. You know, the Monster Energy Yokohama number 16. You know, we wanted to come out and just have a good run. And like I said, you know, we just went out and wheeled. And we've been driving that car. We pre-ran in that car already a couple loops in lap 2. And last night we were just switched to the 37s and came out and ran it. So the yokes have been working, and I'm just stoked to be out there with Brian having fun. I'm stoked to be at Hammers. You know, we kind of had a crappy desert weekend. I mean, we totally had a crappy desert weekend, and looking forward to a little redemption in the rocks. But we're not going to push it. We're just going to come out and drive and have fun.
Fantastic. Now, watching the pace there, and you just saying about it, that we were sandbagging you on that whole first part of the lap.
I'm just trying to have fun and create controversy because controversy sells, just ask Twitch.
Absolutely. Spectacular failure is better than dismal success. We all know that.
Easy for you to say.
Indeed, particularly at this time of the morning. But no, it was, so when we were watching that, now who do you got your eyes on? Are there anybody out there who can really pick this time out?
Everybody that's a trail wheeler out there, I have respect for.
Slowly makes his retreat.
So solid stuff there from John in the Jeep.
And next coming up on that starting line should be, looks like we've got, I can't really tell who that is out there.
Okay, so we're just watching this vehicle right now, just seeing what we've got. Now, is this going to be...
This is the Nissan Patrol. This is Matthias Armand. So
Yeah, no, so this is the French entry. So this is
Yeah.
quite exciting stuff. So lots of people back in Europe going to be watching this one.
Yeah, so the Nissan Patrol, you guys, that's kind of the European version of a Nissan Armada. So it's a big SUV. I've driven a Nissan Patrol out in Morocco. They're really fun, a lot of really good things.
I was out on the course last night doing a little pre-running with them, and I love to see the way they were working the course and making it work for them, but they also had their flag flying off the back. It was cool to see, like I said, Everyman Challenge, there's so many different ways to take it on, and I think this is the epitome of how you go to Everyman Challenge and have fun.
Well, and you know, because this is a Nissan Patrol, this car has either been imported and was already here, or they shipped it from Europe. So right away you've got more logistics, more money, more cost to come here and race at the Everyman Challenge.
Well, let's just talk about that. And I can tell you now that this car is a French car and has made the journey all the way from France to be here. And they'll be so stoked to be here. The big problem that we've got right now as an international racer is COVID. So what happens? We had COVID, prices changed, particularly for international shipping, and it's over 4 times now what it used to cost to bring a car to Hammers, which makes it very, very cost restrictive. But this young man, he was determined to race. He was determined to get that vehicle here to Hammers, and that's exactly what he's done. And there's going to be people all over Europe, not just the French. It's going to be the Belgians, the Germans, it's going to be the Spanish, the Brits, and they're all going to be cheering for this guy just because he got here and is racing and make his dreams come true at King of the Hammers.
And you'll see like it's a little bit different drive because of the short wheelbase, obviously, from what we've been driving. But yesterday I watched him climbing this section right here. He had some clean moves on it. Like sometimes you see the shorter wheelbase bounce around a little bit. He had some clean lines.
Yeah, no, he's doing great stuff here.
He's got a lot of gear in the back there. Well, I'm just like, what? You just need a spare tire, man. What you got back there?
Well, it looks of it, he's got his coolers in there. He's got his spare parts. Possibly a couple of friends ratchet strapped in the back. Who knows?
Yeah, it almost looks like he's got a sleeping pad, like in case he has to spend the night out in the desert.
Now, these are a very interesting car for us in Europe. So the Nissan Patrol uses what we call the Y61 axle, and the Y61 axle is the go-to trial axle in Europe. Everybody loves it. It's like your 14-bolt pattern over here.
This is the creepiest part, like maybe the creepiest part of the whole qualifying loop right here, dropping down this face. You just got to find your line. He's chose the far left, which has a couple little steps in it, but gives you a better line driving out at the bottom. So it's kind of a mixed bag up there. There's like 4 or 5 different ways you could do that. You see him stepping down. It really is, when you break that crest, you get a little bit of adrenaline every single time you go over it.
Yeah, and it's going to feel totally different because these cars are still running their standard steering box. Now, I'm not sure. I imagine he might have some kind of hydraulic assist on there. I expect my phone will light up in a minute as I get people texting me in to tell me. But he's doing a great job here. Now, Cameron, you've driven these sort of standard class vehicles. And when you're in there with just a standard steering box, that wheel is trying to fight its way out of your hands the whole time, isn't it?
It is. You get a lot of bumps here. You get a lot of coming back through. You always got to remember, no matter what you're driving, don't wrap your fingers around it because that's a good way to break your fingers. So you hold it on the outside. But the thing you got to realize, too, is you can't really fight that steering. And every time you lay it down into a rock, you got to let it come back just a little bit because if you don't, you're going to end up breaking it. So you got to kind of let it go and do what it wants to do a little bit. But the feedback is real.
It is indeed, and you get that so right. You want to be able to fight that steering wheel, you want to, but as soon as you start doing that, you just tend to break the sector shafts on the steering box, and then it's game over.
If you haven't had a driver up here talking about this section is really white out. You can't see the rocks in there. The white has just covered it with dust and dirt, so it makes it really tough as you're climbing. Then you got to make your choice here. Now, this part right here, really tricky because you got to sight the line you want to get, but it's right into the sun right now. I see the shadows pointing right at him, so you can't really catch your line exactly how you want. And the flags.
What a great line through
nailed
there.
it. He nailed it.
Yeah, this is a fantastic drive here from Matthias, making his way down. The tricolour flying magnificently off the back of this Nissan Patrol.
This is one of the parts that kind of gets a little creepy because you're hanging a little bit low left. And you're like, you want to go fast, but the rocks are high on the right. So if you hit one, it's going to deflect you down the hill.
Well, this is the part that we saw you find so much pace. So as you came through the Gates gate that we just saw there, you were around about sort of 7 or 8 seconds off of that main pace. And we were like, yeah, no, he's done now. You know, he's not going to find that time back. And then we were just watching, and you were like, super smooth coming through here. And we know that smooth is fast, and it just looked really good. And Matthias here is doing a fantastic job. But I'm guessing it's really off camber as you come through this whole section.
It is, and it disappears right here. You can't see it as you dive down in. And there's a couple big rocks that have been moved around since we ran this morning. There was rocks moved all over the place. So there's shorter lines, there's longer lines, there's smoother lines, there's rougher lines, and each driver is going to have to come up with a combo that fits them the best. And watching them, this section right here, this is like the creepy beans for me.
Yeah,
not being a rock donkey professionally, I'm a desert racer guy. So when we got to that the first time, I was like, oh, jeez.
Well, I was chatting to Matthias's team earlier this week, and they were like, we do not know how to drive this section. We haven't got a clue. It terrifies us. And look at this. He's doing a fantastic job here.
And honestly, the time is not bad. I mean, he's been consistent. He's been choosing his lines. And at 5 minutes right now, I know some of the other cars in his class may be a little quicker, but he's not like he's substantially back. He looks like he's chosen good lines and done it.
We've only had a couple of 4600 cars go off the line so far, but this is looking likely to be pushing John Schaefer for fastest time in class. So come on, Matthias, you can do well here.
But you've looked at it and you've seen that he's throughout the whole run, I call it a happy truck. He's kept it to where he's not overdriving it, where the thing is bouncing into other rocks. He's kept it right at the capability of the vehicle. So doing a great job. Looks like he's having a lot of fun, making memories.
He is indeed, and he's just come around that turn 19. He's making way towards the Talladega. And here's a cool fact for you. He went up to the Warn stand and said, look, I'm having some problems with my winch, etc. And Justin Andrews from Warn and Factor 55 said, hey, bud, have a Warn 8274. Go have fun.
Nice.
How cool is that? As Matthias Armand, he's going to be crossing the line now, and he will take the time, and he is officially the fastest qualifier right now in 4600. So a fantastic run from the young Frenchman.
Matthias, vous êtes une très bonne pilote et nous sommes très heureux de voir ici en King of the Hammers.
Easy for you to say. That's really good.
Man, I got a little French.
Whether it's real or not, I'm not sure, but you
Oui,
have to
c'est
accent.
très bon. Oui, c'est vrai,
So
c'est vrai.
Cameron-
Je parle comme j'ai 3 ans seulement.
So Cameron, they were dogging you a little on the beginning of the run, you know. But what I was noticing more than ever, I was watching from the hospitality over there, is like you had more wheel speed on the uphill than anybody else, and it just looked, it showed to me that the course is way looser on those uphills than everybody ever imagines. And now that you explain that the sunlight's in there, you can't see very well, it makes a little more sense, because I was going, boy, that's not like Cameron to have that much wheel spin. Usually he's right there and got it hooked up. And that might have been where you lost a little time at the uphill, but as soon as you started down that downhill, you were picking your lines. You just had it.
I think most of the time I lost was right as we turned to go up into short bus, because there's so many big rocks, and I really wanted to pick my lines. I didn't want to hammer the steering in the car. Remember, we still have to race it 2 laps in a couple days, so I took my time, and then I had that wheel spin going up that hill for sure, Scott.
Okay, right, we're just seeing what Zach Forsberg there, and Zach's just literally come over the start line, and he's just pulled off the track. Now, there's various reasons for that, and I believe that our event director, Ben Napier, is going to come up and explain what he's doing, but it might be because he wants a start. So if you start qualifying, you're going to be ahead of guys that don't qualify.
It's a good move, because I know that there's at least 20 cars that chose not to qualify, so this car will start in front of all of them because they did take the green flag.
Exactly, but he won't be beating his car up on that track. And let's be honest, that's a hard course for a 4600 car.
It's a hard course for any car. I think that, as we see the day progress, we'll see people take bigger risks, more problems will come to fruition. And, when we get to the 4400s and another day, that's going to be a whole nother circus full of guys going for it, guys and girls going for it. And it's going to be it's going to be tough on the vehicles. That's what people don't think about, I think, when they get out there and just run for it. They got to think about the vehicle. And that's like Scott said, I was a little slow up that one hill. It's because I was being careful at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget DOT tires. You can't. These are not race tires, and it's very easy to forget that. And it's very easy to get a flat tire. In fact, we were out there watching practice the other day, and myself and Miles were stood in the infield, and we saw, I think it was 5 or 6 cars come in with flats in literally 10 minutes. And we were really surprised yesterday in the UTV qualifying. We hardly saw any flats at all. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here today with the DOT tires on that course.
Yeah, the Yokohamas, the mud that we're driving on, you can go right into the dealer and buy them, which I think is a cool part of the class, right?
Yeah.
It keeps the cost down, it keeps the technology stock with the factory tire manufacturers, and it keeps them super involved as well. So, Yokohama's a title sponsor of EMC, but they've been great for us, and I love that DOT tire. We run that on our 7 truck also in the desert. And we run the DOT tires there, and we're digging it. It's been really awesome.
Well, let's talk about that, because Yokohama are a manufacturer who've been around for a long time, but they've taken a focus towards off-road racing in the last few years, particularly the desert classes and now the rock classes, and they're producing some very high-quality material.
Well, Yokohama is an amazing company. We were involved with them for many, many years ago when I was younger, and their development and their commitment to the product is insane. But once you start getting on the tire on the street, on your Raptor or whatever you're driving, it's stunning how good it is, the performance, how tacky they are, how long they last. Overall, I mean, they're a company that really puts the engineering into it. And when you talk about the desert racing, I mean, you got to think about like some of the legends, the PPI team, all the different things that have happened over the years. We're super proud to be involved. And one of the things that I like the best about Yokohama, they're super cool. Everybody, all the way to the top. When you go to the office, there's high fives and handshakes and discussion about off-road. It's not just the people in marketing and sales down in the light truck that know about off-road. It's everybody, and they're stoked on it. And I think it just transcends the company when you have that kind of vibe and personality. So I think they're super committed. We race on the T1 car. We gave it the beans out here in the trophy truck, and we smashed. There were some huge rocks, and we saw people parked with flats. We were not. So those are just some of the things. I think that everybody has their own choice. There's lots of great companies, but at the same time, I think that there's just been a lot that they've done for the sport. And right now, like I said, they're sponsoring the Everyman Challenge, and that's a big part of our racing culture, and they're here supporting it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're going to be joined now by our event director, Ben Napier. Good morning, Ben. How are you?
Good morning, guys. This is a great show today.
Hi,
I'm really
hi,
loving
Ben.
it. Hey, Cam. How are you, mate? Scott?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Thanks for having me up here.
No, it's always a pleasure to see you. Now, you're popping in sort of once an hour to keep us updated. Tell us what's going on in race ops and what's happening. Now, talk to us about that car we just saw pull off the track.
Yeah, well, I heard you guys having a discussion about it. It is a smart tactic. Qualifying is optional in EMC and UTV Hammers race as well, but it does cost money. So he's essentially paid to qualify and then chosen to take a start and get a DNF, which does rank you above the DNSs.
So let's just talk about that. So a DNS is a did not start. So those are the guys that chose not to qualify, whereas a DNF is a did not finish, which, as you say, will rank them above those DNSs.
Yeah, so the DNSs are then ranked above the guys who chose not to qualify at all. Or with them, sorry, I think is the rules. So
yep.
Yeah, we have a set of rules on how we rank the start orders. So essentially fastest to slowest in class, and then the DNFs are random ordered, and then the DNSs go behind them.
Did you say random ordered in the DNF?
Random order for the DNFs,
okay.
Yeah. Yep, so that's the fair way to do it. So the timing and scoring guys will do a random order draw and put them behind the rest of the field. Now, it's not a huge stock field this year, so it's not a huge disadvantage to be starting in the random order. And quite frankly, rolling through the start line may only end up one position above that, but these guys are tactical and everything counts.
Absolutely. It's a long race out there, and we're all racing for trophies at the end of the day. Now, Ben, we're just looking down through the start order, and we're asking some people earlier, and I'm going to ask you, who's going to be our fastest qualifier? We've got Cameron sitting there right now on pole position.
Yeah,
he's a very fast run.
He's thrown down an amazing lap, and I think that's going to stand for quite a while. We've got a bunch of the stock class guys coming through next hour, and then we jump back into the Legends class. And there are a few pretty fast guys in there. I think Brent Harrell's going to put down a pretty good time. He's usually pretty fast.
Yeah, I've got to say, sorry, Cam, he's my pick for today.
Cool. I'm not really. We didn't really go out there and try to blister down a lap to lead all day. We went out there to put down a quick lap, and I think you're right. I mean, there's other great drivers. Woody Rose is coming up from the Trent Fab team. He's had some great success. Don't forget about Cabrera is coming up, who won the EMC a few years ago. Put my
Absolutely.
announcer hat on now, right? Just like
Yes.
thinking about some of the other talent. But I think there's a dozen or so other drivers that could really put it down and have the equipment to challenge for that top
So
spot.
all those people you've mentioned are either in a Tremp Fab car or a bomber car.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what's
Apart
going to
from
dominate
Brent
the
Fa-
legends?
apart from Brent
Brent Harrell. Yep.
Yep.
I've had I had never even heard of Trent Fab before when I started coming to Hammers, and I had an opportunity to race with Derek Trent and Dave.
DSI Dave Snyder.
Dave Snyder,
Yep.
sorry. They helped with the opportunity to race their car with Bailey Cole.
Absolutely.
And it was really a lot of fun to get to know those guys, and that's how I met my navigator, Brian Wood. He came over. He's been with us in all different classes of racing, and those Trent Fab cars, they wheel amazing. They will do just about anything you ask them to do. I'm not really capable of asking it to do all the crazy stuff, so sometimes I have my navigator jump over the driver's
He's
side to
being
do
very modest today, Ben, isn't he?
I'm being careful around Ben. He disqualified me last year.
That was our race director and USAC independent function there. So you have nothing to worry about from me.
Okay. I'm not really worried.
But they do apply the rules fairly.
It just builds a legend anyway, getting disqualified, right? It just makes it better when you win.
Makes you scary.
Hey, I've been that guy as well. And,
Just to clarify for everybody listening home, I did do exactly what I thought I was supposed to do. Gray area all the way around. But disqualify, it sounds cool, right? I mean, after fixing the car in the 4400 race, we finished 33rd. So, I mean, getting disqualified is almost better marketing than finishing 33rd.
There you go.
Depends on how you look at it.
well, this is very true. Yeah.
I mean, if you live in Brian Deegan's world, that's the way it would work.
Well, this is true. Yep, it comes back to that spectacular failure thing. But yes, no.
So I'm sure
moving-
there's a Slawson in there as well that we're
yes, I did actually
we
see.
haven't
I believe
listed
it's,
as well,
Is
so-
his wife or sister? Is it?
Amber.
Is it Amber?
Is Amber the driver record for the Legends car?
I believe
Yep,
it
that would
was.
be
I
Randy's
was looking
wife.
through my list earlier and did see.
Yeah, so I
know
think
if
last year
Mike
Mike Slauson
Mike
drove
Slauson
with
was driving.
Amber.
Yep.
And Mike, of course, is one of the greatest talents in all of King of the Hammers. You know, he's a top 5 King of the Motos driver. He won EMC last year.
Very
he's been
talented guy. Had some bad luck in the desert limited class in his Can-Am earlier in the week as
Oh,
well.
what happened? I have no
I
idea.
believe he blew a front diff.
You know,
Something related to that.
no fun. But yes, Mike Slauson, you know, a lot of people talk about Randy, obviously multi-time king. His brother Mike rode with him the first year, or 2 years that they won. And then I've been able to spend a ton of time in Baja. A lot of people don't know this, but Mike Slauson pre-runs with me in my trophy truck Spec for weeks at a time in Baja.
That's super cool. Mike
Yeah.
rode with me years ago when I raced the Bomber as well. Really, really good co-driver and
Good driver.
really talented driver as well.
Good head. You know, really knows what he's doing. I shouldn't puff him up so much because maybe he'll qualify and then beat us.
Yeah,
There's
no.
always
But,
that chance.
Yeah.
You'll only have yourself to blame on that one. Well,
We were talking earlier about that one rock or that one obstacle that changes the whole look of qualifying sometimes, and so that's just the luck of the draw. You never know what happens. So
Yeah.
if you don't get that top spot, we're going with that, Cam.
That's right. When we got to the bottom of the, what do you call that? What do you guys call in the drop where there's like 4 different lines? Is that like a waterfall?
we
or-
don't actually have a name for that one, so you have the honour. You can name that one if you wish.
I can't name anything until I win something. So
Usually the people that get to name it either do it first or wreck spectacularly on it.
I don't want. I
Exactly.
didn't do any of those. I'm not
Either
the.
of
I'm not
them.
the trailbreaker guy. I'm more the follower. But I'm sure Dave has a name for it. But
We have
at the
been
bottom,
using it for years. Usually we go up that. in
Yeah.
qualifying.
at the bottom when we got there was a gigantic piece of granite right in our way. And I'm like, we're not going to clear it. Brian's all, just run it over. I'm like, no.
And these Legends cars only 37-inch tires, so you don't have that big diff clearance of an unlimited car, and that's a big difference. When I was driving Legends, I really felt that was the biggest change for me, to get used to the fact that you drive over things and go, I'm going to be good on that, and you just go bang, and it was just brutal on the
I think the tire placement in EMC is so much more critical, even in the desert, versus and the rocks, than the 4400. Of course, the 4400 have the technology, the multiple shocks, the bigger tire, and I think that just that driving man's class of being in that EMC car on the 37 makes it like the thinking. That's what I love about Hammers. If we never talked about it, is the thinking that it takes, switching class to class, car to car, but then also racing desert as quick as you can, theoretically, then going out here in the rocks and putting tire placement, putting your tire in the right spot every time, because one wrong placement, you can end up on your lid, break a diff, whatever.
Absolutely. And
But you're talking about like coming down off that ledge and hitting that big, piece of granite and everything. But explain to the crowd how, like I know how it is in desert racing and even in short course when you make a mistake, but especially in desert, where you see something and you go, oh man, that's going to just clobber the thing. But how important it is to hit it head on and to know, to go, there's no way I'm going to avoid it, because if you try and avoid it, you're going to break the A-arm, you're going to break something in the truck or the spindle or something like that. But if you hit it head on and you take it on, sometimes you can make it through that stuff. You gotta make that split-second decision.
The decisions are instant, and the thing I like about what you're saying, Scott, that a lot of people don't think about is when you try to dodge something, go out and around it, you end up putting lateral pressure on your car. The cars are designed basically to go in a straight line and smash the bumps, right, or crawl the rocks. As soon as you dodge something and you lay it into something sideways, that's when you start sending the geometry of the car into like a little bit of I didn't really like that, or it's going to pirouette off of that.
And these side loads, they just none of the 4-link or any of that stuff none of it likes the side loads like that. So
and that's
and
when you also expose the
one
side
leads
of the tire.
to 2,
yes,
which leads to 3, right? Usually it's a 3-part. If you have to take a different line, throw yourself offline, or make a mistake, it's not turn straight and get back into it. Usually it's I go back too far, I come back too far again, and then I get it straightened out. So it's usually a 3-part if you make this single decision to change up what you're doing.
And it's how you calculate those reactions, knowing that, okay, this is going to throw me over here, so I have to, once again, process it and figure out what the best decision is for that next move.
For sure. Thinking about it, and the key part, like with Scott, with your experience, my experience, we've been around a long time, or a little bit anyways, you can make those split-second decisions of how it's going to affect the car, both mechanically and how it's going to react and what it's going to do to your qualifying or your effort that you put in. And you can make that instantaneous reaction or decision go either, okay, I'm going to take it on head on, I'm going to slow down 8 miles an hour, crawl it, or I'm going to dodge to the right or dodge to the left, or what you're going to do. And those decisions are key, and that's what we were talking about when you said I look slow up that hill. I made the decision at the bottom of short bus to hit the brakes and check up to make sure I put a tire on something instead of going around over it, and that's what cost us a bunch of time.
Okay.
And it's a fun course. I think that one thing that Dave did good about this qualifying loop is he threw a plenty of challenge at us that isn't just it's not just a rock loop, it's not just a fast, sometimes you have a qualifying course where it's very well stated what you're going to do on the rocks, which kind of is this first front slab, right? But once you get up on the back, there's so many different ways to interpret it. It really makes you think about it. And I wasn't stoked on going on top of the ridge up there, but I am stoked with what Dave came up with, the mastermind behind Hammers. He always comes up with that creativity and something just a little different to tweak, to either make you pucker or make you think.
Absolutely. I think Ben summed it up really nicely. We have so many lines out there. You can choose your own adventure, and I think that's a beautiful way of putting it. Now, if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, we have a light breeze, and we are here for the 2025 King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance. Today, it is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and we are qualifying for 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends, 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified, and 4,600 Curry Enterprises stock class. Joining me in the booth is event director Ben Napier. Next to him is Cameron, and then we have Scott as well, all giving us their views on the course and what's been happening in qualifying today. Now, looking at the list that we have down in front of us, and I'm looking towards Power Hour, which is going to be around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, Ben, how do people get chosen to go into Power Hour?
Okay, so there's a few things that we make up Power Hour, and I guess Racer Kings is the easiest one to explain because there's only one class. When we do EMC, we have to narrow it down a little, but essentially I take anyone who's a previous King who's still racing. They're in Power Hour. I race the most recent King last. They always are last on course. Hopefully they set the pole from last position. So we've got previous Kings. Then we've got top finishers from previous year's races. So EMC, we take the class winners if they're not the King. Sometimes second or third if we can get them into Power Hour. We then look at the national championship, and we bring the first and second and sometimes third place from the national championship into Power Hour. Then we look at some of the top qualifiers from last year, and if the top qualifier doesn't finish, we can bring them into Power Hour as well. And then we bring some industry key people into Power Hour, especially if they enter early and allow me to put them into Power Hour. Cameron's looking around.
We
His
entered
entry
last
came
night, I
in
think,
last
right?
night. So unfortunately,
I like the punishment. I was okay with first thing in the morning. I'm an early riser, so I'm all good with it.
yeah.
Let's go
Usually,
early.
if you put your entry in the night before qualifying, you get in that 8 o'clock hour because that's the one that doesn't have quite as many people.
Basically,
in it, but allows me to
a
slip
ton of the
someone in.
hitters, the way you're describing it, is the best of the best, the cream of the crop, or so to speak, in the power hour. And if you want to get there, you have to either win, you have to be a player, someone that's made a difference, made an impact in getting to the championship
Absolutely.
or finishing
made
high.
an impact on this sport as well. You know, there's a lot of people here. You know, some of the guys yesterday in the power hour were just phenomenal off-road races as well. And we
Yeah,
had the
absolutely.
Dakar
Well,
winner.
let's take Ronnie Anderson as an
Yeah,
perfect
Ronnie as well,
example
yep.
of that. And let's be honest, you can just take Ronnie Anderson, put him into any race, and he's going to do incredible things. But coming back, talking about that power hour and what we've got in there. So in the 4600, we're going to be seeing John Rance, Alex Fleming, Brad Lovell, and of course Lauren Healy. Then in the 4500 modified class, we're going to be seeing Jesse Oliver, John Rance. Sean Rance in there as well. Then the 48 Legends class, we're going to be seeing Sean Raditsky, and then we're going to see Brian Tremp, Jeff Martin, Woody Rose Jr., Dwayne Garrettson, and Scott Foley. So lots of very talented
and
people.
I have one late addition to that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Just entered last night.
They were entered, but they opted to qualify, and that is last year's EMC stock class winner, Bailey Cole.
Fantastic. That's great news. We're
My
so
two-time
pleased to hear
partner
that.
There you go.
in EMC King of
Absolutely.
Hammers.
Yeah, we saw
So he
Bailey,
will
of
be
course.
qualifying just after Lauren in that order. So 96.5, I'm putting him as. But as a previous winner and a winner of stock class, last year's winner, he's definitely a power hour candidate.
Yeah, he's been having some tough luck already this week, hasn't he? So it'll be great to see him out in power hour. Now, just going back to your comment, Cameron, about qualifying early, there are some advantages to qualifying early because that means that now you're done. You can actually get out back onto those trails if you want to, go out wheeling, start spotting those parts of the course that are worrying you and use your time wisely. The guys that have got to qualify later this afternoon, they're not so likely to want to go out pre-running because they're saving their car to get on the course. So do you think there is a bit of an advantage from going early?
I think there could be some advantages. I think that there's a couple different ways to look at it. If you go later, sometimes the course is developed more and people run in a line that might be quicker. So that might be an advantage, but it also could be a disadvantage going later because the course could get more beat up. You never know where the rocks are going to lay. So one of the disadvantages for us going early this morning was that there was tons and tons of people out trying different lines last night before when it was open, and they knocked all these big rocks right in the way. So we'll see if those big rocks stay in there. If you go later, a lot of times those rocks have been knocked out. As a rule, I generally don't move any rocks. We came down the slab, the waterfall. I'm like, wow, that rock's right in the way, but we're going to just run into it when we get here for qualifying. So I think there's advantage and disadvantage to it. But as far as what you're saying, having the rest of your day clear, I like that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
do you think after running the course this morning, it's going to be one of those ones that evolves into a faster racetrack, or do you think it's going to tear up and show through some more rocks and get more difficult?
I think that part of it is going to tear up more and become more of a hazard, but I also think that some of it is going to clean up a little bit. So I think it's a half and half. I do think that the short bus area going into that, there's going to be a lot more degradation from the bottom of the slab to short bus. That's probably a disadvantage to go later. But I do think over the top of the ridge, it's going to develop more and more to become more friendly for the qualifying vehicles that are later.
Whilst I agree with you over the top, on that downhill in particular, not across the top, I think there's some big rocks sitting slightly to the side that if we see guys get a little bit less accurate and push them into the racing line, I think that could really impact the racing line as well. There's some big rocks out there that I think are going to move.
There's two that were zigzagging around, and you talked about Ronnie Anderson. What an expert job he did zigzagging through those at speed. And what about almost flipping the car over at the bottom? That was insane, two-wheeling. He didn't want to hit the rocks on both sides, so he just two-wheeled it through there. Talk about talent. But yes, there's two rocks on that downhill after the pinch at the top. If someone hits one of those in, it's going to totally change the parameters of what we're doing in qualifying. So it's possible. Right now, that one on the right, the giant one, looked pretty planted. I think someone would have to get the front of the car into that. But anything's possible. You know, people come off there hot. They could rip those rocks into the course. Also, there's two big ones at the bottom that right now are a little bit less of a problem, but they could get knocked in.
I'm curious on the qualifying. You know, I won't say a newbie to, I'm a newbie to this, but not a newbie to racing. But one thing I would think about qualifying early versus qualifying late, and each qualifying course probably differs. But the sun, the shadows, is the shadows better in the morning or are they better during power hour?
Now,
would you rather have the shadows up on the uphill side or the downhill side?
Now, this is a really interesting one because for the guys that are running early, as you said, going up towards Gates Gate at the very top of the mountain, you can see the shadows coming back towards the car. So you are literally blasting up into the sun at that point. However, it's only for a brief period on the course. Let's talk about power hour. Now, you've brought it forward because historically it always used to be at 4 p.m. when the shadows were getting really long. Now, race ops have moved it to 3 p.m. and I know that makes a big difference to the drivers.
So we did that for a number of reasons. The 4 p.m. one, if we had a couple of decent recoveries we had to do, it really did push us on light. And not only light for racing in terms of the drivers being able to see, but light for this amazing show being able to show the racers doing what they do best. And it really didn't make sense having some of our best drivers running in that real, bare light, like bare quality light where the cameras can't pick them up, show what they're doing. And it was struggling for the drivers. The other reason we moved it is because we had so many people in Racer King's Power Hour, because there's like 9 Kings I've got to run now, and they all keep turning up, which is awesome. So I said, let's move it forward. Let's have like a power hour and a half. It may not be done in an hour. 420, 425, 430 is my target to be done, especially on some of these bigger groups. Lets me run a few more, recognize a few more people in that power hour, but also run them with the light being a bit better, and make sure we have a great show for everyone at home as well.
Yeah, no, we're super stoked that you've brought it forward. I know that lots of drivers, Cam, when the sun dips down over these mountains here in Johnson Valley, it's amazing how fast those light disappears in the canyons, isn't it?
Well, it's amazing, and the long shadows just become so difficult sometimes. So I think at 3 o'clock they're good. Closer to 4, it's going to start having a long shadow on it. This morning when we went out, you could see that long shadow on the front face of the gate at the top. But same's true for the racing. When we go out and start this race, it's cool. We go out into the desert and give us a little bit of time before we're in the canyons. I like it when they warm up and they brighten up a little bit. But the shadows definitely can play a huge part in it. So it's all part of the decision making of when you qualify and what you like to do and maybe what you will do when you get there.
Now, you were also saying, as well as the sunshine, which you were mentioning, Scott, is as you're going out short bus, it's very much a white rock with a white dust. And essentially what you were describing is almost like whiteout that you get when you're skiing, where you can't see any shadow on the rock, so you can't understand the size or the scale of the rock. That must be quite disconcerting.
It is, and I think that later in the day it's going to get tougher because I think the sun's going to come around and the white is going to pop more into the driver's face. The tough part about it right now is when you come through the bottom, you kind of got to pick your line, right? So that white dust, all of a sudden you pop into short bus around that giant boulder, and all of a sudden that white dust is following you in your cab because the wind is kind of going that way. So the white dust and the white out is all following you up the hill. And that's where it makes it a little tricky for your decision. And most people say, just hammer down, let's go.
Now, Scott, let's talk about that because the drivers can have aids to help them, can't they? Tinted lenses, whether it be yellow, blue, or clear, or just a darkened lens. What were your preferences back in the day?
It doesn't matter if it was day or night. It was always the amber. The amber brings it out brighter when you have the sun. But what's funny about the whole thing is, like in short course, and this is no different with the great filming here, is there'll be a driver who will make a mistake that is just in the simplest area, and everybody will go, why did he do that? What in the heck? I don't even understand. What was he thinking? But sometimes when the sun just gets right in your face and you're blind in certain situations, it's like a complete whiteout for an instant, and that's where you have to kind of use your memory about where the pre-running comes in and knowing the course and knowing things, because you go, okay, I got to get through this. All it is going to be for like a 2-second period, but then I'm on it again. But if you can't see for that minute and you make a mistake, everybody's going, what happened? Did he have a brain lapse?
Usually.
Indeed. Well, Cameron, Scott, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you joining us on stage here today. Thank you so much for your insights. Cameron, good luck during the race. I've got my fingers crossed. Let's see if that time will hold through the day. 3:44. Ben, what do you think?
I think that's a great time, and I think it's going to be right up there. We'll see if someone can push it later in the day.
Indeed. So Cameron, Scott, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you later on, Cameron. And Scott, I look forward to seeing you in the crowds.
Yeah.
Okay? All the
Thank
best,
you very
gentlemen.
much.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Right, if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. We are here today for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifying. Ben, we've still got a stacked field ahead of us. We've got 3 classes out there right now. We have the 4800 Brannick Legend class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class. I think it's fair to say that the 4800s in recent years tend to have the faster vehicles.
They have, but there's some very fast 4500 modifieds, so I'll be interested to see if they can push. It's always a great battle between the 4500s and the 48s.
Oh, totally. Bragging rights entirely.
Absolutely.
Mrs.
But we
Pam
do
Hall's
mix
joining
them.
us back in the booth.
Yes.
Pam, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. I mean, I take a quick break, and I come back, and Cameron Steele is still in my spot. He said, "I'll go steal his spot, and he can have mine." I don't know how that would go. He's not even listening or ignoring me on that one. But no, it's been a great day so far, Ben. I love getting the information from you.
No worries, Pam. It's great to be up here.
But just going back to what you were saying there about the 4500s and the 4800s, because there is a lot of technical differences between the two vehicles. Obviously, the 4800s, in my eyes, have that huge advantage having the hydraulic steering.
Yeah, it is a huge advantage. I know there's some people that have worked some ways to have some level of hydraulic steering in the other classes. But yeah, the direct steering requirements in the tech rules for the 4500 modifieds, but they get bypass shocks. They get a huge amount more suspension. Those cars should run faster through the whoops. There's some big engines in both classes. There's definitely a lot of big engines in the Legends class now. It's definitely not a junkyard engine class like it used to be when I won it. But you know, it's a really cool class. I like seeing the manufacturers pushing into that class in terms of the Bombers, the Trents, the Jimmys 4x4. You know, we see a bunch of each of those vehicles, and some of the smaller manufacturers as well. You know, Tribe is still pushing a bunch of cars into there, and it's really cool to see who's going to be on the top of the box from those
It's
guys.
also interesting to see where, you know, what the class was designed for was older 4400 cars to retire into Legends, and we see that with Austin Thompson driving Brendan Thompson's old 4400 class car in Legends now, which I think is absolutely fantastic to see. But flip it the other way, and we had Casey Gilbert in the Miller car that was he built that car to be a 4800 car. He's now moved up into 4400, and he's actually been struggling to get that twin shock setup to work as well as his single shock setup was working on that 48.
Right, and Casey's done a lot of work on that, trying to get it right. But you know, it is cool to see it as a feeder class rather than a retirement class. Either way, it's a great class.
It works in both directions, and
Yes,
that's the thing I love about it.
When people say, what should I get into? And I always recommend Legends. I think it's an affordable class to race in. You get a lot of race time experience, and it's a really fun class to race. Now, Jim, it's almost 10 o'clock. We've got a few more of our stock competitors coming up in the 4600 class, and then we're back into Legends in the 4800. I'm going to jump back into race ops and get things rolling, and I'm looking forward to bringing you the action, and you guys, I'm looking forward to hearing the call on it.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. It's always a pleasure to have you up there. Get back out there, make sure, keep everybody honest, and we look forward to seeing you in an hour's time with more updates from Race Ops.
Will do. Thanks, Jim, Pam. Thanks, everyone at home as well.
Thank you, Ben. And I heard a little tiny voice in my ears, your little boy over here saying, "Hi, Dad."
Yeah, I got my son Matthew out. He's they say he's running the place, but he's doing an awesome job keeping me on time and getting everything organised.
Yes.
So it's great to have him out here and bringing the next generation of racers out. I'm sure he's ready to jump in a race car soon. He was eyeing off the kids one tonight.
Ooh.
And seeing which one he could steal and run away with. And yeah, it's cool seeing some of the guys that have raced for years out here all bringing the next generation through.
Are we going to see a BN Motorsports 170? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, he's been asking. We'll have to see.
I say next year maybe have him in one.
Absolutely. He'll
Definitely.
be. If any sponsors want to pick him up, he's ready to go.
There you go. There you go. Well, Ben, I mean, it's, you know, learning from the best. I mean, you've been the racer, now you're out here doing all the coordinating and race ops and everything else. So you're teaching him right there.
Yeah. No, he's grown up in this whole thing and loves it as well. So my whole family have. So it's great times being back out here. I will catch you guys later.
Thank you,
Thank
Ben.
you very much, Ben. All the very best. Right, Pam, we're going to be back with some racing action very shortly, and I'm just looking down my list, and we've got some firm crowd favourites and some very cool vehicles. Albert Contreras, of course, is going to be there. Now, Albert's been racing with us for many years, and everybody loves him. He gives 100% out, of course. I think it's fair to say checkers or wreckers, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And then we've got Kendall Glines is out there. Now, Kendall is actually driving a new car this year. They've changed their program up in 4600, moving up into one of the Bronco platforms. Can't wait to see what they deliver. They had some really tough luck last year. They had a flat tyre and got stuck on a rock in the wash out the back of the qualifying course. So they'll be looking for redemption in that new car on this course this year.
You know, they only have 4 miles on that vehicle right now too. So he's getting ready to go qualify this hour. with 4 miles on
Well,
the
you see,
brand new Bronco.
You see, I'm brutal. So from my point of view, is if it's only got 4 miles on it, that means it's got loads of miles that they can make on it. So let's see
Exactly.
what they do.
Exactly, but yes, definitely a couple of our fan favorites up here in our 10 o'clock hour right out of the gate. We'll have Rick Randall as well, Jesse Bennett.
Sergio Pinillos. Now, Sergio used to, of course, race with John Schaefer, who we saw out there earlier today. And in fact, Sergio is a very fast driver in his own right. And I think he will be a firm favourite for that first place in qualifying in 4600. Joining us back in the booth now is none other than Emmy Hall as well. Emmy, how you doing?
I am so good. I got a little bit of break. Always good to see Cameron Steele up here and Ben Napier giving us the inside scoop on what's going on the qualifying for today. We've had a great morning of qualifying, and it is only 10 o'clock. Again, we have over 100 vehicles are going to be out here doing their best to get that pole position for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
And let's just have a quick look at our top 5 at the moment. In 5th position, it is Scott Farley. In 4th, it's Jeremy Doc Jones. In 3rd, it's Tony Howard. In 2nd, it's Michael Kelly. And right now, it is Cameron Steele who's leading up the pack with a 3:44. And down into the stock class cars, so we're looking at the 4600. In first place right now is Matthias Armand from France with a solid 6 minutes dead. Then it's John Schaefer and then Chris Herrick. But we've got a lot of big names in 4600 still to come. Can the young Frenchman be holding off the attacks of the likes of Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, and of course Sergio Pinillos?
Yeah, it's just definitely going to be another great hour of qualifying here in our 10 o'clock hour. But I believe Albert Contreras will be our first off the line for this hour. As we can see, that is Kendall Glines that's waiting to take his turn, but Albert Contreras sitting at that start line.
Somebody I do want to talk about, Dr. Jeremy Jones, or Jeremy Doc Jones, should I say, 4:03. That surprised me. I felt that he was a little bit off pace there, and I think he's going to be disappointed with that. He wants to be at the pointy end of this race. I know he had some problems last year, and I just think he's one of those guys that he's going to be sitting back in the pits now going, do you know what? I should have done better. So it's going to be interesting to watch him on race day and see what he does.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see right now, that is Albert Contreras on board. So he is running StarStream. Albert Contreras right there in that driver's seat. I love seeing this. And we were talking about the StarStream yesterday. And actually, at some point, George Hamill is going to come up here at some point this week. I mean, he's a busy, busy man right now. But come up here and give us all the details behind how this StarStream all works. But Albert Contreras patiently waiting to take the green flag.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. A few years ago, a new invention came into this world called Starlink. Starlink from Elon Musk that allows you to have internet in any location, anywhere in the world using a low altitude satellite. And most of these, or a lot of the vehicles that you see here racing today have Starlink systems that they're using for communication back to the pits instead of radios. But what they're doing at StarStream is another little clever box that utilizes the internet signal from the Starlink and then is able to bring us live camera images from inside of those vehicles or outside of the vehicles or wherever the cameras are facing. And what they're doing is they're rerouting that information back to our production so we can give you those images all over the world. Isn't that nuts?
It is such a great addition to off-road racing. I mean, not only for the comms and the advantages that it gives you while you're out in the desert, but also to highlight your sponsors, highlight your vehicle, highlight you as a driver, you as a co-driver. And we don't often see this view facing inside. It's usually facing outside. I actually love to see a split screen of what the driver and navigator are doing that way, and then also what's happening outside, because sometimes you can see it in their face, like, oh my gosh, something is like crazy happening. You know, they've got 3 wheels off the ground or whatever, and you can see their expressions on their face, because it really is, you know, you're in that vehicle and it's an emotional roller coaster, right? You've got fear, you've got joy, you've got utter happiness, you've got, oh my gosh, now I've crashed the car, I've got so much work to do, and it really is an emotional journey as they go through this qualifying course.
It is. On the other hand, if you're the driver inside that car, everyone can see your mistakes.
Right, exactly.
It keeps you honest.
Yep.
And any moment now, we are going to go live here in Hammertown. And Albert Contreras, he gets the green flag and makes his way out onto course. Is he going to take the Yukon leap? No,
Nope.
he is not. He's going for the over and under.
I don't think any of these vehicles are going to take the leap. I don't think they can actually get up enough speed. Now, I don't know going this way how fast they need to be going. Coming the other way, Bennett said they needed to be going like 42, 43 miles per hour to make the jump.
Yeah, we reckon around about between 45 and 48 going in this direction. So you've got to come off of that first turn and you've really got to lay it down.
Yeah.
And if you're not sure, don't mess up your race. Just go
Exactly.
around the unders. And that's what Albert Contreras is doing now as he makes his way through the Bronco Arch. Oh, look at him doing some wheel work.
Yeah,
here.
you can really see how violent it is in here. He's really working that wheel. The co-driver, of course, is just sitting there hanging on to his belts. For this, they're kind of in just for a ride. They're a little bit of ballast. They shouldn't need to, I mean, if he's going to have to get out on winch, that's going to be a really big problem. But the co-driver is there to, you know, spot out any rocks that might have moved, give the driver encouragement, say, hey, buddy, you're doing a great job. Let's get out there. Let's have fun. And there's that outside. You can really see how steep that is. I mean, the driver can't see anything that's right in front of them. So it's all about looking ahead, taking that little mental picture in your mind so you know where those rocks are, and then estimating when your tire is going to get there.
Yeah, so this is some fantastic images. This is from Albert Contreras out of Compton, California for Jeep Thrills Off-Road. It's a Jeep LJ. He's got a factory engine. He's got an Atlas transfer box, King suspension, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Coyote beadlocks, Race Choice, Yukon, AirTech, Genrite, you name it, he's got it on this vehicle. His first race was in Ultra 4 was way back in 2013, and he was the Ultra 4 national champion in 2016, and in 2018 he was the Ultra 4 Sportsman of the Year. So he's been there, seen it, done it in the 4600 class. So a massive crowd favorite, Albert Contreras on track right now.
And Jim, did you happen to mention, is his son his co-driver this year? I know that his son usually does. I'm not sure if it's on that list that we have. And I was talking to Nate, and I'm not sure if I missed that part.
I'm not sure, if I'm honest, and I'm not going to say yes and I'm not going to say no. I'm going to wait for somebody to text me and tell me.
Right, exactly.
Now, I can't wait till we get up to some of that off-camber section here, because we've been talking about how off-camber it is, but hopefully we'll see the live view from inside so we can actually see just how sketchy it is as they come through that gates up there. But again, this, you guys, is a really, really steep climb getting up here. And like Cameron said earlier, it is a whiteout. Everything, that sun is just reflecting right off of that really, really light colored sand. So it's tough to see the rocks through there.
It is. And then in the evening time, what do we have? We have the issue with the shadows,
Yep.
right? So it's all about timing of the day and honestly, like what you're seeing, of course, but definitely is super steep, like you were just saying, Emmy. He's making his way up to that Gates gate. Right now he's at a 2:59. I haven't quite paid attention to see our fastest qualifier where they were at this point in this stock class, but we do see Albert Contreras making his way through there. Not going to jinx it, but look at that. Look. Oh.
Ooh,
that
that
looks
is
so
sketch.
scary. Not a
back-
fan
Come
of
on,
that.
Albert, keep it together here, concentrate.
Back
You can
it
see
back
that-
down, try that other line over there to the left.
Now you can see that sun there right in his eyes as he makes his way up over the top here. Fantastic imagery there from the StarStream, and he makes his way over using, let's not forget, these are only 35-inch tires.
Yep, so he's got to use all of that rubber that's going down as we get down into this area here where if it's a good driver, you can gain a little bit of time here, and you can see going down really rocky, really rough, really putting that suspension to the test.
Definitely. I love this angle of the view that we're seeing right now. The in-car is also amazing as well, but this really shows the working of the vehicle. As Albert Contreras will be coming up to that area here in just a minute. It's kind of like a pinch rock is what we're calling it. A little bit different suspension, as you can see him bouncing around just a little bit more. And now he is coming up to where, calling it that pinch rock, and it's that super steep downhill.
Yeah, so they only can have a
Oh, gosh, I don't know if he was like actually on his side or.
Yeah, did he have a wheel up, or is that just what the ground is doing?
Oh, goodness.
Well,
So-
he's coming on down. This is the big hill descent here. Now, what a wonderful view. He's got
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
When you drop down, if the wheels are locked, you cannot turn them. So you've got to back up, gyro forward, do absolutely everything you can to release those wheels because they'll be locking on the steering.
Yeah, and you'll have all of the weight of that vehicle on those front wheels. So there's no way you're going to be able to actually turn them against that rock when you've got all the weight of your vehicle on them.
So Kendall and Brixton guys here just picking their way through, taking their time. Now I'm wondering if they've got a problem here.
They keep doing a lot of stopping, which is not a normal spot right there for them to do that.
Yeah, I was just watching the front wheels. I just didn't
Oh, yeah, I
seem to be
wonder if it's a
steering quite
locker
right.
problem.
Yeah. I'm loving these StarStream images, though.
I know,
me
this is
too.
great.
I mean, remember, only literally 18 months ago, the only way we could get these images was post-race with GoPro-style cameras. Have to take those memory cards and edit that footage before we could bring it to you. Now we're doing it live. How incredibly insane is that?
It is absolutely insane and amazing to see, and I love that so many teams are utilizing the StarStream as well, because not only does it help us here on the live show, it also helps, like Emmy, you were saying, you know, their sponsors and everything as well.
Well, it brings off-road to the house, to
Yes.
the everyday household. So the big problem with off-road racing is actually how do you view it? How do you watch it? Because we're in areas where normal people just cannot get to, and StarStream is changing that completely.
Exactly, 100% on that for sure. And at home, I mean, if you're watching, if you have the premium package, you're seeing all these different multi-views. So you're not only seeing the inside of the car, the views that we're seeing as well, but you're seeing all of the views, and it's really, really cool. Pick and choose what you want to watch.
Now we've got people watching from around the world. I know they're watching down at Raceland in San Felipe, north of town there. So hello to folks in Raceland. And we've got a lot of people watching from work, y'all. We're lucky enough that this is our job, but a lot of people are watching from work. So you know what, if your boss goes by, just make sure you minimize our window and get your spreadsheet back up. And then you can go back to watching all of the action here at the qualifying for the Yokohama EMC Challenge. And it looks like we have got Kendall approaching the gate. Is he going to be able to make it through? Is he going to try to go left or right?
Well, he's definitely taken on the Gates gate, which is good to see.
Yep, he's made it all the way to the top, so.
Well, and we know that yesterday a lot of the drivers, it was better for them to take that left-hand jog over right up through the gate. Today, it's a little bit different, as Kendall is on top of.
He is on that flag.
Yeah, he's given that a cuddle, that's for sure.
Well, and what we've noticed too is when the drivers get up there, some of them have been sliding to the driver's side, just the way the rock is formed up there.
You got it, Kendall, you got it, good job. Yeah, buddy.
I so hope he can't hear you, Emmy.
Everyone loves it, yeah, buddy, come on.
So
All right.
Kendall's making his way across the top here. And you were talking about people watching the race. Back home in Europe right now, it's somewhere around about 5:30 in the afternoon, depending on where you are, 6:30, possibly even 7:30. So lots of people will be sitting down having their dinner right now and watching the qualifying. And there's some happy people in France, I can tell you. Very pleased to see Matthias Armand currently sitting in second place in 4,600.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Vive la France and fromage and wine happening out there right now. I think it's great. I'm so excited to see those guys here.
Emmy, I did not know that you could speak French. All of a sudden, I was like, oh my goodness.
We don't know that she can speak French.
I don't know what
Just
you
because
said.
you guys can't speak French.
I think next time I'm going to turn my Google Translate on and see what you're saying.
You know what? If he comes up here, I'll interview him in French.
There you
That'll
go.
be really great for the stream.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
Oh, I love it. Kendall Glines right now at a 7-minute mark, making his way down. We're having some problems, though. I mean, he's going a little bit slower, but then again, it's a brand new race vehicle, so he only has 4 miles in it.
No, he's way off pace here.
Yeah.
He's nursing problems or something's going on. Kendall Glines is normally one of the faster guys in 4,600. So this is really unfortunate. But he's nursing it round. He's getting there. He's making it happen. And this is the pinch rock that he's just about to go across. And this is then on to the big downhill. So many of the 4,600 class drivers were worried about this particular section.
Okay, so he's actually backing up at Pinch Rock. An interesting approach. I haven't seen anybody back up right before it so far today.
We had a few vehicles yesterday that were struggling there. Had 2 broken UTVs that had to be removed from course. And this is look how far away Hammertown looks at this particular point. You feel like you're in the middle of nowhere as you come across over the top. And then just as you get to this point, there's a massive rock in front of you. Do you go to the right? Do you go to the left? We were calling it the suicide line to go to the right as it's slightly off camber, and you have to commit to it and have to drive. The left-hand line is tighter and there are some rocks there, but it feels safer because you're not off camber. As safe as you can do going down a near
Exactly.
vertical
This
cliff.
is, safety 24th is happening right now.
Safety third. So now he needs to let this vehicle just roll out. He doesn't want to be braking too hard, otherwise he will lose steering way.
Right, and he's piling up all of that dirt in there in front of him, in front of those front tires.
One of the things we teach when we're actually in
makes his retreat.
$46.95 of Jesse Bennett. All right, so Kendall Glines came through with a 954.895.
Right, Pam, Emmy, I'm going to step out for a short while, but my very good friend Ian Johnson is going to step in and assist you with the qualifying session, and I will be back later. Enjoy.
Right. Enjoy your break, Mr. Jim.
And a big welcome to Ian. Ian was on the stage yesterday with us. We always love to have him hanging around here, helping us out here on this live show. So Jesse Bennett is actually from Reno, Nevada, and that is a 1993 Jeep Grand Cherokee. And his first Ultra 4 race was back in 2022. He's got a lot of great equipment on that vehicle. 4.6 Golden Stroker, 280 horsepower. IPT built all-wheel four-wheel drive trans, Atlas transfer case, Mickey Thompson tires, Hutchinson wheels, Baja Design lights, Silver State Off-Road Nevada Automotive Test Center. It looks like that's where he works. And Liberty Mountain Fab has been working on that vehicle. So that is Jesse Bennett in that Jeep Cherokee. Headed up the hill there. He's going to take a right as he gets up to the top with a really good pace. Currently running at 239, 240. And
Yeah.
hi, Ian.
Hi, Emmy. Hi, Pam. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're better now that you're here and Jim's gone.
We read. Oh, don't say
Doing
that.
amazing. How are you doing,
Is
Ian?
that because you got tired of listening to all the English coming out of him?
Yeah, he says words differently.
He does. I mean, he doesn't understand
He
that we
sounds
wrote him
funny.
a letter in 1776, told him it's a drive shaft, not a prop shaft, and it's a transfer case, not a transfer box. He doesn't understand.
He doesn't get it.
But
Now
he'll get
look at
there.
you guys. Jesse Bennett through the Gates Arch in just right around 3 minutes and 5 seconds, putting in a blistering
I'm only
pace
a
here
quarter
for the
Canadian,
stock class.
Jim comes back up here and wants to make sure Ian says, "You're Canadian. You can't say that."
Yeah, but I'm still only a quarter Canadian, so it's all right.
Well, we are going to welcome into the booth Mr. Albert Contreras. Albert Contreras, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing awesome here at Hammertown today. What a beautiful day to put down a pretty cool qualifying run.
Yeah, I mean, you had an amazing run out there, and I was told that you had Bruno in as your co-driver today.
Yes, so my son is going to school right now. He's in school. And Bruno, Sergio Pinedo's brother, he's my co-dog for Multi King and Hammer. So he's going to do, we're going to share the sand section and the rock section.
Awesome. Well, that's awesome to have, he's obviously a well-seasoned driver as well.
Oh my God, he's been in the car a couple of times. He was in the car for Nationals in Oklahoma, and we brought home third place from that, thanks to his skills.
Oh, he's giving you some shout-outs over there.
Yeah, he's such an awesome co-dog.
No, so tell us about your qualifying course. I mean, that was a tough one. How did it actually feel when you were up there in those off-camber on the ledge, basically, that is so off-camber, and you're on the low side?
Oh my God, this is probably the most toughest, most technical qualifying course ever. I practiced ran it a couple of times, but it was so technical. I didn't practice the in between the blades. And that was my first time up it. I came back out, got stuck, came back in on the left side, but it was an adrenaline pusher for sure. My adrenaline's still pumping right now. I just drove the heck out of it, basically.
That's what you had to do, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
you're the top qualifier right now in the stock class, so it was a great run for you. You actually have it by, let's see, you have a 5:41.596, and Mathis is at a 6 minute. 0.609. So
yes, but Jesse Bennett, Albert, I'm sorry to bring this to you live, but Jesse Bennett just came in with a 5:18.
Right on, that's a great run.
So it looks like Jesse has just edged you out there, but you looked so great out there. We loved having your in-car camera, and looking at it was the first time that we could actually see what was going on from your point of view. So.
Awesome. So for this year, we're integrated the StarStream, and we partnered up with them, and it's such a great tool to have. Now people can actually witness what we are witnessing now in the race car, apart from just the drones and the rest of the footage. That can get in-cab footage, and we try to keep it rated R, but You know, it's tough sometimes when you hit stuff, but that's a great marketing tool for us, and for all my fans and family and all the spectators to see our in-cab footage is just amazing.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a different angle seeing when the forward view. It's so like
off camera.
Nerve-wracking.
We can see your hood's doing this, and then your hood's doing this, and then we can see when you had it facing towards you, and you're like really working the wheel, and your co-driver's just sitting there holding on to his belt. It's like, whatever, it's fine.
Doing what he does best, holding on.
Let's talk a little bit about the car itself. So you're in stock class. Give us a rundown of the car, top to bottom, front to back. What's in that?
So it's a 2006 LJ Unlimited Rubicon. So it's a long wheelbase TJ. It's got the 6-cylinder 4.0 motor in it, 42 RLE transmission, Atlas transfer case, Dana 60 front, GM 14 bolt in the rear, spool in the rear, air locker in the front, 1410 CV unit front and back. That car was built almost 12 years ago, and that was probably the first car to have 8-lug 1-ton axles in that car. And that's what's needed. If you're going to punish your car, that's what you need. You need heavy-duty front and rear drivetrain to withstand all the force we're going to put into it. I rebuilt it a couple of times, second body, second frame, second cage. Obviously, it's been around, and it's an icon for Ultra 4.
Nice. Any concerns now that you've seen lap 1, lap 2, getting out there? Have you done any pre-running in the car? How's it working out there in the desert?
I did the first section of the desert run. It's pretty smooth, but they're prepping us for the rocks, so we're going to do a lot of rocks. It's going to be a long day, so we haven't pre-ran the rocks yet, but I know the trail's pretty good. So, I mean, it's just what gets you is adrenaline pumping because you're racing against the clock. If you're out here on a Sunday cruising, you can do those trails with no problem. But once you're racing and you're against the clock, it's a totally different ball game right there. So things can happen really fast.
Yeah, and they can happen really fast.
Really, really fast. And you're done with your qualifying run. You're able to just go out and now pre-run. Is that what your plan is?
Yes. So my plan is to pre-run some of the rock sections, and most of the rocks move all the time. There's a lot of people out here, and there's a lot of seasoned drivers, and there's a lot of novice drivers that don't know the trails, and they move rocks and stuff. So everything's different. It changes. So I just want to get a bird's eye view of the trails, see how they are, and just prep for Friday morning.
There you go. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You're always ready.
Always ready.
You always have a smile. Albert Contreras, you were one of the favorites. I see it. You're one of my favorites as well, and it's just awesome to see you out here for one more year here.
Thank you. I'm going to keep racing as long as my body permits.
Exactly. Why not? Why not? And but you put your co-driver to work. I mean, Bruno, I believe he's a CrossFit. I think he does CrossFit. No, he's shaking his head. No.
He's pretty fit. He can get up there and run the line real quick and go up and down, and get in the car real quick. So he's pretty cool.
Exactly. You definitely want one of those kind of people in your co-driver. Right. I mean, he could go do CrossFit with the Shear group. I mean, they do it every morning. So.
Hey, 6 in the morning.
Well, here on screen we've got Alex McNeil. Alex is in a 1998 Jeep ZJ with a Mopar Magnum 360 stroker, and he started racing Ultra 4 in 2015 and was third in KOH last year. So we've got a podium finisher on screen right now, putting in a pretty good time. 4:31. He's not going to beat your time, Albert, but he's going to be right up there as we are doing our qualifying here in the stock class for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, Alex, all the way down here from Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada. So if you don't know where that is, that's like where Montana ends, and then it just gets colder above that. So that's where he's at. Yeah.
What part of Canada are you from?
I'm from Ontario, just outside of the capital, Ottawa. So that's where I'm originally from. I'm still quarter Canadian. That's how I look at it right now.
Quarter Canadian?
Quarter Canadian, quarter American, half Southern.
Wow.
You give Southern their own.
If you live there, you'd understand.
I do live there.
And you understand. Yep,
definitely. But Albert Contreras, thank you so much for coming into the booth. We'll let you go get your pre-running started because it's going to be a lot of homework out there. Congratulations on this successful run so far of the day, and we'll see you on race day.
Thanks, guys. Keep doing a great job. You guys are doing awesome.
Thank you very much. Albert Contreras, obviously one of the ones that will be one to reckon with out there for our stock class, even though we still have lots of racers to go on our qualifying run.
And just a note for you, Emmy, just to keep us all honest up here, whenever you see Alex on screen like this in that vehicle, it must be pronounced ZJ because he's from Canada.
Oh my
So
gosh.
we have to
Zenche?
Zed.
Yeah,
That's the
you
last
know,
letter of the
again,
alphabet. Zed.
We talk about Jim having all the different
Hey.
words that he says, and now you're going to school me on Zed.
Well, this applies because he came all the way down from Fort McMurray, Canada. It's all over the live chat. Everyone's busting you for calling
All right,
Z.
fine, live
So
chat,
I'm just
fine.
letting you know that you got to be nice to these people. They got their ketchup chips and their coffee crisps and all these things that they like.
Ketchup
So
chips?
oh, you'll love them.
yeah,
They're
they
the
have
best chips in the world.
chips that are flavored
Yeah.
like ketchup, dude.
They're great. So
I
here
don't
comes
like ketchup, so I
Alex.
probably
Here
wouldn't
comes
like 'em.
Alex right now coming back into Hammertown off of the rocks into the short course here in Johnson Valley, California. So how has qualifying been going so far, guys? I've been listening to you a lot on the live stream. It's been really, really great. Any highlights that we need to sort of talk about?
Well, actually, I would have to say, like, there hasn't been any tumbles, and I don't want to speak too soon because I don't want to jinx anybody because I'm really good at jinxing people when they're going through the gates gate. But Cameron Steele won the highlights. He is our #1 qualifier, but picking up the speed the second half of the course, that's something we haven't really seen from any driver yet today. So Cameron's still out front with that #1 spot in that 4800 Legends class. It's like, I don't know, that's what sticks out to me.
Definitely a class to watch. You know, the 4800 cars always do so well out here, being the old Ultra 4, basically what we used to consider a 4400 car. You know, but the Legends cars always do so well, and it's great to see Cameron back behind the steering wheel of that. But all right, as Alex McNeil comes back into town, we have another competitor out here on course.
That is Mr. 4655 of Sergio Panilios out there on course.
Yep, that is a 2024 Jeep JL, so pretty new vehicle there. It's built by Rock Crawler. It's got a Warren winch, Nitto tires, Curry Products is on there, Rock Jock, Adams Drive Shaft. The first Ultra 4 race was in 2014, but has also been first place at Visions, first place in Pennsylvania 2023, and the East Coast champ in 2023. And he comes all the way from Mount Dora, Florida.
Yes, and Sergio, fun fact about this Jeep, last year it was a brand new Jeep whenever he came out here to race at King of the Hammers. I don't remember, but for some reason, like 100 miles is sticking out to me that's all it had in there. He had quite the year last year in it. At our race in Bowling Green, Kentucky, he took a tumble, and then they ended up putting like yellow Rock Crawler Band-Aids all over it, you know, because the body was a little messed up. But Sergio also, he raced in John Schaefer's Jeep the year before, won a championship and everything. So Sergio, definitely a lot of seat time under his belt. You will see him if you go over to the Warren booth as well. Very, very, very knowledgeable. Bruno is his brother that was co-driving for Albert Contreras. So that is a little bit of background there.
Yeah.
Awesome, Pam. I think we should just sort of talk again a little bit about what we're watching right now. So this is the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. So these guys are, as Pam mentioned before, these are basically stock vehicles, right? So it's a stock OEM frame, wheelbase can't change any more than 3 inches, factory engine, factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5-inch shock per corner unless it came from the factory with dual shocks, and they're limited to 14 inches of travel, and then all the normal stuff, you know, mechanical steering, factory style suspension. And it really is a class that's fun to watch because it's literally the vehicles that, you know, you could see basically building this yourself and come out here and race. I love seeing these stock drivers come out here and tackle the course because it's a long day out there in a stock class car.
This is the hardest way to do King of the Hammers, and so I have the utmost respect for these guys and gals that are out here doing it in the stock vehicles. You know, you're going to be slow, you're going to be working hard, you're going to be winching. It's not about all and out speed, it's about your prep, and it's about your survival, and it's about your mindset.
And even in the stock class, I think there's like variations, right? Like if I'm in a stock class race car, if I'm, you know, co-driving with Bailey Cole in that Bronco, I'm feeling pretty good. But if I'm sliding into a Suzuki Samurai, I know my day's going to be super long out there. So in that stock class, there's such a variation of vehicles, so it's really cool to see them out there.
Right, but I do love me a good Sammy. I do. Do we have any Samurais competing this year?
There's
I really hope so.
always a Samurai.
I hope
There's
so.
always a
I'm
Samurai.
not sure. I have not seen, but you guys are more than likely right.
They're not going to qualify.
Yeah, that's true. They're not going to tear up their car for qualifying because you're going to be last anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That's right.
Samurais are my spirit 4x4 animal.
Oh, there is one.
Anthony
Hadsel. Anthony Hadsel.
Anthony Hadsel? All right. Well, we're going to be looking for you on race day, Anthony.
Oh, there's 2 of them. And Joel Dulick.
Ooh, dude, we might have a race.
Yep.
Yep, they are in the not qualifying order here. So, yep, why would you qualify that? But right now, in our 10 o'clock hour, on course. Sergio still making his way through right now. He's at a 4:54, getting ready to go through, I believe that is the Pinch Rock area.
Yeah, we saw a lot of action yesterday as everyone made their way through this section. A couple good rolls in our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championships cars, but sort of today it's been just nice clean lines through there, which is good.
Yeah. Was that the place where the UTV rolled like 6 times?
Yes.
It was right through there.
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah.
right through there. Took a
I'm
bad
not sure.
bounce and
Do we know who Sergio's co-driver is? Who's Sergio's co-driver? See if it. Oh, Justin Andrews. That's right. I knew that. Thank you, Brad. You were in with John, right? As Sergio picking up his speed downhill here, like we've been seeing all of the racers. And earlier on, Ian, we were watching when Brendan Thompson's son Austin went. His car was bucking pretty good. Like it's the only one that we've really seen like bucking a lot through that section. But everybody else has been pretty smooth, and Sergio making it look really smooth just now.
it's a very steep section. It's hard
Yeah.
to sort of like get an idea of what it's like from obviously watching it at home or see even here. You know, it's just not going to happen. You just can't really basically put it into give it perspective or give it justice. That's an incredibly steep drop off when you're coming down the top of that.
Yes, and let's see, he is at a 6:12 coming around for the finish at the MBRP tabletop. So let's see where that will put him at. All right, Sergio in the number 4 spot with a 6:20.157.
Excellent.
And now this is Mr. John Williams in the 46:23.
Yep, John is going to be our last stock class qualifier for a while. We're going to go back to Legends here for an hour or so. But a really good looking Ford Bronco there, having no problem here at the beginning of the course. Just, don't say that until
Don't say that, don't say that.
No, just a quick shift there. I mean, I think he's all right.
Yeah, John Williams is a part of the Ford Performance team.
Ooh, got a little spinny tire back there. Going to have to back up, try to find that traction, and try again.
Yeah, it's neat to see these Ford Broncos out here. They came out here years ago, came out of that stock class car, basically, you know, came in here and put a huge amount of factory backing behind these drivers, and it's been great to see them out here basically tearing up this track ever since. It's sort of fun to see these guys out here in these cars that are very similar to the Bronco that you're going to be able to buy down at your local dealer, just a few modifications here and there, but it's always fun to see these guys tackle the course. But it looks like John's having a little bit of trouble at this one climb that I can't see in the front. It almost looks like the front's not pulling there. But
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's like just stuck on the rocks right there, and it's like a ledge rock or what, but it did not look like the front was pulling. But we also saw Kendall Glines have a little bit of issues right here as well.
That front is not pulling at all. That's all rear-wheel drive happening. So has he lost four-wheel drive, or is he just not locked in the front?
I don't know.
it's hard to tell from this angle, but it certainly looks like the front end is not helping him up those rocks. I don't know what it could possibly be. We saw him stop on his way to the there it is. Now it's pulling.
Nope.
So it seems to be whether it was
that is so steep.
Nope.
Yeah, it looks like he might just be coming around. Oh no, maybe he's picking a different line. I thought maybe pulling a U-turn and coming back into town, but looks like he's resetting.
And when they get sideways on these steep hills,
that's scary.
That section right there, made famous by Mel Wade a few years ago when he rolled his JK on it and landed on its wheels and kept going.
And that's what we were talking about that earlier. Besides Mel Wade's iconic, roll and doing what he just did, but we were talking about how drivers, if they roll over and they're fine to go, they just keep on going. The UTV, she was bringing up the UTV yesterday that rolled down the hill. Fish, if you watched it, he was in the in-car of it. They were wanting to go, but they couldn't.
All right, Kodog is getting out here to see if they can suss out what's going on. I mean, honestly, to me, it looks like they don't have four-wheel drive. I think it's more than just not having a front locker. Is he trying to spot him up this?
Could be.
This is something you don't normally see in qualifying either, as a co-driver getting out to spot.
Oh, he picked something up there. Maybe it was a GoPro.
Oh,
no.
He could have.
Yeah,
it looks like a part. Looks like he's carrying a part of a car. Hopefully, it's not an important part.
Huh.
The question could be, in the could be he could be picking up a CV axle at that point.
All right,
it doesn't look big enough to be a CV, but
well,
maybe.
it could be the parts of the CV.
But the parts that
out.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, we'll
the
see.
internals will become external at some point in time.
Well, listen, if there's anyone from John Williams' team listening, we'd love to talk to them if they ever get back to Hammertown. So please send them our way if we can. It looks like he's actually turning around and going off of qualifying. So that is a tough blow for John Williams Racing out of Logan, Utah. I mean, he's an old school guy. His first Ultra 4 race was in 2012 in the EMC. So, he knows what he's doing. He's got experience behind there. So really am very curious to see what happened to that Ford Bronco.
Yeah, not sure at all, but that is, like you're saying, it's such a bummer to see.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
All right, so on the line, we should have the 4701 of Nathan Churchill, but we will wait until we do have John Williams completely cleared of course before we drop that green flag. We're going to be moving back into our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class for just here a bit, and then we'll be going back into our other classes as well. We still have our 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified classes that we have not seen anybody go for yet this morning.
Yeah, I think we have some of those in the 12 o'clock hour, Pam, if I remember correctly. We got some of those guys spelled into there. A couple people we're going to be watching out for. Obviously, John Matthews always puts on a good show out there. Cody St. Clair.
All right, 4701, Nathan Churchill taking the green flag, starting off his qualifying loop here in the 10 o'clock hour.
Nathan is up from Northern California, up from Martinez, California, and his Jimmy's FJ Cruiser. Looks like his first Ultra 4 race was in 2021.
And Nathan making good time so far. Again, this is the 4800 class. Obviously, they can have unlimited horsepower.
Yeah, it used to be a class that we saw a lot of older 4400 cars sort of like spell down into, ooh, that's a rock you don't want to catch.
Definitely.
But yeah, we see a lot of the old, we would call them the older cars fall back into this class. A perfect example right here, the old Jimmy's chassis. That was kind of a staple for the longest time in 4400. But now we have a lot of people building specific vehicles just for this class. It's a great class. Come out and race in. It's a very competitive class. And at the end of the day, this is a vehicle where honestly, I think you could build it, you could race it, and it could still be a good trail rig on the weekend, because it's not it can be a full-blown race car, but it's still at the same time, it can also be a fun car just to have in your garage to spend some time. But yeah, it sounds like it's looking like that left front tire is not good.
That is not going to be good to pull through the rest of this qualifying course, especially going up towards that Gates gate. But, I mean, we saw him hit that rock and obviously pop the tire.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue, the Gates gate wouldn't worry me too much, but this hill climb with a flat tire is going to be tough. When you get these sandy hill climbs and they're basically rutted out, it just sucks up so much power out of the car to try to get up. You shed a lot of speed and you shed a lot of control.
Well, and then whenever they get to past the Gates gate where they're on that off camber and it's on the driver's side with having that front tire.
Yeah, that's the worst spot to have the left-hand side down like that, especially if you're in the driver's seat. That is no fun. We can see Nathan making his way up. You can see that tire is just tearing up the dirt as it's obviously not holding any air.
But, we were talking about this yesterday, too. The drivers that might have an issue, but they can still finish out the qualifying loop. I mean, you want to still continue if you can, because there are still people that are not going to qualify that you can start in front of, or somebody that might have more issues than you that, pull off the course like we saw John Williams do. So, yeah, it's definitely a benefit to continue on if you can.
Yeah, 4800 is such a big class. There's a lot of racers in that class. So, yes, you're right. If you can keep going, you want to keep going in that class. We say it all the time. Position for the vehicle is so important on race day, especially on these multiple lap races. We were talking yesterday about where there was going to be bottlenecks, if there's going to be bottlenecks. It's not such of a big deal for some of the larger cars like the 4800 cars, but the stock class cars definitely, they're going to be able to pick their way through the line. But when we see traffic jams on race day, that's when we'll look back at qualifying and see how important it was.
And Nathan had no problem there going through gates, and now he is coming down that steeper off-camber section. Looking really good, actually, currently sitting at like 315. So doesn't really seem like his flat tire is doing him too much of a penalty there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to keep up a half-decent pace. As Pam said, the tricky spot is going to be when he makes this turn here and has to go through this sort of cross-grain off-camber section. That's going to be tough with a left-hand flat. But the good thing is it's obviously still on the vehicle. But you can see as he drops down into here, every time that left side drops down, it gets a little sketchy for sure.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't completely lose all the tread, it'll help out just a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, we don't want him coming in on his wheel, but it's, wow, look at all that dirt that he's plowing there.
Yeah, there's the nice little berm at the bottom of that turn actually helped him a lot. This climb will be a little bit tricky with a flat, but I think they're a big enough car they'll should be able to get over it still. And then downhill is not going to be fun with that flat for sure.
Definitely not. We did see a couple UTVs yesterday with some front flats going down this hill. Obviously, they're a lighter weight vehicle, but he's definitely taking it easy as he should. But he's making his way down. Now, once he's down at the bottom of this, it's smooth sailing, get back into that short course and get a finish. But I mean, he still has a good time. He's at a 4:25 right now.
Yeah, he's still keeping up a good pace. And like I said before, that's the nice thing. These 4800 cars, were purpose-built cars for this race. And they were what started all of this. So they should be able to come in with some good times. Solid axle cars, obviously, all of them. And they'll be able to come in with some good time. Even though it's a single shock car, the technology in these shocks have changed so much over the years that I still think they can put down some good times. But yeah, he's coming to that short course right now. He's at a 450 as he makes his way around that first turn, heads out to the big Talladega turn.
Yeah, this right-hand turn will be the one that's a little more difficult for him. He'll probably take that just a little bit easier because you don't want to dig that down and possibly roll you over. But Nathan Churchill coming up to the MBRP tabletop where they will have the finish line at, but at 5:14 right now. So he's definitely not too shabby. I mean, he's going to be in the top 15 right now.
Yeah, that's
so
a good
5:18.
That's a good spot considering how much trouble he had on that qualifying course. That's a shame because you can just sort of imagine how good he would have done if he had all 4 tires good from the entire start.
Right, exactly. Oh, we have a driver that might be a little off.
Is he lost?
Course. I believe that should be Ryan Bell.
Yeah, it looks like he may have missed the
right-hand turn.
Yeah, coming out of the short course and went.
Yeah,
and it went straight into the rock. So he's basically headed over straight to short bus. That's a shame.
Yeah, that should be the 4899 of Ryan Bell out from Texas.
Well, I'm sure if he has his team on the radio, they will eventually tell him that he is not going the right way.
Oh, they are yelling at him right now.
Yeah.
Actually, they're yeah.
I think at this point you just finish the lap, take the penalties, and see where you land.
Yep.
Right, exactly.
You've left the starting line, so you do get a time. You will be looking at some serious penalties for missing part of the course. So, but at least the getting out there and shaking it down. And it's funny, we talked to some people about whether or not they actually pre-ran the qualifying section or not, and it seems to be a real mixed bag. But some people are like, yeah, went out there, ran it 3 or 4 laps. Other people are like, nope, first time I saw it was when I got in driver's seat.
Oh, like
that was
Max Gordon and Robbie yesterday?
Yeah, so I think that there's sort of like a mixed feeling about it. And for me, I think with this qualifying course being so new, I think you'd want to get out and at least try to pre-run it a couple times just because exactly this. The qualifying course changes every year. It's just a different spot, and so it's not a traditional burned-in route.
Yeah,
it's all new, so it'd be a good idea to get out there and put some time in it for sure.
I mean, I have to joke about it. He's the fastest one to the Gates Gate this morning.
Yeah, the time. Oh, I see. We took it off.
Best time of the
Like
morning.
1 minute.
Right?
He's going to get back in town and be like, that was so fast.
Exactly. But yeah, no, let's see. We should have Chad Jesse. That will be still going here in just a few moments as well. As soon as we get, okay, now obviously he's on course, but yeah, making his way down that lovely steep Means Butte.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they actually assess the penalties on this, because so far the only thing that we've gotten from Ben is 5 minutes if you don't go through the gates.
Right.
I mean, are there any actual VCPs on here? Like, how are they going to decide what his actual qualifying time is? Or does he just, like, sorry, you're at the back because he didn't actually do the route?
That would be a decision that we don't have to make, thank goodness.
No, thank God I don't have to make it, but I am very curious to see how that's going to shake out and where he's going to actually start on Friday on race day.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Race Ops deals with that. It's a very good question. I mean, I don't know. It'd be like, because technically he did start the qualifying lap. Unfortunately, did not do it correctly.
So maybe he'll just go at the end, just like the Jeep did that pulled off.
So is this a thing to where it is a time advantage penalty? You know, like if you cut a course or whatever, and it's a time advantage penalty.
It
I
could
don't
be,
know.
yeah. Maybe we'll get Ben to clarify what the rules will be, or maybe we'll just wait until race day and see where he starts.
Right,
and then we'll know from
exactly.
there. All right, so who's next on our line, Pam? Who should we see? Oh, who we got on screen right now, Pam?
That should be the 747 of Chad Jussie. Yes, it is. He's a minute 5 seconds into the run.
All right, so he's out of Arizona running a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis with a 427 LS3 with, y'all, 800 horsepower. Raceline wheels on there, AccuTuner off-road, color bomb wraps, and his first KOH was in 2020. So we should see some really good things here from Chad in the 747.
Yeah.
Do you think he chose that number like because he's like fast like a plane, like
That's-
a 747?
You just like, were you in my brain just
Yeah,
now? Because
well,
I was
'cause we're
thinking
both
the same
Halls.
thing. Exactly.
Stole
You
that,
were the
right?
born Hall. I was. What did you call it yesterday? Your born Hall.
Yeah, by birth or marriage,
By
all
birth or
halls are
marriage.
awesome.
All right, Chad making his way through the cross grain section here, going to make a turn, head up short bus, and then take the right turn at the top and head through Gates Gate. So Pam, we always do it every year. I heard you guys kind of talking earlier. Did you guess your fast qualifying time today for our classes?
I did. So my pick is.
All right, so who did you get, Pam? Did you give me a fast?
My
a
pick,
fast
Dwayne
time?
Garrettson.
At
I
what
said
time?
a 3:37, but I think that's
Three?
already been. I mean, we're at 3:44 for Cameron Steele.
I was going to say 3:37 seems a little slow.
It is. Yeah.
I think it's going to be. I think we're going to see a 3:12, but I don't know who's going to put it down. I haven't really made that decision yet. I'll look into Power Hour and I'll pick somebody. I'm going to look into Power Hour here and see if I see anyone. All right, so we're watching Chad. He's making up to this squeeze rock situation.
All right, so getting some word from what will happen with the racer that just missed part of the race course. Course deviation is a DQ. So that means he'll be starting in the back of the
Starting
pack.
at the back of the pack, yep. Which we'll see these guys leave the line on Friday. And as we said before, it's multiple classes during the Everyman Challenge, during the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. So there's 3 classes in there. There's a 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class. So even though you'll be at the back, I don't think you'll be behind the stocks.
Correct.
I think you'll be ahead of the stocks of the race. But yeah, so that'll be a DQ for not finishing out that race course. That's good to know. So now we know that.
Exactly.
So if you're listening, make sure you take the right-hand turn.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, don't
Don't
miss the turn.
deviate.
Yep.
Do not deviate. All right, Chad Jussie making a very quick run here. Should be up here in the top 5. Yes, at a 4:10.
So it puts him in 7th place.
7:51. Oh, 7th, okay.
7th place back home. And on the line, who have we got, Pam?
All right, let me get my list back out here. This should be Matthew Slinstad. Matthew in the number, well, it says UNK on here on my driver's list, but that is an amazing jump over our Yukon launch. So Matthew Slingstad
I'm going to go with Slingstad.
going through the Bronco Arch.
To the Bronco Arch, yep. Then back down to this cross-grain section. This is where we saw the missed turn earlier. Heading out into this big loop. We'll head up over that right there. That's where the turn was missed before.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh,
here we
great
go.
in-car. This is awesome. Love seeing some in-car action.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing the in-car like that, and then whenever they have that front view as well is absolutely amazing. We keep talking about the StarStream and the whole setup of it, and it is bringing the whole off-road race, the King of the Hammers, to a completely different level. I know it does for me, just sitting here, talking about it and watching it. It gives us so much more to talk about as well.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of explain to people what it's like being in one of these cars when you're on the trail. It's great to be able to see how violent it is in these cars. I always tell people all the time, if you want to know what it's like to be in an Ultra 4 car, just go get in a car accident for 8 hours of your day, and that's what it feels like sometimes. It's a very, very brutal sport. You can see as they're riding around in this rock section, and this isn't even the hard section of the course.
Exactly.
And then add to the fact that, it's very different than just going four-wheeling. You are out in full race gear. You can't sort of stick your head out the window to see where you're going. So it is a completely different world for sure, but probably one of the best types of off-road racing on the planet, in my opinion, bar none. And that's why we're all out here.
Exactly. Okay, so Matthew Slinstad has Jason Berger riding shotgun with him right now. His first Ultra 4 race is this year here at King of the Hammers. He has a Steel Nuts chassis Revolution LS 429 with 700 horsepower and a Hero T-case. He's a part of the Rage 4th team. So welcome, Matthew, to King of the Hammers.
I was going to say, the fact that he's got Jason Berger in there, that's a name that we hear quite often out here with another former multi-time king, Mr. Jason Shearer.
Well, and I did see Jason just a little bit ago. He was walking by to go get in the car, I believe, with Matthew at the time. And he was saying that they missed out on CrossFit this morning because he wanted to make sure that, they were all in the car and ready to go. So, I think he said it was a last-second decision that he decided to go actually run the whole qualifying loop as well. But here we are. Who else? I mean, you want these experienced co-drivers with you.
Yeah, especially in these classes where there's a chance that you're going to either be dealing with bottlenecks or possibly some winching. I think co-driver selection out here is so important, especially in this Everyman Challenge class, because of the fact that you are running technically a limited race car. You only have a 37-inch tall tire, a DOT tire. You have limited suspension travel. It's not like when we see the big cars that can do whatever they want out there on 40s or 42-inch tall tires with unlimited suspension. It's a very different game, and especially when we get into the rocks, for sure.
Exactly. And then that's something else that we have talked about the past few days as well, is your co-driver is basically, they are the hero of the whole entire race. Like, that co-driver gets you from point A to point B, helping you navigate through everything. The ones that are having to get out and help you winch through the rocks during the race. So the co-drivers, like you just said, are very key. And man, you could see him rocking back and forth at the top of that drop. Ooh, that was a little sketchy, but he made it look a little bit easy once he got over. You can see him sawing out the wheel just a little bit, and once he gets down to the bottom, I'm sure that Jason will be telling him to pick it up.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest benefits of the 4800 class is the fact that they can have that full hydraulic steering. Makes a huge difference. Our 4500 class, they have to have sort of a traditional mechanical steering. You can have a cylinder assist or something that helps with steering, but you're still going to have a mechanical linkage between your hands and the front tires on the vehicle. These 4800 cars with that full hydraulic steering, it's not as hard on you as a driver, basically pounding through the rocks. You almost like a shock inside the system, which makes a huge difference when you spend all day on the trail.
Yes, exactly.
Well, he's coming through our old Talladega turn on the way to the MBRP tabletop jump, where we will see his final time. He's looking pretty good here. This is one of our Legends qualifiers. So currently we have Cameron Steele in first place for qualifying at a 3:44. Second place is Michael Kelly at 3:51, and Tony Howard is in third place qualifying at 4:02. But again, we have a lot of racing taking that awesome tabletop jump there, or sorry, gap jump. Somebody on the live stream thinks we should call it the Gladiator Gap, and I'm thinking, you know what, that's pretty funny.
I think you said that yesterday.
That's what I thought I should be called, but apparently it's not. Apparently it has an official name, I've been told.
Officially the Yukon launch.
Yes,
and
the Yukon launch.
Right now we have Mr. Justin Barth in the number 417 out on course. Justin Barth also qualified yesterday in our UTV class as well. So Justin Barth, another well-seasoned racer out here.
Yep, he's out of Springfield, Missouri, and that is a 700 horsepower LS3 427cc motor that it's got underneath there, cubic inch motor. Looking really good there with his Raceline wheels, G-Force Racing, works with Jimmy's 4x4. And again, this is another old school competitor. First Ultra 4 race was in 2014.
Yeah, he's been around for quite a while.
Been around for a while.
Yes, he has.
That makes me feel so old, Emmy. I raced in 2009 when you say old.
I know. And look at you still have the same hairstyle. I love it.
Hey, I didn't fit under the helmet, though. I had to give that up. So.
You didn't have a customized helmet made for your hair?
They kind of shy away from you cutting a hole in the top of the helmet for your hair to stick out. So
kind of safety reasons, I guess.
Yep, I understand that. I did have to not spike it for this year's Vegas to Reno, but it was tough to make that decision. But I did. Yeah, but it was good. Yeah. So
it's
Justin Barth,
so perfect.
Justin Barth making his way through the cross grain here, going to head over to short bus and head up the hill.
All right. Justin Barth, again, like you were just talking about, making his way through. You can see the nice rough rocks that he's going through.
Yeah, you can see this section right here. It's just getting chewed up and chewed up. We saw yesterday the UTVs, it seemed to be less of an issue in this section getting up there because it was so fresh in the day. But as we've put more and more qualifying cars for this course, and now we've got these high horsepower cars tearing that up, as we get later in the day into Power Hour and even into the 4400s tomorrow, it's going to be even crazier.
Yeah, these not only are these vehicles, they might have smaller tires, but they are much heavier, much more powerful than those UTVs. So they're going to tear up the course in just a little bit different, making that right-hand turn, heading up to Gates Gate. Let's see if he's going to have a hard time getting through there. But so far, putting down a really nice qualifying run.
Yeah, he actually just went through Gates at a 2:25. I believe 2:08 has been the fastest person up there so far today, and that was done by Michael Kelly earlier on. But 2:25 for Justin Barth through that area. It's really awesome to have that point of, how fast were they going at this point? But also, as we saw earlier on, we saw Cameron Steele pick it up afterwards.
Right. But that's a good halfway marker to see where they're at.
Exactly.
Yeah, we kept looking yesterday. We sort of had an unofficial sort of like split time at that Gates Gate. And it seemed to be the fast, it's like 145 through there, would get you around that 3-minute mark. So anybody who comes through that 145 number, I think after that, not to say it's all easy downhill, but it's easier downhill. So it's always good to sort of make it happen. There's an engine being dragged right through Hammertown right now. I think I know where that one's going, to be honest with you. I think that's going right down the road to our good friend. Is that Dustin's? Oh, it's Jacob Pachenko's engine. Okay, yep. I have heard. I've talked to a few people who unfortunately are replacing engines here in the on the lake bed. It's not fun. I've rebuilt transmissions here. I've helped rebuild engines here. It's not fun.
Yeah, it is a little hard when you're working in the dirt like that, right? And you just got to make sure you want to have a clean engine, but then you don't know how many times it's going to have a problem. Getting dirt into that motor as you're building it here on the lake bed. But Justin Barth is coming through here, looking really good, and he's in the infield currently, almost at 4 minutes in the Legends class. So in the Legends class. So he's going to be finishing up here pretty soon at our qualifying. Again, this race is going to take place on Friday. Tomorrow we've got more qualifying for you. Thursday will be the UTV races, and then EMC will happen on Friday.
Yes, and Justin Barth just came through, finished his qualifying loop with a 4:07.471, putting him in that number 5 spot.
All right, so we always say here in Johnson Valley, there's always going to be like crazy things happening, but here you go. This is possibly one of the craziest things I personally have seen in the almost 20 years coming out here. So during today's EMC qualifying, this is going to be a first. We have the 2025 electric unicycle racing. Okay, so this is some of the best riders in the world, and I'm not talking about one wheels. This is like this kind they stand on either. So this is literally an electric unicycle. We're dubbing it the Ultra One race, which I think is kind of cool, right? So these are the best riders in the world. They're here in Johnson Valley to put it all on the line and determine the winner of this first Ultra One race. This is the Amped Electric Games race. It's going to be held on the short course. They're going to battle out between 12 and 2 p.m. Okay, the race is presented by eridelife.com, but it's where you can buy your own electric unicycle. If you're brave enough, you can use KOH use the code KOH to get free shipping on any purchase.
All right,
and
hang
just
on,
to
I
give
gotta
you
go
an
buy that.
idea, you should order it right now. I mean, I'm not.
Nope.
I've been scared to death to get one of these things. But to get an idea of what it looks like, if you're brave enough to get one of these, we got some footage of these guys actually in action that we're going to share with you.
This is epic. This stuff's going to be really hardcore, man. Straight down the side of a mountain with cliffs all around. It's going to be epic. High speed, but once you get down here, open it up, it's going to be nuts. Riding the Bigote X-Way. It's the 168 volt, 3,000 watt hour.
And Electric Games, the voice of electric sports.
So I always said, it's the motos scared me. That scares me.
No,
even more.
that's my new favorite thing. That's my new favorite thing. I would die, but it's my new favorite thing.
I definitely, no thank you. I'm good on that. I definitely will just stand back and watch.
All right, so I would consider that a pretty extreme sport, Ultra One driving down. And joining us in the booth, which is awesome because, so first of all, you might not recognize him because he left. Glenn, do you need me to go get some of my gel?
Yeah, no doubt. Actually, you definitely got my hairdo today. Sorry.
So for those of you who don't know Glenn, this is Glenn Blake. He is an icon in the downhill skiing world. Known, I would say, well known for having an amazing mohawk on a regular basis, but also an avid off-roader as well, right?
Oh yeah, no man. I had uncles that started doing the Jamboree back in '66, and was spinning wrenches with Grandpa on the ranch and on the farm, and then. Like I say, spinning wrenches led to an accidental opportunity to race the Baja 500 with Darren Skilton in the Kia back in 1995, and I've basically raced every year since.
Oh, that's really, really cool.
And normally you can't be here because normally you're throwing yourself off a mountain right now, right?
I was in France. J'ai écouté le français avant
Ah, oui, très bien, très bien.
No, I was just in. I spent most of the time in my winters in Chamonix, France, or Mammoth Mountain, and I just flew in from France on Tuesday for some business up in Salt Lake, and I helped a friend do some mock-up on a vehicle that's racing this weekend, and the time it worked, man. And I get to be at Hammers. I've had 2 or 3 opportunities to be here over the years, but I'm here this week, and it's just a great midwinter vacation for me before I dive back into the ski world next Tuesday.
Nice. So since you're such a fan and now you're here, what are the chances of we're going to see you in a car one of these times?
Maybe really good. So I'm here with Les Figueroa from Fig Speed, and we're running a 4500 car, and they got a lot of racing history here over the years, and like I say, help mock up the cars. That got my hands on it a little bit, and both him and Jack have had shoulder surgeries within the last year. And they said, we want you banded just in case. So who knows, man? I hope I don't get in because it's theirs and I really do it. But at the same time, I hope I do get in. What the heck, Hey. It's friends helping friends, man. That's what this is all about, right?
That's right. It'll be tons of fun. And if you do, then we'll give you, when you come across the line here, we'll give you time to get out of the car, get the iron out and the
no
gel.
problem. My wife's here. We'll sort out. Who we got on course? Because I know I'm like, let's talk about Johnny Valadez.
Johnny Valadez out there right now.
Yes. Johnny, you're diverting the conversation.
No, I love to talk about myself and everything, but at the same time, I just watched Jesse Bennett, by the way. What a run, huh, that stalker?
Yes.
And then you guys went to commercial. I'm like, this is the only reason I'm watching this. Because, what the heck?
Premium feed. You got to get the premium feed.
I don't want to be the person that's watching Johnny going, why aren't we watching Talking Johnny? He's having a good run,
Well, yeah, Johnny's looking really good in that bomber chassis with an LS3 there. His first Ultra 4 race was in 2023, so a little bit newer to to our rock racing world here, but still looking really good as he's going through that tight little squeeze in the 1717 car. He's out from Agua Dulce, so he is a vaguely local boy.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, the bomber car, one of my favorite cars always to see out here in Johnson Valley. I think it's, that's kind of my opinion. I think Randy and the guys at Bomber Fab, that sort of car sort of set the stage for us for solid axle cars, and then it kind of exploded after that. And I say that's still one of my favorite cars to see out here racing, so it's always fun. And I think in a 4800 class, man, these guys, those bomber cars just eat it up, all day long.
As we were speaking earlier too, whenever Jim was in here, I mean, the bomber chassis, they were basically developed out here. So, I mean, they're made for hammers. They're made for King of the Hammers. They've been very successful. They've been tried, they've been true, they've been tested, and you know that it is going to do very well out here in these rocks.
It's crazy to watch Randy's, life go along. I remember when he was just an instructor over at the Fab School. I'm proud to say that I have parts in my motorhome that are actually Slauson fabricated.
Oh, wow.
They weren't Bomber at the time, but they're just like some trim pieces around my step case. But every time I think about it, and then to watch what's happened, I remember when they were first building it, and it was 15, 20 years ago, this whole thing was going to happen, and Randy was like, yeah, this is what I'm doing, and then, well, here we go, his story tells. And then I got another Northern Nevada man. Yeah.
Exactly.
Battleborn, all right.
Exactly.
Well, off the line here, this should be Cody Young in the 4862 Miller Motorsports chassis.
And yes, it is.
Yeah, that's another obviously a great rig that comes out here. You can always see the Miller cars, they do so well. That's their chassis that sort of evolved, especially into this 4800 class. As I said before, people are building vehicles specifically for this 4800 class. That's another one that is definitely a go-to. You can see that for a solid axle car, they just work so well out in the dirt, and they're easy to spot too. They're just, you see them from a mile away, and you just know it's a Miller car.
Yes, and we will see Mr. Miller himself qualify tomorrow for our 4400 Race of Kings.
So how long you guys here for the whole time? Are you going in and out at all? Or?
Be here all week in the dirt, having fun, talking rocks. What about yourself? You're here, you've seen it, you're now in Hammertown. Are you sticking around for the whole week, or what's the plan?
I'm here probably through Saturday at least. Like I say, I got to be back on the hill on Tuesday, and we're in the 1 o'clock qualifying spot. So obviously I'll be looking at that. Pre-ran all day yesterday, so we got some eyes on the dirt. And just enjoying it, man. It's funny. I've been out here several different times for maybe a weekend. I came out here for Power Hour years and years ago, and it's just one of them. I mean, we live just down the road from Burning Man, but yeah, whatever. This is better than that.
We always say this is like
gravity, man.
We always say this is like the Burning Man of off-road, or the Daytona 500 of off-road. I mean,
sure.
It's such a large event, and it
actually
just
maybe
grows every year.
Talladega.
Talladega.
Off-road,
I've
right?
never been to Talladega. I've heard stories that I might want to stay away from.
Go to
Talladega.
the Elvis camp.
I've been told to stay away from Elvis's camp, so you can't fool me on that one.
Good, bad advice. It depends what you want to take, right?
Pam, someone's trying to get you into a lot of trouble.
No, they're warning me. They're telling me to stay away from it. He might be trying to get me into trouble.
I'll go anytime.
Oh,
man,
one of these days
it's a
I'm going to
Star
go.
Wars bar for sure for about a week straight.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, we are the Mad Max and Burning Man
No doubt.
combination out here in Johnson Valley. It's a beautiful day. Don't have a lot of the W. We've got a lot of sunshine, though, and of course, a lot of racing and qualifying coming up. We are only in the 11 o'clock hour. We've got qualifying all the way until 4 p.m. 3 o'clock, of course, being our power hour with some of the fastest vehicles out there and some of our most popular drivers. So be sure to stick around for all of that. We're so stoked that you guys are here hanging out on YouTube. Drop us a comment. Let us know if you have any questions. We're here to answer them.
And Cody Young is making a super quick time right now. He's coming down that super steep hill that we keep talking about at a 3:07 right now. So Cody Young definitely is on it, trying to get that top spot, but we shall see here in just a moment. Look how fast he's going through that corner. So we're watching Cody Young, but you said you got eyes on the dirt yesterday. What do you think about the course of the part that you pre-ran?
It's kind of interesting. We were out in the desert section, so it's going to be super, super fast, and almost to the point where, like, yeah, all right, what do we got? I thought we were coming to hammers, and then it changes drastically.
Dave puts on one heck of a course.
I wish we were still out in the desert.
Which do you prefer, the rocks or the desert?
I'm a mixed bag because I got all those years in Baja, and then we got all the years in rock, and I mean I don't care. I'm one of those types. I care a lot, and sometimes I don't care at all. I don't keep score, and I just love being out. Here we are. We had snow here last week, and we're here for the races and stuff. But I think the bigger picture is just enjoying the great outdoors, whether it's me on my skis or out wheeling, or it doesn't matter what the terrain is, and everybody gets into their own thing for sure. But it's all just a wonderful thing of one big thing, and that's just being out in the outside, enjoying things.
Exactly. Okay, so really quick, we have a new second place person at
Wow.
48.62 of Cody Young with a 3:48.942.
Wow.
But on course right now is the number 13 of Justin Hall. I believe this is his brand new chassis as well. So let's see what kind of times Justin throws down, because he's always
things
a
are
fast
speeding
one.
up, huh?
Yes.
Speeding up. Cameron's been sitting in that spot there for a while, and the rocking chair may have somebody else sitting in it here real soon.
Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna see a faster time than that 3:44 before our day is out. I think we're gonna get down into that 3:10, 3:15 mark for sure.
Ooh, that's
with one
low.
of these cars. Absolutely, no questions asked. I think we'll see it. As a matter of fact, look at this speed that Justin Hall's putting down right now.
Yeah.
This car is moving through this desert section. He's already into that first climb, no checkup at all, quick and easy up the rock and into the through that one section where you watch everyone else so far, especially in our stock class cars. That's the section we saw a lot of people struggling, but right now Justin Hall making quick work of that.
Yeah, Justin Hall out of Morgan Hill, California. He's in a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. Let's see, his first KOH was in 2014. He was our NorCal Series champion in 14, 16, and 19. He's raced in Japan, Australia, first place at Crandon 2022. So this guy has a lot of experience under
You know
his
why,
belt.
Pam? Because he's a Hall.
Because he's a Hall.
He's a Hall.
I was going to say if you could really pay attention, you can see that that's Liberty Mountain Fab. He's probably got a lot of time in those shocks on that car, and you can see that suspension working out there in the dirt. We saw him making quick work across that one section, and that's where these single shock cars, this is where I think we talk a lot about the technology and the shocks that have changed so much over the years, and we talk about the live valve and all this kind of stuff, but the fact that we now have these single shock cars being able to go as fast as they can, that to me is where the technology has really started to shine. And also in my mind, I think it's also bleeds back down more into the trail riding cars as well.
Do these single shot cars, can they have a live valve?
I don't know if they can have a live valve. I guess, I mean, I'd have to look at the rules and dive in. I don't see anything that says you can't, but I don't know what the scenario would be to make it all work. I think they could, but it's going to be, but at the end of the day, it's just a single shock in that car, and it's also limited to 14 inches of travel, which is not a lot.
No, it's not a lot when you're out here going as fast as you are.
Pam's got her hand up. She's
I
got some
do.
info.
Can I speak? My
Yes,
turn.
Pam.
My turn. No, Justin Hall. Okay, so I know Justin is building a brand new car. Just found out that this is actually the OG Trent Fab car, because his new car wasn't ready. So he's in the OG Trent Fab, and Chris Rea is the one that is co-driving for him right now.
Oh, wow. Okay,
So
so he's in an older car, but still putting down a really, really good time coming. Oh, he went on the other side of that rock. That's the first time we've seen someone do
through
that.
the left line there, I think,
Yeah.
that we are certainly not commonplace. I'll tell you the one thing, and I think all our viewers are watching. This doesn't do any justice on the pitch. The climb is way steeper. The drop is way steeper.
Right.
It's funny because we kind of walked the course and looked around, and people watching TV are going, "What the heck going on? And why don't they go roaring through there?" It's unbelievable how the disconnect of what's really going on out there.
Well, and walking it too just must be, I mean, you won't have to go to the gym for the rest of the week trying to get up that. I mean, you with your like quads of steel is probably no problem, but you know.
Thanks for noticing.
As Justin Hall's making his way around the Talladega turn, he definitely has. He's not going to beat the Cameron Still time, but he's going to be right there in that
They're
probably
gonna
number
reel
3
him in
spot.
here.
Second place at a 3:47.218. Great run by Justin Hall.
And with tried and true, I mean, do you bring a new car to Hammers? We did. Or do you bring tried and true? Fortunately, my friends at Bixby, they're all drag racers, so you show up ready. You don't want to go home in the first round, so we're keeping our fingers crossed. But do you bring an old trail horse here, or do you bring the fancy, shiny dancer?
You know, we always used to have that conversation about whether or not you'd end up with the new car blues, and I think that what's happened now is the sport's evolved to the point now where you can eliminate that new car blues if you put the right people in the right place with the right skill, and you spend the right time prepping the car. And I think, you know, we say all the time, this race is actually not that it's won here, no questions asked. It's lost in your prep.
For sure.
You can bring an old car here if you prep it right and you come out here and you can do well. And if you've got the time in the seat, absolutely, an old car is a good thing to have. But also, we see people come. Gomez brothers have done it multiple times. Brand new
doubt
cars,
about it.
Right.
Take home the scepter, right? So I don't think it's. I think at this point, it's not an argument about whether or not you need that classic, tried and true car that you know well, or the brand new car. I think it's just the fact that you guys got to make sure that you're at the top of your game everything ready to go. But then the tricky part is when you show up out here, the next question is, and this is always the argument, especially when we talk to some of our Everyman Challenge people, is do you pre-run in the race car or do you not pre-run in the race car? Do you save the car for race day or do you get out there and wear it out in the rocks?
Yeah, I think when you're dealing with a new car, you end up usually probably be a good idea to at least pre-run in it.
Yeah, for
Although
sure.
we went to Dakar one year with the Kia, and our pre-run for Dakar was driving it from out in Riverside to Long Beach to put it on the boat. We
I believe
figured,
that.
well, if it makes it there, we're good to go, and away we went.
That is an acceptable pre-run in my mind.
Well,
Absolutely.
y'all, we've got Daniel Gutenberg here putting down a really strong time. But what I want to talk about with this guy, what's awesome about Daniel is that, number one, he's built this vehicle. This is a custom Gutenberg Racing and Fab chassis. So he's built his vehicle 700 horsepower. But he's been to every King of the Hammers except for one, and his first time racing in 2023.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Down and we'll
Yeah, Daniel Gutenberg definitely having a pretty good run there. It's not going to be the top numbers here, but we got a couple different people that we are going to have come step into the booth
this
here.
is like
Shannon
non-stop
Campbell
action
coming
right
on
here.
in.
Emmy just handed off her headset right now. Let's All right, so you're live now. Let's talk a little bit here. Let's talk. What's going on? You're in your race suit, ready in hammers, ready to have some fun.
He just got out with Justin Hall.
That's right. So let's talk about that. How'd it go?
Considering we had 7 miles on the car before we actually got to the start line and 0 in the rocks, and Justin had never seen the course, to set a 3:47.
Yeah, I think you're sitting in second place. Yeah.
Yeah.
The car looked fast.
So, and we need to do some work on it because it wasn't.
Oh.
Well, you
rear
guys
end,
second
the rear end
place.
needs some work, but so a little bit of backstory. Justin ended up was building a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. Didn't end up getting it finished up. Reached out to Dave Schneider, and we were lucky enough to be able to pick up the original top shelf production car. So that car is 12 years old. It's been swapped over to a 48 car package, and we got a motor together on Saturday, and then we ended up with 2 neutrals. So been switching transmissions out, and now we were able to get it together for qualifying. And Dave told us specifically, if you don't get in the top 10, you don't get to race.
Oh, goodness. Well, Chris, let's talk about this. We have Mr. Shannon Campbell that has now joined the booth as well, and you're going to be hopping in passenger with him, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
That's
I'm
a brave
triple
choice.
duties.
So Shannon
brave
Campbell.
choice.
Hey, I told him
Welcome.
I don't have insurance.
All
right,
you
so
ready? I mean, you're going to have a co-driver this
I
year.
know, he's like the best. I've never had anyone like. I told Jess, I said, hell, I could just shut my eyes and we can get her done.
Don't you do
That's
that
how good he
anyways?
is. Well, I can see a little bit.
I'm
I
just
see
kidding.
enough to tell lies.
So the question is, have you guys pre-run it all together? Gonna try?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say that would be one heck of a race day. First time getting you in the car with nobody sitting beside you.
I'm pretty mellow.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the setup here. So you're co-driving, Shannon. Have you been out pre-run? Look at the course. What have you guys been doing?
Yeah, we did the whole course. Just kind of been having fun. You know, the first day we got here, we were having fun. I was live on my YouTube stuff, and I got a little stupid and broke my drive shaft in half, and we had to work a little bit, but some good boys from Michigan helped us out and got us taken care of, and we was back out like within an hour or something, and yeah, we just been having fun, and I've never had a smoother KOH. I hope the rest of it just keeps going that way. I hate to jinx myself, but yeah, I've never felt so relaxed. We've been enjoying our friends like it should be. I come here to see my friends, and you know, the race is at the end of the friend time, so.
Well, that's good.
Now,
That's a good thing.
last year, that car, that was its first year here, right? With
Yeah.
that car. And you had a motor issue last year, is that what happened?
So I had it worked good pre-run and everything, but it was just it's snappy, and like the throttle control wasn't there, and I like a real dumb car where you can feel it in your foot, you know, and I had Josh from my tuner from FTA, I said, come out and can you retard it, you know, and we went out to the rocks, and he did. He took timing out of it and stuff, and I said, man, it feels better, take more out. I said, take a lot, I don't need all this power, and I went a little too far, and I shouldn't have, and you know, it was my fault, but it was burning the fuel in the exhaust and melting the wires. I got 40 miles in on race day after we changed this tune, and I mean, we were having a hell of a day. We got in that stuff right here at Turkey Claw, and I don't know how I got through there. I think my mom was praying or something, you know, and we whipped through there, and just moving through the pack. I screwed up and missed a turn in qualifying because I didn't have Chris, and that put me at like 60-something taking off, so you can imagine what that's like. I can't see, and then you throw dirt in my face, and I really get mad, you know, but.
If only there was a history of you starting at the back and winning the race. That's never happened.
Oh,
right?
man, I don't know if anyone could do that, except for the Gomez boys.
I was going to say Gomez did last year.
I'm pretty sure you were there one year.
Well, that was no people that year.
That's right. There
was only like 45 people.
That
maybe.
was just us.
Yeah.
that was literally just.
But I
7
did like
motorhomes.
that. It was a lot simpler back then. And
Yep. That was the good old. So now let's talk a little bit about. So now you've got time in the seat with him, or rather, time in the seat with him driving. You're obviously the co-driver. Any specific plans out there on race day, or you're just going to sit in the seat and have fun?
I mean, other than win.
Oh,
I like it.
We're chasing that win. I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that he gets that fourth W as a driver. We've got notes taken. I do all my OCD map stuff, so I'm already plotting which VCPs and RCPs we can get to within a specific amount, but still miss some of the hardest parts of it. I know that we're out here for a rock race, but I'm also out here to win, so I'm going to play within the rules, and whatever they give me, I'm going to do. So I've got that all planned out already. You were talking about pre-running. We've already got over 200 miles. We've done I've been on every mile of lap 1 and 2 already. And theoretically, and if I can get one of my drivers, I think with Justin Hall, we're going to go do a little bit more tuning, make a couple tweaks on the car, and we're going to go do some extra rocks today to go get eyes on a couple more things that I want to go check out. So we got the plan in place. Obviously, he's got the car and he's got the winning pedigree. So hopefully I can just do my small part and help get him to the top of the box.
Let's talk a little bit about the car, Shannon. I know you made a couple changes.
I don't know if there is a pedigree on me. I think my mom said she found me on the porch.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Let's talk a little bit about the car. I know the new car, as you said last year, you made a couple changes. So let's pay your bills. You got to pay your bills. Who do we got to talk about?
Man, there's so many: Monster, Nitto, Hal, Hughes, this
ADS.
Phenom, ADS, Holly Performance, Holly Off Road. Man, I've got so many sponsors. I'd have to have
You don't have it on
a list.
You can put it on your.
I'm gonna
Maybe
get
that
them
should be a
tattooed on me.
tattoo.
I've never had a tattoo ever. But rugged radios, you know what I mean? It's been nice being able to communicate with Chris, and you know, I feel like everything's. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all my people, you know, and. Yeah, I've been living on Monster and Tito's. I'm going to switch it up tonight and just stay Monster.
There you go. There you go.
I'm switching to the rehab to keep it real. You know,
go a little low octane for a little while.
Yeah, maybe a splash of tequila, but.
I know before you guys kick us out of the booth, because we've taken up way too much of the time of the qualifying guys, but I got to just say a shout out to my wife. Thank you so much for watching my girls so that I can come out here and play race car. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you, Morgan.
Yeah, thank them for letting you ride with the blind guy. You know, we got a stick and stuff, you know.
Oh my goodness gracious.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for stopping by the booth. Really appreciate it. But as you said, yeah, we got to get back to qualifying right now, because right now on course is Mr. Brett Harrell. This is someone who we've been watching, waiting to see take the line all day. And right now, Brett is making his way up that rock section that we've been talking about all day.
And you'll be racing later on in the week against his dad. So
heck yeah,
go
thank
sit
you
back
guys.
and watch. Thanks, Shannon.
Good seeing you. you.
Good seeing you, Shannon. Thank you. Good seeing you.
Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Chris. Good seeing you. Have fun, guys. Good luck on race day, and we'll see you guys here at the podium.
All right, and this is Brent Harrell. A lot of us have been talking about our picks, and I believe this was one of Jim's picks right here.
I think you're right. I think I did hear him say that this is going to be one of his picks, and you can see why. Obviously, it came out of that short course hard, fast, moving. This is, this vehicle is absolutely beautiful, making its way up through short bus right here. You can see we've been talking all day about how tore up short bus is getting, and now that we're throwing these high horsepower vehicles into it, it's getting just absolutely devastated up there, and it's gonna be amazing as we get further on in the day as he makes this turn at the top, and we're gonna see him go through the Gates gate. And then we'll have sort of an unofficial split time, and then we'll see what he comes back into town with. But this could be our new fast qualifier, depending on what he does on the second half of this course.
You're 100% correct on that. He's making great time for sure. But Brent Harrell, he is one that I don't know if you've ever really sat and talked with him or anything. I mean, I've interviewed him a few times. He's very calm and cool. I've never really seen him get all worked up or anything. He's a young kid as well, so. Great driver, great car, and great backing. So let's see how he is going to pan out here in this qualifying loop.
Yeah, we'll see him making that big drop down that steep section of the race course. This is the vertical sort of look on that squeeze rock.
Yeah, that squeeze rock right there is super tight.
Quickly through there and down this section, going to be coming back into Hammertown. We don't have a timer. Oh, there it is. There's our timer, 2:54. So he's a little off pace based on what they thought it would be.
I don't know. On the I think it was 2:08's the fastest through Gates gate. So he probably was around that same time frame.
Could have been. I'm just basing it on what we saw yesterday and how fast come there. But here he is back into town, just over 3. Time to beat, obviously, still that 3:44 of Cameron Steele. And I think this may be the guy to do it right now.
I think we are going to have to start keeping time, too, of whenever they come through. And like they were just in turn 19. He was in turn 19 just now at basically a 3:20. So that'll be another good indicator of where people are at on timing.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer coming through turn 19 than you think it is to get through Talladega and then over the MBRP jump.
You guys, we just have a new
there
leader.
We go. With 3:37. That is awesome. Good job.
That was some air, y'all. That was amazing.
That is no surprise whatsoever coming from Brent Harrell. Congratulations right now in that #1 spot. All right, this is Ross Glaive taking the green flag. Ross Glaive in the 48.02.
All right, so he is not doing the Yukon launch coming through that Gladiator gap.
No, but if you were in that, but all of these vehicles have been able to do that. Why would you actually skip that gap and add time?
Okay,
well,
so
the question is, as you watch him right here, it seems like there's some. He's not charging up that section. So the question would be is maybe there's a problem with the car, maybe there's an issue that he wouldn't do it. But yeah, it does seem to be. I agree that you do lose a lot of time, especially with these cars.
I have to say, Ross Glaive, when I first met him, was out at Remote Pit 1. I believe it was in 21. He didn't even have a pit crew with him, you guys. Like, he was out here. He ended up, utilizing people that were already in the pits to help him change a tire. I think that he had come in. I mean, he comes out as a sole team, basically, when he comes out here. He's from the NorCal area. He races with the NorCal Rock Racing Series as well. So Ross Glaive, he gets seat time, but right now he is, trying to push it. But he is usually comes out here to Hammers without a pit crew, basically.
I mean, I love that. I love it. Overly independent people and ambitious. But yeah, he's been racing EMC since 2014. He's got 725 horsepower there underneath the hood of that New Liberty manufacturing fab chassis. So he's got a lot of experience there, a lot of vehicle, and looks like he's doing pretty good. A little slow right there as he's getting up that steep part of the qualifying course here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, he's dropping off that section right there. We talked about it before that's a lot steeper than it looks. It's easy to sort of sit here as we say that the cameras never give this course justice. No. And those are some big drops that you're coming off there, and it can be a little unnerving. But he's made it down to the bottom, making that hard turn into the sort of like choppy cross grain that he has to go through to get over on his way to short bus, and then he'll have a big steep climb up through that sort of sandy section right there. All right, Ross right now sitting at right about a 220 mark as he makes his way across this little berm That'll drop him into the sort of climb that starts up onto the short bus on his right. And then at the top, he makes that right-hand turn and heads over through Gates Gate.
All right. Sitting at a 234 right now. Those boulders are just ginormous that he's going through right now.
All right, but the big news of the hour, as we just said a second ago, is the fact that Brent Harrell is now our fast qualifier with a 3:37, and we haven't even hit power hour yet. So I still think we're going to see someone shave probably at least 17 to 18 seconds off that. I think we're going to see into the 320s, maybe the high teens with one of these cars, because we still have some heavy hitters coming out this afternoon to take on this qualifying course.
Yeah, we do. It's like you're saying, a lot of heavy hitters, but the time-wise, you know, I have to be honest with you. I thought Dwayne Garrettson would be the one with a 337, and it's Brent Harrell. So right now, Brent Harrell with that 337.686 in that number 1 spot, knocked Cameron Steele into that number 2 spot with a 3:44.160. Justin Hall sitting in 3rd position, Cody Young 4th, Michael Kelly 5th, Tony Howard 6th, Jeremy Jones 7th, Justin Barth 8th, Scott Farley 9th, and Ryan Bell in that number 10 spot.
So Ruscliffe a little bit off the pace here as he goes through the Gates Gate. And he's going to have to back up and try it again.
Yeah, it looks like he's made his way through that section. He's going to be dropping down into our sort of like cross. We call it the cross section here, you know, because you're basically side hilling a lot. It doesn't look it on camera, but yeah, it's very, very off camera when you make that right-hand turn and head on over to that sort of squeeze rock section where we saw a lot of action yesterday. This is really cool because this is sort of like the new part of the qualifying course, this section right here where you come across these rocks and hang a right. I think this has been a very, very good qualifying course. I think every driver has said, you know, sort of feels like an actual snap. We always say that it's nice to have a qualifying course that's a snapshot of what the race will end up being, and I think that's what we have this year for sure.
Yeah, I have to say, with talking with drivers and what they're saying about the qualifying course and then the actual race course, 100%. Oh, and look at that! It looks so tippy. The very top.
They come over that so off camera, and it looks like he's taken that left-hand line that not a lot of people have, right-hand line that not a lot of people have taken, but makes it look easy as he's coming down there. Just want to get this car down this hill so we can get back into the short course, put some speed on it, and get across that line.
Yeah, that line that's on the left-hand side of your screen, it's hard to sort of like see the difference on camera. But what you have there, if you ever go up there and just look at it, right before that big giant rock, if you're in the driver's seat, the left-hand side of that line has almost like a little rock ledge that gives you like a stair step down. The right side is just a big sandy drop, and it's a little bit unnerving because if you do that big sandy drop, you want to be in the throttle. And that's hard because you literally have just come up over a big hill where all you've seen is sky and the hood of your rig.
Yeah.
And then you come over the top, and then it's just basically a drop down, and you got to commit. And the left line, you can sort of take a little bit slower. That right line, you do not want to be anywhere near the brake pedal coming off that right line for sure.
100% on that. And Rosclave making his way around Talladega Turn, getting ready to go over the MBRP tabletop for his checkered flag of his qualifying run. Let's see what his time will be. A 5:58. I believe that puts him in that number 27 spot.
All right, that's good stuff. And then we have we have another car off the line. Who we got here? Emmy, I can't see a number. What do we got? It should be Rob Graham.
It should be, and yes, it is the 4877.
All right, joining us in the booth right now is Mr. Tony Pellegrino from Gen Right Off-Road. So, Tony, great to have you up here. Let's talk a little bit about some racing because, well, number one, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening in your camp right now with race cars. Who's behind the wheel and who's doing what? So let's talk. What's happening in Gen Right Off-Road?
Yeah, so we ended up selling Jordan's car that he was racing, the 4400. Cameron Steele is now racing that.
Yep.
So the last couple of days, I rode with those guys in the car, just giving them the ins and outs. I know Jordan did as well. The car is crazy fast, so it's really just a matter of them learning it. And then on top of that, we've got Peter in the 4400. He'll be qualifying, I think, at 1 o'clock today. So very excited about that from Hibernian Racing, 353. And then I guess Albert already went. He's another co-driver that we sponsor or driver that we sponsor, co-sponsor. So yeah, it's exciting. I mean, and I'm listening to some of the stuff you're talking about on this course. It is rough. It is rough.
It is. I mean, unless you've hit those ledges, it's hard to understand how steep they are. But you and I have been out here when it's not King of the Hammers and gone wheeling out here. These are not like easy trails to just. I'm going to jump in my rig and drive up these trails.
No. In fact, I challenge anybody, like if you think that doesn't look like anything, just go drive the section this guy's on right now, and you will completely change your view of that little spot right there.
Yeah, what they're going through.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Now, Tony, you're another one of these guys who's been out here forever. I'm old, so I can say that. It'll make us old. But we've been out here forever doing this. We've seen the evolution of this sport, this event. What's been your favorite thing to see as we see King of the Hammers become this giant mammoth that it is?
Oh man, of course I like the unlimited class. I mean that's how this started, and if you think a motorcycle engine and four-wheel drive could win this thing, then build it and bring it. And we've seen everything, supercharged and turbocharged and diesel, and the good old LS just seems.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
for a while now, but having the last chance qualifier was kind of like hey, maybe you can make it in the thing. We'll give you guys a qualifying race, and the top guys will make it and put you into the big show. So it was kind of like coming up from the minors. I really enjoyed that event when we had.
Yeah, that was something to see for sure. And hey, it's good to see Yokohama step up and be the EMC guys.
It is.
They're really getting involved.
Yeah, it's good to see Yokohama here. I know you've run their tires for a long time on a lot of your rigs out there. I see you when we go wheeling and stuff. And so you got firsthand tribal knowledge of those tires, and I think that it's great to see them out here sponsoring this Everyman Challenge, because this is a true test of these tires out here. Like you said before, it's not a 40, 37 DOT. You're asking a lot of a 37-inch DOT out here. That's for sure. Yes, probably as much as you're asking of that unicycle one wheel.
Oh my goodness!
I can't wait for that. No, I saw those unicycles will do 50 miles an hour off road.
No, thank
you.
Yes, 50 miles an hour.
That's a hard get off right there.
So from 12 to 2, they're going to be out here doing that race. I am so excited. Oh, and it sounds like some of them might actually be street legal to ride. I'm not riding.
How do you have a blinker?
Highway.
You got to have a blinker to be street legal.
No, it's just a bike. It's just an e-bike.
Yeah.
It could. I mean, in Tennessee, everything's street legal.
Exactly.
So,
take it to Arizona.
North Carolina is kind of the same way.
Yeah. So that's exactly. Yeah. You're getting that's the way to live. Just everything's street legal. But right now we got Matt Tribino making his way up through short bus. And so, Tony, you've been watching this qualifying so far this week. You have been on parts of this qualifying course in the past over the years, whether it's four-wheeling or what do you think of this? Is this a good qualifying course, good representation of what we're going to see on Friday?
I'll tell you, when I heard they were going to make a right turn at the top of short bus, I got goosebumps. That is no man's land. Nobody's ever gone up there. It's crazy, except for like the king of the motos, maybe.
Yeah.
And to see these guys like right there, they can't see anything.
Oh no, we were talking
looking at sky.
Yeah, you're looking. That's the thing is people don't understand. It's like you're looking at sky. You know that to the right is a very, very bad day. To the left is sort of a bad day, but you're literally looking at just sky. And that's the other thing that there's a very big difference between rec wheeling out here and racing out here. Rec wheeling, you can hang your head out the car. You can see what's going on. When you get all race geared in, you can see the hood, and that's it. You can't even see the tires.
I tell people, the window nets just appear black. You're like in a tunnel.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Yeah, or the window nets, you get a shadow then that's like pulling over, and you're like, I need to look through this shadow. I can't. It sometimes gives me a really big headache.
I mean, that's off camber coming into that squeeze there.
Yeah, and it's the worst kind of off camber because it's bottom bumped. I hate being the driver on the bottom bump.
Yeah, he is backing up. He got into that wrong line there.
Yeah, he got a little bit off into that squeeze rock, a little bit high on that. Looks like he's coming through now.
So Tony, did you see the UTV that rolled down this yesterday?
Oh man,
that was gnarly.
That was ugly.
They're okay. That's all that matters.
They are, yeah.
But I give them full props. If you watch the in car from that, when it's done, the guy gives him a fist, and the guy's trying to start the car to keep going. I'm like, that's a racer right there. When you come out of that mess and you're trying, like, in your heart of hearts that the front end of that car is not still there.
I mean, there was nothing. Everything was busted off.
It was as we call back home. That was a full yard sale.
Yes.
That was a full yard sale.
I really want to know who built that cage because props to them and all their safety gear. That stuff did the job. Those guys walked away from that.
And they have absolutely no sponsors on the car whatsoever. It was completely looked like brand new sheet metal and everything. So there was nothing
That's why
on
you
it.
always put your sponsors on the belly pan.
Yes, exactly.
At least hi mom, something.
I should have done that back in 2012. That was me upside down in Chocolate Thunder.
Well, Matt Tribino coming in over that MBRP tabletop to get his checkered flag here at qualifying. Let's see where he ended up. Had a pretty nice looking run there.
Yep, it put him in the 12th spot with a 4:27.900. And this should be, let's see who we have up now.
If my list is right, that should be Jeff Hadamaki.
The number 951.
I'm trying to see. Yes, it is. Yep.
What do you think about the gap jump? Having a gap jump out here.
Wow. This way looks better than going the other way did, at least for the White Gladiator.
That poor. Those people are fine, which is good.
They are fine.
but-
Yeah, I checked on them myself.
Did you?
But
Good.
that Jeep is wrecked.
Yeah, that's why we're calling it the Gladiator Gap now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the Yukon launch, and I don't want to take anything away from Yukon, but that Gladiator has
Which
just made
co-part
history.
would that be at? Because I might just start to log in and start looking for that right now. See if I can snatch that up, get a good deal on it.
So as of this morning, have you guys noticed the course deteriorate just with the number of guys going already?
I think especially I see two areas where it's getting rough. I see them where they're coming off that first climb. But the climb, I mean, this has always been hard right here.
Oh,
This climb, that's never been an easy way to climb.
Oh, yeah, you do not want to go left right there.
Nope.
Yeah, and so that's, to me, I don't see that getting tore up. It may be getting a little bit steeper, but I think the big issue is the climb up short bus, that loose, it just gets looser and looser and looser.
Yeah, and unearthing rocks and stuff.
Yeah,
Yes,
and then
exactly.
the cross grain as they're coming out of the short course and heading out into that first push over to this first climb, it seems to be, and I don't think that's from racing. I think that's from what's happening at night. A lot of people out there. It looks like the berms are getting dug in even more. And
Yeah, because
honestly,
people are just making donuts and going back up again.
and I
yeah.
think that's why we're actually seeing people miss that turn. Because it's so burned in now. I think people are like,
Yeah.
oh, I go left. And then we just saw a couple people heck that left and like, no, I should be going right. So I think that's where, but yeah, that short bus climb, that's.
And I noticed there's a couple rocks on the side that I'm waiting for somebody to nail and kick out into the middle, and that's going to change
Definitely.
the whole
that'll
thing.
change.
Definitely, we
That'll
saw that
change
with
everything.
UTVs yesterday. Some of them were kicking some rocks out, and I mean, we had a lot of carnage in the UTVs yesterday.
I think that'll be that'll come into play tomorrow when we got our unlimited cars out there. Because, I mean, the difference between those cars and the cars we're watching today is night and day. I mean, you're talking about a 42-inch sticky tire that it literally will pick a rock up out of the ground and throw it 40 feet.
Yeah, and twice the horsepower.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see this tomorrow. I think that'll be a real issue, especially when we get up. And even at the top of this, like you said, hanging right at the top of short bus, I don't think anyone's gone through here enough that can disturb a lot of this stuff. But tomorrow we're going to see this change a lot for sure.
And
Yep.
we've been watching the drivers too come up through here. Some of them are taking like a left-hand jog up. I mean, not so much this morning, but and then right here they start sliding. Oh, it's so sketchy right there.
Man.
What would go through your head if you did that?
Well, you know, Jeff
pin it.
Hanamaki is
I would have
you
hit
say?
it and turned left. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
the
it
answer to that
PG
is
or
simple.
not?
Pin it, point down.
Yeah. Stopping is not
No,
good.
the answer is always hit the gas, turn downhill.
When in
Hope
doubt,
for the
throttle
best.
out?
Yep.
Yeah.
His team name, Jeff's team name is Team Angst Racing. So we kind of see this happening out here. 620 horsepower in that LS motor and Miller Motorsports chassis. So it's looking really good out there. First Ultra 4 race was up in Canada, eh? So he's from your neck of the woods
That
in
was the
2015.
most strained A I've ever heard.
eh?
We'll give it to you there.
She
I'll
can
give it
speak French, not Canadian.
to you. I heard her
Oh,
probably
wait, there's
doing the
French Canadian,
Francais.
though.
Did you bring us any Tim Horton donuts?
No, I did
Come
not.
on, Ian.
I haven't,
lives in
I haven't
Tennessee.
been back to Canada in a while, so
They won't allow him back in.
2 years ago I was there. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. But where in Canada are they from, Emmy? Where does it say?
Let me see. He is from
He's a
British
West Coaster.
Columbia.
I can tell by the look of it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
in British Columbia all day long. Beautiful part of Canada if you're ever going.
Yeah, it is
spot to
beautiful up
go.
there.
Yep. But here comes
Oh,
Jeff
that
back into
kicker.
town
See
getting the
it?
kickers in
Salty
there coming
kick.
in. Yep. He's coming in that Miller Motorsports car, coming in fast. This is a good time. You know, he's back into the short course around 4 minutes. I think it'll definitely probably put him into that. We'll probably see a top. Where are we going to see here, Pam? Top.
He's probably gonna be like a 4. He's gonna be about a 4:30 something, so he'll be roughly in the top 15.
Yeah, that's a good spot. So Tony, we've all been talking. What do you think our fast time today is going to be?
Oh, man. I know I heard you saying like 18 seconds
I
off
say
where it's at right now.
3:15 to 3:18 is probably where I think it's going to
Yeah.
be at some
I
point
said
in time.
3:37, but Brent.
I mean, that's a fast time. I mean, that's what the UTVs were.
That's what I
3:05,
kind of base
yeah.
it off of whenever I watch qualifying, because I think a well-built 4800 car with the right driver can match a UTV on a qualifying course, for sure. I think that's, because especially like I said, you see these guys go, these 4800 cars can throw down hard, for sure.
Yeah, well, it's impressive that Cameron came right out this morning and nailed that. I mean, that's a good spot already.
Yeah, he did a great job. But right now, the number 406 if Eric Weichel has taken the green flag for his qualifying run.
Yeah, and I've got Jim's notes, and he put a highlight right here, so this is one to watch.
By Weichel?
Yep. Yep. You got a
Ooh,
pink
nice little
highlighter
wheelie.
out.
Yeah, so this section, you want to stay on the gas. You want those front wheels pulling through there For sure.
Yeah, that's up through that Bronco Arch where normally in past years we've come back down through there.
Yeah.
But this year we're going up it. So yeah, like Tony said, the thing about whenever you get in this section here, at this point we're not rock crawling, we're rock racing. So you just want to be on the throttle at all times and just steering and turning. And the beauty of the 4800 is the fact that you have full hydraulic steering, so you can play around a lot.
Oh, that was sketchy.
Yeah, there's a big jump right there.
Oh my God, he's staying with it, man. That's what you got to do.
He's on that far left line. It's unnerving to be close to that wall.
Yes.
Because it's so hard. But at the same time, the bounce on the wall is a little bit less, but you've got a chance of cutting that tire, which is not fun.
Yeah, or you'll come to a full stop. I've seen people just boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Ooh,
the
back
Gladiator.
end kicking out a little bit there as well.
What's that?
Like the Gladiator did.
Like the Gladiator.
Yeah. So here we got Eric has come down. This is a good time as he makes his way across this cross section here. But this is where we're seeing people lose a lot of time. Is just this long sandy climb headed up in through short bus for sure.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep getting more and more dug out as we go through the day, even with these smaller tires. You get smaller tires, lots of weight, lots of power.
I think that's probably the biggest difference that we've seen also in the 4800 class over the years is that class, it was predominantly for the longest time just, junkyard LS, low horsepower, or maybe a crate motor, but 400 or 500 horse. But now we're seeing these guys throwing monster power into these 4800 cars, and 600, 700, 800 horsepower. That's a lot of power, and that's you're tearing up through the dirt for sure.
Yeah, well, and we should mention that class was originally designed for the old 4400 cars, right?
Yep.
Like the retired ones.
Yes.
And now people are purpose-building cars for that.
I think it's a great class for that because I think that the 4800 class is a class where you could still build a competitive race car that you could still use as a recreational wheeler.
Yes.
It's not as the 4500 cars, I think they're cool, but I think when you're getting into that multi-shock package, that's less of a trail car and more of a race car.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys are out there running coilovers and bypasses on the trail, but to me, if you're looking to build like a rec wheeler, having the ability to just have that single shot.
Something's going on here with Eric. It almost looked like he lost
front
four-wheel drive going
I
up
think he lost front drive coming up through there.
Dang.
But it could have just been knocked out.
It might have,
because he did hit that rock a little hard there.
Yeah.
And sometimes that does happen whenever you center punch or hit something super hard like that, can knock it out of gear.
Yeah,
but
and your hands and legs are flying around in there.
Right, exactly.
But I'm watching the repeat right now that I got on my screen, and it doesn't look like that. It looks like when he made the right-hand turn in short bus, he was out of four-wheel drive.
He was out of four-wheel drive going up the hill.
He was struggling.
Yeah, because
Okay,
he was spitting a lot of dirt out of his rear tires, and nothing was coming out of those fronts there. But maybe it looks like he's nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not fun.
That front does not look like it's. If it is pulling, only one of them's pulling.
Go, go, go.
I know, it looked like the driver front was the only thing that might have been pulling just now.
Okay, so now he should be able to at least get around.
Yeah.
That was the spot.
Yeah, there's the little pinch rock that can be, I could see it being a little bit tricky if you were in three-wheel drive, but it's doable as long as you got tire
He's
placement
gonna have
right.
to bounce it a little,
Yeah, but yeah, that climb in any type of two-wheel drive or three-wheel drive is definitely going to be tricky.
Can you see a shadow there of something hanging down?
I don't think so. I think that might just be
Are you looking on the front?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that front there.
It would be making a horrendous noise.
Yeah, there would be parts coming out both sides if it was something.
I'm surprised nobody's had a flat. The rocks
we have.
on. Oh, we have.
been
Okay.
some, yes.
Because those rocks on short bus, man, they get sharp.
Yeah,
but he still turned in a really an amazing time. Amazing time.
Yeah, it's kind of,
Oh, you can see it right here. Yeah, he's two-wheel drive all day long.
Definitely don't want to be.
Dang.
He's got
careful.
You just gotta.
This is all momentum right here, baby.
That's where you just gotta.
Downhill right there.
The problem is it's easy to sit here and you look at the drone, but the reality is you're sitting at an angle in that car right now, and you're backing up, and the left-hand side is very scary right there, and you now only have two-wheel drive, and the more you back up, this is not
back,
good.
he's got to roll the other way.
Yeah.
He needs to somehow get that momentum enough to bump it up over what he's stuck on.
Oh, so close.
That's such a shame.
He was doing really good too.
But that passenger side's hitting hard on that other rock.
It looks like the front isn't pulling at all.
No, at all.
No. Oh, gosh.
Definitely not.
And his options are going away every time he backs up because that rear end's moving over.
Yeah. He legitimately, I think I'd be backing up until that left front was on top of that rock, but then at the same time, you're almost off that other rock.
That's right. It could take him backwards.
Yeah.
And then he'd have to turn quick.
That's not a fun place to be, for sure.
And going backwards and having to turn quick down a hill like that, oof.
No, he's
in a
getting worse.
pickle.
Turn the other way if you're going to back up more.
And you guys, I feel so sad. He's got a smiley face on this roof of his vehicle.
Yeah, that's been his iconic little thing forever.
I would be willing to bet that he's not so smiley.
Okay, so at this point, I would just stop because you can ruin the car, right? Like don't make the day any worse. Just get off there, take your rear start, and go fix the car.
And the co-driver's getting out.
Or at the very least, in all honesty, right here, based on what happens, he could still pull cable, get up over the second.
He's pulling cable.
And he could still, he's not going to have a great time, but you're going to be ahead of the people who didn't show up to qualify.
That's right.
So I think I would take this penalty of winching and driving out and finishing over driving off course right now. Because driving off course, you're just way at the back.
Yeah.
There's still going to be people in this class who didn't qualify today, which is that's just going to be a different pile.
Oh, his
for sure.
buddy's just trying to pull him.
Yeah.
The
co-driver got out.
I don't know. There's not a vehicle up there, so it's going to be finding a winch anchor is going to be tricky.
Which, if on the other angle, on the other side, when we're looking up at this, you can see there is a winch line already in place up there.
They put one in place?
Really?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's good to know.
Okay. It's red. I mean, I'm pretty sure
is
I
that
saw
where he's
it.
headed?
It looks like
yeah.
Okay.
So he's going up there to attach his winch line to that winch line?
You,
Is that what's
anchor.
happening?
You can see it up here in our multi-screen where he's coming down.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
over here to the right.
Okay.
But he's not going to that. He's going to a different rock.
That's not a good spot to winch off there on that far right-hand side. He wants to be winching where he's winching right now, which is around that rock, which looks like there's another anchor there because I didn't see him carrying a strap. So there's a strap right there that he's working with. That's I'm sure if Jim was here, we'd get a textbook information on the correct way to winch this out of here. Because winching, that's the other thing. It's an art, man, and that's one thing that you talk about a lot, especially in these classes like the 4800, the 4500, even more in the stock class. Is you talk about pre-running, you talk about this, you talk about that, but who comes out here and practices winching?
Yeah.
Right.
It's just not a thing. It's not, I think that's honestly where I think when we talk about some of the competitors that come in from overseas, they've got almost a leg up on a few of us just because of the fact that that's a more common practice when we deal with the races over there.
Yeah, and there's so much geometry and angles involved in it, right? You need to make sure that you're winching at the right angle, and he is winching and still not able to get over.
And the winch line just broke.
Well, did it break or did it come off?
It could have just came off, but it did snap
I don't know,
back.
but it's all the way back over by the back tire now.
It is.
He's going to get it.
So let's talk about all the winch points that are on race course. So Warn winches, what they do is they go out and they set these winch lines out. So they're out there for the racers. Speaking with Brad with Warn the other day, he actually was out there pre-running because he's co-driving for John Schaefer, but he was also setting the winch points as well.
So if we're talking right now, you see what's happening right now. You see all the red vests moving in. That's all of our volunteers. That has now transitioned from a race car stuck on course to one that's being recovered by the recovery team, which means that will be a disqualification or no. His pre-run is over. On race day, if you roll and they'll get you back over. But if you are looking for outside assistance, your day's over.
That's it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, now he's at least turning the wheels the correct direction.
Yes, exactly.
To back up, because they're just going to get him enough off course so they can keep qualifying going. I think.
Yeah, I think it'd take too long to get him completely.
That's a sketchy spot. That's what I was saying, man.
I would want my winch line still hooked to something if I was backing down there.
Just in case.
And now what's terrible is that he's got to spend all day on the mountain here and not really have time to fix this. I mean, granted, they've got all day tomorrow, but still, more time is more time, right? So I would want to get this vehicle off of this qualifying course as soon as possible, back into Hammertown, so that you can start looking at that four-wheel drive.
And this is we talked another vehicle to help him.
Yeah, we talked about this before, Tony, and it's that question, right? We have been doing this long enough, or we were back here when nobody had a dedicated pre-runner. You just had a car you brought to King of the Hammers, right? Yep. But nowadays, you've got guys that come out here with, there's all the different schools of thought, right? It's like, well, I'll pre-run in UTV or my trail rig, and then I'll save the race car for race day. Where do you guys land on that? You guys have kind of played the game every way.
I still like pre-running in the race car. There's not, because you'll see something in a different rig and go, we need to slow down for this. This is a giant hazard. And in a race car, you just mow right over it. I still like the race car, but there is a balance. Like, you don't want to beat on the race car too much, or it's going to give up on you on race day.
Yeah, every part has its time.
I did want to add something to the winching. So if that was my co-driver that climbed out, I would have already told him, okay, when I get free of this, you cut the winch line with your knife, and I'm leaving you here, and I would have finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Which we've seen. When we had qualifying at Chocolate Thunder, we saw that when we
A
had
lot.
because we knew there was going to be winching there, and you would see guys at the very least. You saw them leaving the line with the winch line in their lap. You know,
Right.
and that's part of it. But yeah, I agree. If that was my case, I'd do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll see you in town.
Yeah.
Have a good hike.
Yeah, because time
Go
is
from there.
so sensitive.
But as we're talking, as we watch this recovery go down on course, we talked a little bit about, do you save the race car? Do you pre-run the race car? I always tell people whenever anyone tells me they're going to try King of the Hammers for the first time, I always tell them my advice to you is, because I didn't do this and I learned it fast, is pre-run in your race gear.
Yeah.
for sure.
Because
Yes.
I think
For
because
sure.
when we did it, it was still like a trail ride that we raced, right? And then you get on race day, and all of a sudden you got a helmet on your head, and you don't know where to
and
look.
something's scratching you, and
Yep.
things are coming unplugged, and you're like, oh, the earbud doesn't feel right.
Right, and
Yeah.
you're hot.
You got to
and
get all that out of the way.
Yeah.
the
and so-
air's getting in your helmet, and you can't hear your co-driver. Like, it's a totally different thing.
Totally different. You're right. You're
Yeah, I
absolutely
think
right.
that's my advice I give to everyone. Is like, if you're going to do that, come out here, do some wheeling in a helmet at the very least. Get
for
the
sure.
helmet on and all that kind of stuff.
When you close that visor, you lose sense of speed. It's crazy how that happens. Where versus just trail wheeling and the wind's going around you. And you like that, huh?
Yeah. That's how we trail wheel. Tony and I, we're just like,
Yeah, just like this. But no.
that's how I do it.
And having all of your safety gear and also having those window nets up and trying to stay in the vehicle for 8 hours, for 10 hours, because that is a different thing too, is trying, are you going to be able to get out and like even, just go to the bathroom? That makes a difference in your car.
If you're serious about this race, you don't get out to go to the
No,
bathroom.
absolutely not. No.
And that's another
But
thing you should put on that Texas catheter when you're like practicing. Don't wear that for the first time on race day.
Just go, Tony.
Yeah.
I learned that at Vegas Arena.
Well, then you better poke a hole in the seat.
You just
Well,
go.
yeah, but see, that's
but you guys have
what
the
the ladies have to do.
That wasn't my car. I didn't worry about it, Tony.
Listen, you guys, both of you are ha-ha-haing, but it's
Right.
a lot tougher for the women out there. Am I right, Pam?
Right. I'm going to have to say this. This is kind of, Emmy and you and I and all the other ladies out there that race, you try a Depends or something, right? Because
Yeah.
you think, oh, you're just going to pee in a diaper whenever you're racing. I did that one time. And I actually used it, and I said, I will pee in the seat before I use
Really?
a Depends again because it swells up like a diaper.
Yeah.
And then it's uncomfortable, and it's one of those things that mess with your head.
And it's only
so-
good for one use. If you go second time,
Exactly.
it's
Exactly.
And
so-
on that note,
I'm going to make my exit for
as
the day.
Pam leaves with It Depends, the official diaper of King of the Hammers, we're going to have Pam step out, and Miles will step in, and he'll share out with his diaper stories with
Oh
us.
my gosh,
And,
poor Miles. What a way for me to exit, huh? No, thank you guys so much. I'll be back later on in the booth. Tony, it was great to have you up here.
It's a pleasure.
Love you, Pam.
To be up
See
here
you
with all
soon.
of you.
All right, so with that, once again, as we watch our crews out there recovering this vehicle off of our qualifying course, it's important, just to say thanks to all of the volunteers out there who are going to be working tirelessly all this week and on race day, getting all these guys off the course when they need to be recovered. But joining us right now in the booth, my good friend Miles. Miles is here with us. Miles is always the man with the plan when it comes to Ultra 4. Miles, it's great to have you here. Let's talk racing.
Yeah, how's it going, buddy? I've seen you in passing, but I haven't really hung out with you too much yet, buddy.
I know, it's been weird, hasn't it?
Just been busy so far, but it's been a great job. I've been tuned in all morning long, just kind of going through the notes and make sure everything's going good. You guys are great all day long. Glad to be a part of it once again.
Yeah, great to have you up here, Miles. So let's talk a little bit. So, Miles, you're here for the first time. You always come in with a wealth of information, which is always great. So what do you got for us?
Well, it's a busy week, so it's been great. I just saw Dossing Allington online. I see Joe Fabrizio out there winching Eric Wyckoff. That's a tough break there. But Cameron Steele got beat out by Brent Harrell,
yes.
just by about 5 seconds. Do I remember that right? It looks like 7 seconds.
7 seconds, yeah.
Pretty
That's
impressive
impressive,
there.
yeah.
And Tony, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
good to see you too.
And I was when I heard you hop in the booth, I just brought back a lot of memories. So my first time on the live show was 2012. Remember Chocolate Thunder, the gatekeeper?
I
You
do.
had some issues.
I did.
And I remember interviewing you on the side of the hill, just a heartbreaker. But I was
Yeah.
like, King of the Hammers is so amazing because it brings back those memories of what's, we've been doing this for so long that you forget what happens and all of a sudden something sparks. It's like, oh, big old smile.
Yeah. So let me tell you a story about that because it's not a story I've ever told the public.
Breaking news.
Breaking! You guys, we got
No,
to
he
scoop
did
up here
break.
on
You're
stage.
So what we decided was we were going to bring a complete set of axles. So I would pre-run and qualify on the practice axles, and then we'd put the race axles in after qualifying. Well, when they put the race axles in, things were slightly different. And one of the things that happened was they over-tightened the ARB lines. So when I got to Chocolate Thunder and hit the locker, there was nothing there, which is why
that's what I remember.
turned over.
Yep.
So we realized, I waited there till we could get off course, right? Brought the car back. We realized that the rotors were slightly different than.
That pulled it apart.
No, they were sawing through the calipers. So had I made it through Chocolate Thunder,
you would have been broke somewhere else.
Yes. So it was a blessing in disguise for as much as I.
But remember the gatekeeper, it's not there anymore.
No, it's not there at all.
It's crazy because it used to be such a gnarly obstacle out here, and it's just completely
Filled
different.
in.
It's
I know.
wild.
Yeah.
Well, that's also, I think, just the fact that how much the cars have changed. I mean, sleds used to just be impossible, and now like a 42-inch tire. 42-inch sticky, you just drive up sledge all day long.
Yeah.
You know? So I think that's also just the fact that how much the cars have changed. Now, when we were out here in the late 2000, 2009, 2010, 39-inch tire was like the big tire. Some guys had some bigger tires, but you didn't want to run them.
Right.
Now 42 is kind of like the sweet spot as the tire that you need out there, and it's amazing that the tires are holding up. I mean, yeah, they're race tires, but still.
Yeah.
That's a lot of abuse for a tire out in the dirt for 10 hours.
It's crazy. Yeah, and I heard Craig Allen just bought your car,
Yeah,
and Cameron's
yep,
racing that.
yep,
I was chatting with some people, and
So that's gonna be
Cameron's
good.
like, hey, Craig Allen just bought it from Pellegrino. I'm like, well, bummer that you guys aren't racing
No,
it,
yeah,
but
that's
cool that it's still
that
going to
it's-
be racing out there.
Yeah. And I
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Tony, for joining us here on the stage. It's always a pleasure to
Thanks
see
for
you.
having me.
You
Yep,
are
yep.
fantastic. Just a light of joy and fun. So thank you so much. But you guys, we do have something special for y'all. Like Ian was
All right,
saying
Tony, good to see
earlier,
you.
we've got some electric unicycles that are going to be out on the short course. So we're going to be able to get to that here pretty soon. We're super excited to have that. That's going to be from 12 to 2.
Ultra One. That's going to be a lot of fun
It's
to
pretty
watch.
rad.
So they're going to be racing for 2 hours?
I don't know. That's a
Or
good question.
in between cars? I don't know how
No,
that's gonna
this is. I think we're gonna have a little excitement here. It said from 12 until 1. We got some guys from One Wheel that are gonna come in here and basically get us all honest on stuff.
Perfect, because I know nothing about it except for it
I
looks
know
like
this.
fun.
I know this about it, Miles. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So I think it's gonna be pretty rad to watch these guys. I think just watching that little clip from all those guys tearing up, it was pretty crazy, Miles. It's
I'm excited to see it. Something different.
yeah, absolutely. So coming in right now, we got a couple guys. All right, so and while we watch this recovery, we got a couple people joining us in the booth with us right now from One Wheel. Let's talk a little bit about this stuff. So introduce yourself and what in the world am I about to see?
Absolutely. Well, first off, thank you so much for having us. We are so excited to be here. We will be racing electric unicycles here today. These things go anywhere from 5 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour.
And instant, too. That
Yes,
electric power
yes,
is wild.
Instant power. We have a booth set up, so anybody that's here that'd like to come and try one can head over there and give it a shot.
And they have to wear a helmet, I hope, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, we were chatting the other day, and you were talking about the race you were in overseas recently, and you had a lot of fun over there, and you wiped out, right?
Yeah, I did wipe out, actually. Thanks for bringing up that
Yeah,
memory.
just
I appreciate
want
that.
everybody to know that
Did you
anybody
ever not just eat it? You're on One Wheel, Miles. Like I think I would fall off immediately.
Yeah, so, I'd love to introduce myself real quick and my co-host. My name is Seth Johnson, Amped Electric Games. We travel all over the world, as you mentioned, racing these things. And I am proudly joined by my co-host here.
Yeah, I'm Brett, also known as E-Rider A, and I'm just super stoked to be here. I'm the only Canadian member of the team, and
Canadian?
Yeah.
Where are you from, my
I'm
friend?
from Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah,
from. My wife's from Oshawa, but she lies and says she's from
Ah,
Toronto.
It's easier to say that, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Toronto. Just so you
Oh,
know.
it looks like we
So
looks
we
like
have
we're
started.
we're
All
on.
right, so
Yeah,
right
go.
here.
We're
This is
on.
what we got going on in the infield right now. Talk us through what's going on here.
Yeah, we have the best racers in the world. It looks like we have. It's hard to see from here, but I
It's
believe
the red guy out front.
Yeah, Zach Darnell, I believe he is a champion racer. All of these guys have podiums.
Yeah, we have some of the racers out there just absolutely prolific. The guy in all black there, he's known as Mike Leahy, Shibby Time. You've seen him do the Red Bull Rampage jump, Canyon jump. We're trying to find some of the best racers all over North America to come here and showcase what exactly these electric unicycles are possible.
So how fast are they going to get up to on this MBRP straightaway after this next corner?
Now, a lot of these riders are going to be riding torque models of unicycles, so those will be not as fast as those 70-mile-an-hour track circuit type machines, and they'll top off, a little bit less than that, so 45, maybe
45?
50.
Okay, that's still pretty
miles
good.
an hour at most.
Yeah, one thing also to remember is I know you guys were mentioning earlier the condition of the track. We saw a little jump there, a little jump there by EUC Nico. So it's a little bit loose. So we have one traction point. These things operate completely by leaning. So you lean forward to accelerate, and you lean back to
And
decelerate.
if you lean left, you go left?
Correct.
Yeah, it's simple, right? It sounds easy.
Very simple.
Yeah, and it's just like socks and shoes. You'll see the pads on there that they have, and they're very customizable, and you have to curate it to your own type of ride.
And do your feet get stuck in it, or do they just kind of slip in?
We call it locking in. Sometimes you can have it so tight that you want it locked in and it's with you, but other people, myself, I like it a little bit more loose.
That
so
way,
I have a
when
little
you
bit
wreck, it can fall off a little easier?
but there's also a little lean room. The more you lean, the more weight you put into it, the faster you go. You'll see them do a full-on Michael Jackson lean as I go into some of these straights here.
Why'd they hit the Yokohama's Y there, not hit the Yukon line?
Yeah, we lined it up. We pulled the measuring tape, and it was just about 6 inches too long. So unfortunately, we weren't doing that today. But if you head over to our Instagram, Amped Electric Games.
I've seen some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of footage from all over all of our races. We live stream. Brett and I actually provide commentary for many of the races.
So when it comes to these races, is this the normal surface you guys are racing on, or are you guys racing on asphalt, or what's going on?
It's a bit of everything. Like this, we're so fortunate to have the opportunity to be part of the King of the Hammers here, and the track on the short track is a lot smoother, dirt, but it changes up as you see them going through all of those the rocky sections and whatnot. That's a whole other style of riding. So it's adding two styles of off-road riding into one.
So you basically so when you guys are traveling around, you're just mixing it up, right? You'll go somewhere and race. Sometimes it's dirt, sometimes it's asphalt,
dirt,
sometimes
downhill, uphill.
Yeah,
so what's your
kind of like a mountain bike then, right?
Yeah.
So what's your favorite kind? What kind do you like? What do you prefer?
There's a thrill in circuit racing going really, really, really fast, but doing something off-road gets your heart pumping. So, I mean, it depends on the day for me.
Yeah, a little bit of everything, huh?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
You like the challenge.
Exactly.
The
Whatever seems to be good, right?
The bigger question is, where is it better to crash?
I prefer to crash on dirt.
Yeah.
Just a little more forgiving. Skateboard ramps, skateboard parks. I mean, pretty much anywhere you can ride these things. So we're coming into the last, the final straight. This is the lap 2 of 2, and you saw folks a couple of the riders got a little bit of air there. Let's see who we have out front. That's Mike Leahy. Mike Leahy, Shibby Time on Instagram. You probably saw him at the Red Bull Rampage jump down in Utah. He jumped about 65 feet. And it looks like he has just won the, it looks like he's second.
Flag.
So that's EUC Zach.
We're doing more.
Oh, we're gonna send him around one more time, it looks.
Yeah, it's no surprise.
We got an extra lap going because everybody's having enough fun.
Yeah,
that's right.
Honestly, it's no surprise to see EUC Zach up front. This guy has just been leading the front in most major competitions in China and America.
Right.
So he's a very, very strong rider. And if anyone's looking to get into these things, look at his style. He's really pioneering exactly what these athletes should be looking like on the track.
It's pretty wild.
And that's a great point, Brett. I mean, this is the extreme of the extreme.
Yes.
We also have electric unicycles that do 10, 15, 20 miles an hour. And it is such a great form of transportation. I keep one in the back of my car instead of a spare tire because I can't ride a spare tire.
Sometimes, right?
Mary Poppins. We got a wipeout right coming through the Bronco Arch. Look at that.
Yeah, that happened.
How durable are the unicycles? Are they pretty good? They can take a tumble and
I
keep
think
on
it just got torture tested right
Yeah,
there. If he gets on it and rides it, these things are indestructible.
We were just in China. We went to the factory, and they took us out to their testing ground, and they were literally throwing these off of mountains. And then the engineers at the bottom would come in and see what broke.
See if it still worked.
Yeah.
So in a case like this, are you running a specific dirt tire on these, or is that how you change it up for the surface you guys are going to be on?
Exactly. So a lot of these wheels, you can interchange whatever tire you want on there. So
and how long does that take? Is that a half-hour job or a 5-minute job?
It depends on how good you are and how well you know your device, right? Some people can do it somewhat quick. If you've done tire changes with trucks or anything like that, it's definitely going to come in handy doing one of these. But they're looking at knobby tires, a lot of of like, you're not looking at paddles or anything because it's going through the internals of the wheel as it's spinning around, right? So they have some really good kind of aggressive knobs on there, and if you were to take a street tire out here, you'd be slipping around quite a bit.
So when you're talking about these things and you're changing them, is it like all the electric stuff? Are you just changing the battery? Are you mixing it up with a different battery pack for distance versus torque, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So some of the wheels have higher voltages, some have lower voltages, some have a high torque motor, some have a high speed motor. So similar
and different batteries as well, right?
Different batteries, different everything, different tire diameters.
Yeah, but when you purchase one of these wheels or you pick one out to go to a track, you're not changing out the batteries, you're not changing out the motor. What you get is what you get, and that's why you've got it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Right?
So it looks like we did a checker flag did fly. Do we know who won that one?
It looked like
EUC Zach.
EUC Zach and EUC Nico were up in front, and I think Mike Leahy was very close behind. We will get you guys those results, and we would love to come back for another race if you have some time. We were eyeing up Short Bus, actually.
I would love to see that, because it's hard enough just to walk up or down that, let alone ride a unicycle.
Yeah, like this is a little bit more of a taste. We go up to Chocolate Thunder, we're training down Short Bus, and we're really like, we're showing these people on our spare time, on our free time, we're just enjoying riding, and they're like, wait, what?
I'm not saying that if one of you guys jumped off back door, you wouldn't.
You're just saying.
They were looking
But
at
I'm
it.
saying that if one of you jump off back door, or there is a world famous drop here that Lauren Healy made famous a few years ago. If someone was to recreate that on a unicycle, you might sell some unicycles.
Are you saying you want to hit it?
No.
Slowly makes his retreat.
He's like, that's like $7,000 Canadian.
King of the Hammers brings in a big crowd, an international crowd.
It's
right?
true.
So,
It's true. I'm just busting your chops.
Yeah,
so
I
I
can
can do that
big
because
time.
I'm still Canadian.
So where does Amped Electric Games fit into that?
Amped Electric Games is the event.
Okay.
All right. So we travel around. We host our own races out in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Oh, that's I'm about 3 hours away from there. That's a
Oh,
cool
right.
place.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, the
mountain bike mecca, right?
I was just going to give a shout out to the Walmart Foundation
Oh.
and all the work that they're doing out there. All right.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Dave Cole for putting on this entire event and giving us the invite out here. We were so appreciative to come out and sit next to you guys and call the race.
Absolutely. It's great having you guys out here.
Well, Seth, Brent, appreciate you coming out here. That was a fun show, and we hope to put on a couple more as the day progresses.
Miles and I will be over later to do some unicycling.
Come on over.
All right, guys. Thank you. All right. So as what we just saw, Andrew Gorman leaving the line. 4853 Legends class car. Miles will give us the rundown on that because he's got his sheet and knows it well. But here we go. Andrew just made his way out of the short course and across the desert to be headed up this rocky climb that we've been talking about.
And let's give Gorman a special shout out. He's done all the printing you see around here. He's made multiple trips out here. His company's printed all the stuff you see hanging out all around Hammertown. They've done an amazing job. So thanks to Andrew Gorman and Brandon Sloan out of Bell Canyon, California, with Locked and Loaded with that LS7 and that Jimmy's chassis, Magnum Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto, Raceline, King, Lithographic, Rock Solid Rig. He started racing Ultra 4 in the UTV back in 2014. but stepped into the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class in 2017.
Now, Miles, so this is the first time we've got to work together, so now we can have this conversation. We talk a lot about all the different classes. I know if, like, dreams were if I just basically gave you a blank check, you'd probably...
You can do that.
No, I could not. Well, I could do it as long as you didn't cash it.
Just don't drop it, it might bounce. Huh?
That's right, yeah. But you'd be in, I know you'd be in a 4400 car all day long, but if you were going to strap into one of these Legends class cars, what class speaks to you the most?
Man, that's tough. The 4600 is fun, but it looks rough.
It's a tough day.
So I think it would probably be that 4800 class.
That's still one of my
hopping in an old
favorites.
bomber or a Jimmy's car or a Miller car. I mean, it's just a great place for those cars to kind of retire. But I heard you guys talking about this morning. That's how this class was developed, for old cars to retire in. Well, then that just spun up a whole new thing of new cars, specific cars being built. As you saw on the pole right there, Brent Harrell is in that Horschel car that was debuted, I think, 2 years ago now.
There's also
and
some
it's
big,
beautiful.
Yeah, and there's also some big names in 4400 that kind of cut their teeth and snuck in and played a little fast and loose with those 4800 rules in the beginning, and now we see them dominating in 4400, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, there's a lot to be said for this class.
But
sure.
I mean, again, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, that's a fun one too, because they kind of, like you said, bend the rules a little bit. I loved when it first came out that it has to have some kind of mechanical steering. Well, that illegal's just a sick bird, right? I mean, you can twist that however you want, but they kind of got it lined out, and it's again, every class has its specialty, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, but right now we're watching Andrew Gorman make his way. He just came through that Gates gate up at the top there, right about the 2-minute 30-second mark. We're kind of playing around with that yesterday, being the fact that, hey, that's a sort of a good split time right there. Don't forget, if you are watching us online, make sure you drop any questions in the chat section, and we can jump on those as they go. And then, there's one that popped up right now. Is the 4500 class discontinued? Absolutely not. We're going to see those guys start qualifying here, I believe, at the 12 o'clock hour. Am I not right there, Miles?
Yep, in the 12 o'clock hour. Sorry, I'm not Miles, but I was right there.
I was still on mute.
I didn't realize that you were ready to jump back in here. Emmy's back. So, Emmy, what'd you think of that one-wheel unicycle shenanigans?
Dude, I'm so excited for that. That's my latest dumb obsession.
So you're going to race it then, huh?
Well, here's the thing is that I'm old and I have fear, but I will 100% support anybody who wants to do that. That just looks amazing. It just looks so stupid, and stupid stuff is fun.
Yeah, I definitely think it'd be neat to go see some of these races. They are absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them wheeling around Hammertown and stuff. I really want to see them, like you said, drop off a back door. Maybe tonight.
I think they're down for it. I think they'll definitely do it for sure.
I was chatting to them a couple days ago, and yeah, they're not scared of anything.
No, they're not.
Miles, I think you got to line them up, give them the coordinates for back door, then you got to give them the coordinates for that Lauren Healy drop.
A little bit of both, yeah.
Just
Andrew Gorman making his way in.
I'm not telling you to drop off that, but
I'm telling you to drop off that.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch for sure as Gorman heads in towards the Ford Performance Short Course as we speak. He's at that 4-minute mark, so he's definitely a little off pace, but I'll put him a solid mid-pack start.
And again, you guys, we're only just getting into the 12 o'clock hour here. We still have regular qualifying up until 3 p.m., and then our power hour starts at 3 p.m. And even from there, we've got over 30 cars qualifying.
Yeah, there are some big names in power hours for sure.
It looks like Derek Summers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Derek Summers should be in the 1006 car. Out of Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is one of my favorite places in the world. I love it.
All right, Derek Summers making his way up that climb, making quick work of it.
With Jason riding shotgun in that Jimmy's chassis with a Jeff Ginter LS 427 with 650 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, SCST case, Vision X lights, Finucci Auto Body, Professional Touch Auto Body, and Jimmy's 4x4. He's been racing with us since 2010. So Derek Summers and his son is racing a very identical car as well. So on race day, it's going to be very tough to tell who's who. And I can't remember which one's which, but one has different colored wheels. Other than that, they look identical.
That makes our job hard, Miles.
Oh, well, you just say Summers Racing, and you're right.
Problem solved. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Just stick to that. Summers Racing. We'll remember that on race day. But right now, Derek's making his way across this cross-grain section as he makes a turn up into short bus. And this is what we've been watching all day long. Is this section? Look, you just see it right here. It's
This is
get
a
so
great
dug out.
run because I
Yeah.
think the fast time to the Gates gate was about 2:08. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I think just over the 2-minute mark is,
So
but
we're right there neck and neck with Cameron Steele and Brent Harrell's team or time.
I believe so. Yeah, it all depends what comes at this turn at the top of short bus and then up through Gates Gate here. Looks like he's going to come through there. If he makes it clean, it's probably going to be about 2:10-ish. Come out the backside.
Yeah, he's got a very, very solid run. So let's run through the top 10. It's Chad Jesse in that 10th spot, then Scott Farley, Justin Barth, Jeremy Jones, Tony Howard. Top 5 is Michael Kelly, Cody Young, Justin Hall, Cameron Steele, and then Brent Harrell. And Justin Hall, I saw him running. He's building that Liberty Mountain car. Wasn't able to quite finish it.
in time,
So it's
yeah.
so cool to see him bringing back the OG Trent Fab, the top shelf, the original one. Really
Yeah,
cool.
it's neat to see the cars that last out here so long. You know, you see a lot of these Miller Motorsports cars, a lot of the Bomber Fab cars, Trent Fab, Jimmy's 4x4. These were the cars in early days, were the cars to have out here in 4400, and now they're just dominating that 4800 Legends class.
So coming out of the rocks right around that 3-minute mark. So I think he'll be a top 5 for sure. I'm not sure if he can quite give Brent Harrell a run for his money or not. It's going to be close.
It is, but he'll make quick work down this section right here, drop down into the desert, and then head back in. He's already back into the short course. Got to make the turns.
All right, so he's coming in here to the old Talladega turn, looking pretty good at a 3:35. So like Miles said, pretty good qualifying run. Not top qualifying run, but still looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in that top 5 for sure. So Derek Summers with a great run as he hits the MBRP tabletop and launches it.
Nice.
You see how perfectly flat that flew?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of donkey kicks out there, but not on this one.
All right, and that should be...
It should be Diesel Krentz.
Diesel Krentz texted me a little bit ago. He is not able to finish. UPS shows up on the lake bed at 3 p.m.
So that's what he's waiting for.
Yep.
So this is Dustin Eisenhower.
Yep, the 4472 vehicle of Dustin Eisenhower.
He's been racing with
out
us
of
for
Colorado.
quite a while. Yeah. Give him a rundown, Amy.
Well, he's got Jimmy's 4x4, which is pretty cool. A Texas Speed LS3 in there. He's got TH400 Atlas, Threat off-road wheels, Milestar tires, Rough Stuff Pro Eagle Jack, improved racing. I don't know, how's your racing? It's improved. Holly ignitions, and then Optima. So
Derek Summers moved into that 3rd position, and I just got an update that he had a flat tire too. So if he wouldn't have that flat, he would have been doing even better. So 9 seconds off the lead with a flat tire. Derek Summers, great run.
Yeah, Dustin Eisenhower making its way through our Gates Gate at the top.
Right around that 2.5-minute mark. So top 15, top 20 runs so far.
What do you think we're going to see fast qualifying time, Miles? Did you pick one out in
My
your head?
guess was 3:33 this morning.
Oh wow!
And,
See, I went
where are
way
we at?
faster than everybody.
3:37. So
I'm still at 3 teens.
No,
like
Ian thinks they're
15.
going to come in a minute 30.
No.
I heard you say 4 seconds earlier, Emmy.
Well, I did, and that's also for Lauren Healy, because even though he's in a stock class, I vote with my heart.
Oh, there you go. No, it'll be fun to see what he can do in that RTR off-road vehicle as Dustin Eisenhower makes quick work coming down the backside of the mountain.
Yeah, through this cross-grain section, up through the squeeze rock right here. We saw a little bit of action here earlier with a broken car that our volunteers quickly recovered off course. But look, he's made his way through the squeeze rock, taking that left-hand line that gives you that little stair step all the way down to the bottom.
Now, Miles, did you go up there and walk the qualifying course at all?
I went to the top by the Gates Gate. I took a UTV up there. We had a 2-seat Defender, and it was sketchy. The short wheelbase, and that was before anybody had really ran it too much. There was a little bit of traction up there, but it was very loose, and I'm like, Dave, you're an animal.
Oh, you went up with Dave?
No, I didn't. I was just in my head thinking,
okay.
He builds a course that really tests people.
Yeah, I really, when I watched the live show with you, Miles, a few weeks ago, when you guys basically leaked it, I really liked how you guys used the BeamNG to get that, basically that sort of like virtual idea of what we've got going on. And I thought, I loved it. I loved it. I've been to see them. As soon as I saw the qualifying course, I'm like, that's nasty. Absolutely nasty.
Yeah, I was in VIP yesterday and drove that BeamNG on the qualifying course, and I got a smooth 555.
Oh, look at you.
But I did have the cheater reset button where you just you
know what we got?
back
You know what
over.
we got to do, Miles? We got to have a host competition.
Oh, there we go.
Qualifying. Yeah, we all
we
got
can
to
make
slide
that
over
happen.
the VIP. I think we got to see who can do what. Maybe that'll be the plan for before this week's out. Everyone's got to lay down their
I'll
fast
I'll try to sneak you in there.
Yeah, you can try to sneak me in the back door. I got denied yesterday. That's all right. All
Well,
right.
joining us in the booth, we got Kendall Glines. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great.
I
Excited
saw-
to be here.
Yeah, I saw your Bronco head out, and it's brand new to you guys, or been working on it for a long time, but you don't have a lot of test time on it, and saw you struggle busting a little bit. Give us a rundown.
I have 0 miles on the car. Absolutely 0. We ran it down Besson Road back and went and qualified it.
So last night, you guys were driving it just right out past gate 2, and did you see an old 55 pre-runner pass you?
yeah.
I was riding with
Oh,
them.
sweet. Awesome.
You guys took off. We're like, oh no, we're going to play a little bit.
Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, it's been an awesome adventure building the new Bronco, and just to be on the lake bed with it run through the qualifying was amazing. A huge shout out to our team and what we've done and accomplished. So.
Yeah, it's cool that you stepped up into that Bronco. You've been stock class for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the opportunity to represent Ford and Ford Performance. We took that opportunity, and we're gonna
and run with it. Huh?
We're gonna run with it. Absolutely.
So how do you like having the Bronco in the stock class? Let's compare apples to apples here. How do you
I don't know yet.
For a while. You're about to find out.
Yeah, I've got how many miles is the short course or the qualifying course?
I'm going to say right around a mile.
Okay, we've got a mile of test time in the rocks.
There we go. Good
and,
stuff.
Our goal was just to get it around the qualifying course, and
you did.
We did.
Yeah.
Maybe a little off pace. I know Jim was giving us a hard time.
He gives
during
everybody a hard time.
during our qualifying run, but it's good. It's going to be really fast and really fun. Way bigger platform than our previous platform.
Oh, absolutely. And on screen is Shad Kennedy and Jeff Cooper out of San Dimas, California, with Uncharted Off-Road in that Poison Spider chassis. That's the old school Venom car with a Klein Racing LS3 with 575 horsepower, Turbo 400, Falcon, Vision, Curry Enterprise, FK, Warren, and Factor 55.
And I believe that's our first 4,500 car, Miles, unless
Okay.
I'm mistaken. I believe I'd have to go back and go through the entire list, but I believe that is the start of what would be considered the 4,500 modified class that's out here racing. Our 4,500, obviously, we're into a different class now. So this is the Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. These guys get 2.5-inch shocks per corner, limited at 14 inches to travel, so no trailing arms. This is what Miles was talking about earlier, where they used to play a little loose and fast with the rules of the mechanical steering. You have to have mechanical connection from the steering wheel down to the front axle. Front-mounted engine, but you can do whatever you want horsepower-wise, and then max 37-inch DOT tire.
It's another very fun class, for sure. Well, Kendall, a pleasure having you up here, buddy. Best of luck. Get back there and tweak on that car and see what you can do on race day.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Kendall Glines.
So with this Yukon modified class here, you might notice that some of the numbers, they don't all start with 45, right? The guy we've got on course here is running number 29. So the way that you can tell that this is part of the 4,500 class, not necessarily by their number, but by their number plate. So all of these guys will have an orange number plate.
Yeah, because we got to remember on Friday when these guys leave the line, we are going to have many different classes leaving the line all at one time, I should say. So we got all these classes will be mixed in together on our race on Friday. So the modifieds and the 4,800 legends will be mixed in together. The stocks will start after that.
After. They can still qualify and within their own class, but they'll
Yes.
start. We'll mix up
Right.
the 45s and 48s. And speaking about 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, that is Dawson Allington and his dad, Mark Allington, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with Baby Jeep Racing. And that Tribe 16 built Jeep LS 441 stroker, Turbo 400 alloy drilling, PSC, and Redline oil. You remember that car has been raced for a long time by Matt Howell. And then a couple years ago during qualifying, Dawson took a huge tumble on that last tabletop. So I'm sure that's running fresh through his mind to take a little bit easy. You can't win the race in qualifying.
Yeah, you don't want to yard sale the car at qualifying. It was great shot.
Oh, yeah.
Until it wasn't. Yeah,
Yep.
but yeah, you're right. I remember that was always, seeing that Tribe 16 car out here tearing it up was always good for the many years they raced that car for sure.
All right, making his way up here to the top, to the gates gate. We'll see how he's going. A little bit off of the leader pace here, but still should be good as he's coming through here. Again, if he can make up a little bit more time going downhill, he'll have a chance to get a little bit better of a qualifying position. Now, most people have been going to the left here, but let's see how he does on the right, and it is no problem.
Yeah, just quick and easy through the gates gate.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it all depends where they want to get set up for this next section. We've seen people clip that left flag and take that low left line. It looks like Dawson stayed up high in the rocks, basically came over, stay on the right line, and we haven't seen a lot of people do that so far, especially the Legends cars. Legends cars seem to be clipping that left flag and staying low.
Yeah, a lot of people have been kissing that flag a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like, that flag is not long for this world, man.
We're going to have to replace that one, possibly even for tomorrow's 4400. And if you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Yokohama Everyman Challenge Qualifier, all part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
We've got over 100 vehicles that are qualifying today. We started bright and early at 8 a.m., so we are halfway through, but we still got a lot of great qualifying runs to go. This race will happen on Friday. Wednesday, we're going to be having our UTV race. Friday will be our Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and then, of course, Saturday is the big race. And if you guys are watching online, if you're seeing commercials, you can pay us a little bit of money, and we'll get rid of those commercials.
It's only
$24.99. You get access to the live stream with no commercials, and you get access to
multi-view.
all of our cameras. We have I don't know how many views there are, like 20-something, 24, 25. We have a lot of different views, so you'll be able to see that. So if you don't like what you're seeing on the screen, you can just go to a different view and maybe catch some action elsewhere out on the course.
Yeah, you can kind of run your own show, follow what shot you want to see. It's an amazing thing what the Hammer King production crew has put together this year.
I would just live on the in-car view.
Yeah, me too.
The StarStream George Hamill.
Yeah,
beautiful.
absolutely amazing.
We'll
all right, we're watching
those
Dawson come down through this soft section here. Made it through the squeeze rock, and he's dropping back down into the desert, and he'll make a short little trip over into our short course.
It's such a beautiful day out here. It's mid-60s, just a little bit of breeze. The sun is shining. It is fantastic here in Johnson Valley, California, right here in Hammertown.
I'm looking on the YouTube comments, and Glenn McConnell says that he had to run into town his first year here for some goggles. There's a motorcycle shop that had, quote, sand goggles, godsend when you're wearing contacts. Well, here's the thing, you guys. We have the KOH General Store.
And they got a little bit of everything
Exactly. So you don't have to run all the way to Yucca Valley if you forgot something. You can come right here to the store. Will there be a price premium? I mean, probably, but you know what?
Convenience.
How much is your time
It's a
worth?
convenience store,
It's
so you pay for convenience, right?
Exactly. Well, Dawson Allington coming in here just over that MBRP jump, looking good at a 6:23. So that puts him back pretty far here. But again, when you're comparing just into the modified class, we'll see where he ends up overall. But I think in the modified, since we haven't had that many, he should be pretty good.
And Gary and Sonny just joined the All Access on the Premium. Thanks for tuning in, and go check out that all the extra feeds.
I'm trying to get a number off who we've got on course right now.
I think that should be Gary Henderson if my eyes are...
Yeah.
I'm trying to see a number 2.
Yep, a 45.60. If it's 45.62, that should be Gary.
Yep, that's what our starting order had him at.
Okay, perfect.
Y'all, this is why you put your numbers on your roof.
It sure looks like it. So I believe that's Gary Henderson and Steve riding shotgun out of St. George, Utah with Jeep Cast Racing in a full-body JKU with an LS3 450 horsepower. Milestar, King, Dynatrack, Vision X, Optima, Rugged PRP, Adams Drive Shaft, and Masterpole help him get to the green flag here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge Qualifier.
I've never noticed how off-camber that little section was right there. Oh,
it is a tough turn. Yep, it absolutely is a tough turn, and then you get into that drop. It all depends how you want to set up for that drop. If you sort of give yourself a little bit extra space, you can sort of drop off. But if not, you got some tough spots to get through.
Yep, this turn's getting pretty burned out here. By tomorrow, when we start seeing those really, really big tires, those ruts are going to get very, very deep.
All right, we're watching Gary Henderson make his way up into short bus there.
And I'm just getting an update from Take It Live that all the angles are pinned on the free chat at the top of the link, so go check that out as well. Thank you, Chris, for keeping me honest. Danny, Paul, Rosie, man, we're starting to get some people signing into the premium. Skipping some of those commercials, getting all the angles. Got some Adams Drive Shaft fans in the YouTube chat as Gary Henderson is making his way up.
Yeah, this is what we've seen get torn out all week.
The ruts are getting deep there.
It's getting deeper and deeper as we make our way up through this section for sure.
When you guys had Cameron Steele up here earlier, I was listening to that, and he was just kind of giving his 2 cents on it, and it was impressive. Like, you can't see some of it because all the dust is getting drug out and covering some of the rocks and taking up some of that traction.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that part of the course get changed a lot as we go through qualifying tomorrow with the 4,400 cars. Right now, I think everyone just sort of seems to be on par with struggling up that section because everyone, as I said before, is running those 37-inch or 35-inch DOT tires. And so as we can see like here, a little bit of extra time getting set up for our Gates gate.
Yep, now in this 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, they are running the 37-inch tires, so just a little bit bigger of a tire, but they are limited to 14 inches of travel. And we talked earlier, if they go around those gates, that is a 5-minute penalty. So fortunately, we haven't seen anybody do that. But, you know, if they, look at that, where will it go up? If they get into a little bit of a pickle, they always have that option to take that penalty and get around the Gates gate if they need to.
Definitely a little off pace, but he's making it through his way.
Yeah, they've made it through Gates Gate, came off the top of that section near Short Bus, and then basically dropping down into this. This is that sort of like off-camber section that we've been watching people not necessarily struggle with, but certainly take their time on it. It obviously as we said all day, it's very, very hard to sort of get an idea of what is the angle these guys are working at, and this is a very, very tricky off-camber section.
It's pretty rough. I've got a JK that I drive around home myself, and I don't want to take it up there. I'm more of a leaf looker.
Miles and his leaf peeping.
Well, and hopefully tomorrow with the 4,400, we'll see more StarStreaming available. We'll have the in-car cab feed. We've only seen it on a couple of vehicles so far during this set of qualifying rounds, but that really does make a difference, really puts you in the driver's seat, and you can see exactly what that driver and co-driver are seeing, as well as an facing inwards camera, so you can see the expression on their faces, too, as they maybe have a few Code Brown moments out here on the qualifying course.
Yeah, tomorrow's 4,400 Unlimited race, qualifying the Race of Kings. That's going to be a fun one to watch for sure as the action continues right here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifier.
Yeah, Gary Henderson making his way up through that squeeze rock and then back down through this loose dirt section here.
I hear somebody taking off the line. I believe that should be
Logan Goodall, if my sheet's correct, Miles.
Yeah, it should be. And I do believe he is not racing. He's actually going through brain cancer right now, so our thoughts and prayers are hoping for a speedy recovery with that. But I believe his normal co-driver, Todd Miller, is driving, and Ken Goodall, I think, is co-driver.
All right, Gary Henderson making his way back into the short course.
Definitely moving slow, so he's got some issues, but as long as he can grab that checkered flag, he'll start in the people that either didn't qualify or broke or got disqualified.
Yeah, it seems to me there's something going on here, Miles. He's certainly not traveling at what we would consider any type of race pace.
That's more of my pace right there. Just enjoying the scenery.
Oh man, this must be torture for those guys in there.
Wow, but at least you're back in town.
Yeah.
If you have an issue, it's good to be back in town and making its way around the short course.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if you're still going, if you're still moving, if the wheels are still moving, then you have to keep going no matter what. And that's one of the things I love about off-road racing is that never say die attitude. You know, as long as you have a little bit of forward, even if it's just inches by inches, these guys and gals are still going to go out there. They're still going to be trying to get to that finish line no matter what.
And that kind of goes back to strategy. We saw at least one person this morning just take the green flag and pull right off. You pay for that spot, but then, hey, you start in front of the people that either broke during qualifying or didn't qualify at all.
Right,
so,
right. And that's
I like the strategy.
That's being smart, right? Because we don't know what was up with that racer's vehicle.
Yeah,
it could
he could have been having issues.
Right, they could have been having issues, and if you're going to take the qualifying, maybe there was just way too much risk to put some damage onto the vehicle. So take your green flag, go back around. You know you're going to be in front of the people that didn't qualify at all, and you're still saving your vehicle, and then you have all of this time here today and tomorrow to work on it.
Yeah, I did talk to some racers who it wasn't even that. They just didn't want to actually put the stress on the car.
Yeah.
They were just like, you know what, I'm going to take the check, I'm going to take the green flag, pull off immediately, get back, continue with my prep, and just sort of move on.
And take the pre-runner out and go check out the course.
Yep. All right, but right now, yeah, I believe that is Logan Goodall.
Yeah, that's the Goodall car. I do believe it's Todd Miller driving out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that Stearns chassis, with a Dodge front end on it, with a Klein LS7 zero-gravity 4L80E transmission. Dirty Life wheels, Warren and Mickey Thompson tires. Again, hopefully Logan can, I believe he's here, but he wasn't. The doctor said you can't get in the car and shake your head up.
Yeah, that's some good advice. You want to follow that advice.
So he was still very positive attitude. He can't get in the car, but again, we're definitely thinking about you, buddy.
All right, as we watch them make quick work, it looks like that left front tire is throwing a lot of dirt.
Yeah, I think
Miles.
it's flat. I think he's got a left front flat tire. I think good call there, Ian. That 4500 car has been racing with us for a very, very long time. It's a great looking rig. Kevin Stearns raced that for a long time before he moved up into the 4400 class. And then Goodall's picked it up, and Logan took off running with it. I think I've only seen 3 or 4 flat tires today. I really anticipated seeing more.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of sort of people just sort of get caught up. It looks like, Miles, it's looking like it may have all the front flats.
Yeah.
That's not good.
That is no
the right
bueno.
front's
That passenger
flopping
side
too,
does
yeah.
not look right.
There is, as my good friend Ricky Berry would say, he's on everything at this point.
Good old Ricky B.
He just hung up. You're on everything. That's what it's all about right there.
Yeah, just trying to steer with those flat tires. Well, he's clearing off the side of the road for everybody.
Yeah, I think this is not. Yeah, I think the entire front end of that car is sitting on flat tires at this point. That's a shame. You jinxed him, Miles. You say you didn't.
No, look, he's going back. He's going for it.
Well, he can go as much as he wants. He's just going to have a hard time steering.
Well, this next part's going to help him out because he's going to have gravity on his side.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, but isn't this where we had the recovery earlier?
Oh yeah.
Getting the right line through that pinch rock with 2 front flats is going to be tough.
Just trying to drive uphill. It's
And look, he's sliding. Oh, this.
Well,
is
that
bad.
gives you an idea of. So we talked about this.
The camera never does it justice.
So that looks like he's maybe leaned over like a couple degrees. But if you watch when that car backs up because of those flat tires, that car is sliding downhill.
Sideways.
Yeah, gravity is working against that car at this point right now.
There comes one of our recovery volunteers.
But this is, like Tony was talking about earlier, this is the time right now when you know there's a problem, get the co-driver out, get a winch line out, get it up over that section because, Miles, as you said, then gravity's on your side. You'll get back into town for sure.
And you can, I'd just leave the co-driver at that point.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, yeah. Yeah, the rules only say you have to start with one. It doesn't say you have to finish with one.
Well, technically qualifying, you don't have to start with one.
That's
You
true.
can
That's
start
true.
with, this might be a good question. Is there even a co-driver in that car? And based on the fact that no one's getting out at this point, I'm going to assume that there's not.
Yeah, I qualified with Matt Enix in the LCQ, probably 2010 or 11, and we made it the back door. One of those, and it had rained that night, so it was slick. So we knew we were going to winch when we got there. So we got there. I hopped out, winched, got him up there. His winch caught fire because I think he used speaker wire to power his winch. Not enough juice through there. Caught on fire. We got it put out, and he just took on off.
And you're like, thanks, dude.
Well, that was the plan, but the fire wasn't exactly planned. So that's Cody St. Clair, I do believe.
And this will be tough, Miles, because we have a very difficult recovery going on.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be able to get him at least out of the way while Cody makes his way up through, because he's going to be breathing down his neck pretty quick here.
He's going to get there quick. Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports and that Tribe 16 chassis, with an LS Thompson 408 stroker, 600 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline wheels, full throttle battery, PSC, Brannick, Warren, and Rufus Racing. He's first Ultra 4 race was 2015. He's got first place in Visions, Disney, and Havasu. He was the 2023 National and Eastern Championship champion. He's having a little bit of struggle bus there at the Gates gate.
Yeah, I think that the setup for that is tricky because I think this is the second. It's interesting. This is the second 4500 car we've seen sort of like struggle a little bit on there, but he's taking that left-hand line, which is I think a little bit quicker from what we've seen. But I think it's getting lined up for it is a little bit harder, and that could be just the steering.
And now we'll see if Goodall is still blocking the course or not. He was sliding off, so there's possibly he can kind of take the high line and around him, and then it's his choice. Do I want to rerun or not? And if he does choose to rerun, this run is completely done. You can't have a worse run next time and take your last run.
I would revert to old school King of the Hammers rules right here, where he
drive over him a little bit.
He's traction because
he's part of the course.
Because having him on my left-hand side would be somewhat comforting.
Yeah, because you might be able to use him, right?
You definitely could use a little traction there. Yeah, because
there he is. We'll see what's going to happen. He's still definitely on, or at least on part of the course right there. So he's got to make the decision right now if it's worth continuing or take a rerun.
Right now, Cody is coming down here and he's like, wait, what is happening? Why is this guy still here?
He's not checking up. He's going around him.
Yep,
And that's
looks
the
like
right
there's
decision
plenty of
to do,
room.
'cause
Yep,
he's far enough over. That's perfectly fine. Excellent job, Cody, making quick work of that squeeze rock section right here. And then we got these two choices that we've been talking about: screen left, screen right. Screen left is basically a sandy drop-off. Screen right's got a little stair step built into it, help you down a little bit down that. But Cody's coming down through this section at he's going to hit the desert floor right around that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, clean run by Cody St. Clair so far. Definitely not a blistering pace, but clean. Car still looks good. Love the good old Texas flag on the top.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think this guy's got some Texas pride or what?
Texas people love Texas, I'll tell you that. Just ask Adam Shear. He's got all the Texas facts. Mr. Tribe 16 himself.
All right, as Cody makes his way back into town, got to hit that Talladega turn and then come up over the MBRP launch. Then it will be, according to my list, we should see Ben Ertel leaving the line.
Yep, he should be in the 4337 vehicle. He's driving a Jeep JK with an LS3 with 525 horsepower. Turbo 400 transmission, Atlas, advanced driveline, raceline wheels, RPM steering, Warren Racing, and his first KOH was just last year, so still a little bit of a newbie.
Yeah, getting his feet wet right here at King of the Hammers.
Looks like they might be holding Ben a little bit while they possibly adjust what's going to happen at the top of...
at the squeeze rock.
Yeah, the squeeze rock. Got to figure what's going on there. That's kind of what I'm assuming is happening right now.
They kind of sent Cody St. Clair a little blind there, but he was able to make it through. And again, I assume it's his choice whether to keep it or not. And I'm going to say he's going to talk to his dad, Anthony. They're like, yeah, we made it through. Let's save the car.
I mean, I don't think you're going to do that course any faster.
Yeah.
I don't think he was at all held up by that car on course. I think he had a clean run to get around him. No problem at all. And it looks like our volunteers are recovering that vehicle right now. And as we talked before about how the camera does not do this.
Look at the front end just
look at
sliding
how
down.
hard it is to pull this truck, even just around to get him turned around. That's how steep that off-camber section is.
And if I'm not mistaken, if he goes straight down here, that's a little easier exit, right?
I think so, yeah. He can get out straight down there. But at the same time, he's going to be driving down there with 2 flat tires, which is not going to be fun.
Makes it tough.
Yep.
But there he goes.
So he pulled him back, unhooked him, and he's heading down.
If he gets out of this section, he could probably get down, and then they could possibly change out those tires or just limp it back into Hammertown and basically fix it back in the pits. But
yeah,
at least he's
already
still
done
driving.
for sure.
At least he's driving off the course at this point, which is good.
Yeah, if anything's going to have to go wrong out there on that course, tires are certainly the easiest thing to deal with.
So a huge shout out to Warren and Factor 55 for hooking up our volunteers with their recovery gear. They've been using that the last couple days during qualifying, and I'm sure he'll be really busy during the race.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Miles. We see it every year. We see a lot of winching, a lot of recovery going on during all the races that happen out here in Johnson Valley. For our King of the Hammers race, always good to see the Warren and the Factor 50 guys out there taking care of everybody.
Yeah, they've hooked all our volunteers up with recovery gear, and then they've got the Warren VIP. It's only $600. They've got great food in there. They've got Wi-Fi. They've got the live show going on, and it's I kind of take my breaks in there and while you guys are chatting away, I go in there, do a little bit of homework, and listen to you guys so I can keep relevant on what's going on during qualifying or the race. And it's just a great way to experience King of the Hammers.
So on the course right now, this is Ben Ertel. Now, if you don't know who Ben Ertel is, if you want to spend some time on the YouTubes, you can head over and follow him. He's Mr. JK Gear and Gadgets, and he basically built this car last year for the first time. I believe he had a DNF last year, which is a shame, but now they're back this year. He is, you mentioned it earlier, Kevin Stearns, who was racing in the 4400 class. They're all kind of packaged together in this pit tent over here, operating under this seat time syndicate that also includes my good friend Holly Fowler, and they all they got a couple 4500s in the 4400 car, which is super cool. And Kevin Stearns is someone we're going to want to be watching out for on race day, Miles, because I don't know if you know this, but they picked up an extra pre-runner just to pre-run.
Really?
So they showed up with 2 race cars.
That's incredible.
Steven Watson decided to jump in and own a race car as a pre-runner. So they're out there, they're keeping the race car tucked away in its tent. They're out pre-running in an actual 4400 with a matching car, the exact same car as the
that's
car.
amazing.
That's slick.
And now you have spare parts as well.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But we're watching Ben out here making quick work of the qualifying course so far. Good to see him out here tearing it up.
Yeah, Ben Ertel and Mike Jury out there having some fun in the Seat Time Syndicate / JK Gear and Gadgets. Kind of double dipping on the race name there. I like it.
You can see him check up as he falls into those ruts. That gives you an idea of how big those ruts probably look right now when you come across that section.
Yeah, it's really getting dug out. It's pretty crazy how it's starting to develop out there as he makes his way onto the normal short bus run.
It's a very good run for their 4500 cars so far. I haven't seen the one that we're going to be watching for is coming up here shortly to sort of set our 4500 pace, and that is Mr. John Matthews. Always kind of gets everyone set up well.
And speaking about the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, Shad Kennedy is first in his class, 7th overall, and he got 2nd position last year during his Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
What's our fast time in 4500 right now?
That's it. That's Shad Kennedy with a 3:59.
3:59. That's fast. So I don't know if Ben's on pace to basically click that off based on what he's shown us so far, but he could be close. It all depends on what he does on the back half of this course as he makes his way around through this off-camber section.
God, he's just bouncing through there. It shows you how rough it actually is.
Now, when we are in the Everyman's race on Friday, do we actually give trophies to each stock, to each class? Or is
absolutely.
it you won the
yeah.
whole? Okay, so the stocks will get a 1 through 3, and
there's an overall 1 through 2, 3, and then a 4600 Curry Enterprise 1 through 3,
Okay, great.
4500 Yukon Gear and Axle 1, 2, 3, and a 4800 Brannick Motorsports.
So we're giving out a lot of LaserNet hardware then.
A lot of LaserNet hardware,
That's
absolutely.
pretty cool.
All right, Ben is dropping down. He's lost a little bit of, fallen off pace a little bit from what he was carrying across the top of short bus. So I don't think he's going to be putting our current 4500 pole position sitter.
He's already
any
past
type of
that
damage.
time, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's still running a very solid pace. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. This is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifier, getting everything set up for Friday's big race for these guys and gals.
Well, you guys, my favorite Brit here, and that's not really saying much, Jim Marsden is here to take over for me. Thank you so much, everyone. I had a great time. I will still be around Hammertown, so please, if you see me, say hi. Love you, minute. You guys have a good rest of your show.
All right, Emmy. Well, thanks. Always a pleasure working with you, buddy.
Uh-oh, Miles, Jim's back. We got to be on our best behavior. We can't make fun
Oh,
of him
no,
anymore.
it's on now.
Did you bring your gas can?
No, actually, I got one, so he can borrow it if he needs it. But that was during last year's Everyman Challenge. This is a new year. It's a new Jim. He probably won't run out of gas unless he quits talking.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hey, Jim. How you doing, buddy?
It's always a pleasure to see you. I managed to find enough gas to get onto the stage, so we're doing all right so far.
We'll grab you a fresh monster and let's get after it.
Oh, right now, this is, look at this, Miles. This is who we've been watching. So this is John Matthews. I talked about him earlier. He's on course right now. And I stopped by his pits earlier, Miles, and I took some notes just for us. So this is John Matthews. This is the 8th year that car has been under his, basically, ownership and his racing. But this is its 14th consecutive KOH.
Jeez, that's an impressive stat. So John Matthews and Connor Matthews, number 4580 out of Auburn, Washington, with off-track motorsports. Then an 04 Jeep with an LS3 with comp cans, everything you can throw at it. 550 horsepower, a Reed Turbo 400, Yukon gear and axle, Trail Ready, Milestar, Auburn Off-Road, HP Tuners, Vision X, Warn, and Factor 55. And I believe he's going to pass this car down to his son, and he's already building a new car. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, he's been building a new car for a while. As a matter of fact, I went over and teased him earlier about the fact that it wasn't here. But yeah, I do think you're right. I think this will be his son's car, and then he'll be here in another 4500 car in the next couple of years. But yeah, the fact that this car has been here since essentially the beginning of the 4500 modified class, and he's been racing it. He's chasing that podium this year. He wants it. He wants a win. He did have a podium 3 years ago, but he's been 2 years DNF in that car.
So John Matthews trying to put it down. Still trying to truck along. And again, thank you everybody for tuning into our YouTube King of the Hammers official channel and subscribing to that premium to skip the commercials, get all the behind the scene, all the extra video angles. So John Matthews entering the Ford Performance Short Course, trying to throw the horsepower to the ground.
All right, Miles, let's see some timing here. We don't have a clock run on this one, but what do we got on that one, Miles?
We don't have a clock. I don't know.
Well, surely we got timing. Jim's already on it. He's on the computer already. He'll keep us honest here.
I'm just trying to remember how to use a Mac at the moment, so
I'm sorry
bear
you have to do that. We can trade seats if you want.
But if you're just joining us right now, let's have a quick look at the top 5. So in the top 5 at the moment, we've got Cody Young, then it's Justin Hall, then in third position is Derek Summers, then it's Cameron Steele, and at the moment it's still the young gun, Brent Harrell. Now I was chatting to him earlier in the lineup. I said, so Brent, are you going to be going for this? And he was like, nah, I'm just going to take it easy. Maybe a top 20 will be good enough. And I'm like, yeah, right on.
Yeah, when he took off the Optum battery start line, I knew we were in the VIP. I was like, no, he's not taking it easy, is he?
No, absolutely not. Also, a fantastic run there from Justin Hall, who had Chris Ray in with him. Now, Justin, of course, he's only driven that car, as you heard earlier, for like a couple of miles before he went out on the track. So awesome stuff. Same for Cameron Steele as well, who has only put a few miles on that car before getting out there. But both of these guys, proper wheelmen, and they're doing the do right now.
And on screen is Steve Crawford with Jimmy riding shotgun out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestorm Racing with an M&S Fab chassis, stroked LS 408, 550 horsepower. M&S Fab, Mike and Sarah Amaral, Brannick Motorsports, The Tire Store, and Central City Labor. He's been racing King of the Hammers with Ultra 4 since 2020. So Steve O. Crawford out there trying to make quick work on this qualifier for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, right now we're watching our 4500 modified class, Yukon Gear and Axle modified class cars make their way through. We don't have, this class is not as large as the other classes, you know, being the 48 being the biggest class that we're going to qualify today. I think there's maybe 20 cars in total in 4500.
That sounds about right. I think 4800 is the biggest class, and I think we have just over 100 people qualifying today. There's a handful that decided not to qualify, which is completely fine. You can just take a rear start, and on race day, it is on adjusted time, so your clock doesn't start till you start. You're just racing your own time.
Exactly, but then there's the other whammy there as well. So you can actually pay to qualify. Then, as we saw earlier today, we saw a car cross the line, then peel off, and he will be a DNF rather than did not start. So
Which
he
does
will
start in front of those.
Exactly.
Because
So
it's
he does
random
start
from behind there.
Exactly.
So was that strategy, or was the car hurt? We don't know.
No, well, from what we understand, it was a strategic thing.
Some of that strategy.
Strategy.
Yep. All right, so once again, we are getting ready to have our next finisher come across the line here.
So Steve Crawford should have a time here in just a moment. Still looking for a time for John Matthews. But it's still Brent Harrell out front with that 337 in the 4800 class.
And on screen right now is Anthony Taylor.
Anthony Ice Cream Taylor. You know how he got that nickname?
Fill us in, Miles.
He likes ice cream.
Oh, that's an easy one. Wow.
I was going to say, of all the mind-blowing information you have, that was the least exciting.
He's got James riding shotgun out of Lake Bay, Washington with Redhead Racing in that 04 Jeep TJ with an LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Rough Stuff, Tacoma Hydraulic, Milestar, Harbor Freight, Kimball's Detailing, and all-terrain painting. His first King of the Hammers with Ultra 4 was 2023.
Now we always have lots of people that are interested in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. I can tell you right now, our top 3 in that class are Jesse Bennett in 29th position, Albert Contreras in 31st position, and French young gun Mateus Armand in 35th, who's currently in 3rd in the 4600 class. So great stuff from those guys.
That was a fun run to watch. He gave her heck, and his steering wheel's on the incorrect side, right?
No, his steering wheel is on the same side as yours. So yes, you are right.
Shoot.
In as much as it's on the incorrect side. But I like where you're going there.
Yeah, I think Miles is right. You drive on the left.
They do drive on the left in France.
Now
that's
perfect. Now that is, but you admitted it. I remember last year, Jim, you crossed the line and you were like, "Man, I kind of like having the steering wheel on this side of the car." It's kind of. I remember. I burned that in my memory banks to say.
To be honest, it makes no difference if you have no fuel.
I was going to say, there's a fuel gauge on the other side or what?
Oh, look at this, Miles. We got a little bit of action up here in the Gates gate. I think we got co-driver out of the car, looking at what's going on to see what's happening.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
These tracks, please make sure your winch is ready to use before you get on the trails.
And speaking about jegs, we have the Jegs General Store presented by AccuAir, just right on the other side of the LaserNet fire pit, so go check out that for everything you may have forgotten. Also, put on a whip on your vehicle for safety reasons this year, whether it's a race car, a dirt bike, a play car. You know, we're trying to keep everybody safe out there.
Okay, looks like he might have found himself an anchor point. Let's see what he can do here. Now, is he high-centered, or has he just broken?
I saw the co-driver get out and look underneath the back of the car. So I'm assuming, based on where he's at, that, in my opinion, I think something has to be broken at this point. Because even if you were high-centered at that point, you should be able to do something to get out of that.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a good connection here, so he just needs to instruct it. Now, the problem is that most of these vehicles don't have Bluetooth comms, so it's very difficult for the driver and the co-driver to communicate with each other.
Yeah, if you look right here, look, the front end is pulling and the rear end is not.
Yep, so probably rear drive shaft got knocked out or something. Well, it's starting to spin. Is that...
No, now it's spinning. Yep, so I take that back. Yeah,
I
so
don't know
maybe
what
it was.
happened there.
Yeah, but when he first started doing that, he was in front drive only.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe he has maybe he lost a locker in the back,
yeah,
or what, we can only speculate. But yep. Now at this point, it's time to just leave the co-driver and head back to town.
Unless he has issues on that pinch rock.
Good point, Miles. Yes, but I think to spend the time here to run the cable in, get the co-driver back in, I think at this point, well, realistically, you're at the back of the pack. At
Yeah,
least.
I mean,
Just
if he can finish it, that would still be a nice feat. But yeah, they're definitely taking some precious time. Tough luck for Anthony Taylor. About the midway through his Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifier. And he is going to hop back in, it looks like. Nope.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'd probably be staying out of the vehicle until at least he gets off the rocks.
Yeah, looks like he's making his way through that section. The question will be, like we said, does the co-driver just stay out, or does he walk along with him? No, it looks like he's getting back in. Good for him.
Yeah, that'd be a long walk back to town. Look at Hammertown in the background.
That is
absolutely
a long
beautiful
trip.
But
Yep.
it'd be a long walk, a long, lonely walk.
Yeah, I made my co-driver do that last year.
To go get gas or what? That was Helda, right?
So while we wait
Helda
for this,
Delisha.
while we wait for these guys to get back, so why not racing this year, Jim? Why not? You didn't get the just. I thought I heard somebody from your crew say that you were bringing the car over.
Well, the plan was to bring the big car over and to race in 4400. Unfortunately, the car isn't where we want it to be right now, and there's absolutely pointless bringing a vehicle here that isn't 100%.
Yeah.
So, the car needs to be 110%, and then you need a whole load of luck on your side. So we're going to hold it out. We're doing some considerable upgrades to the vehicle right now, and hopefully, fingers crossed, in the following wind, we'll be back here in 2026. But also, the cost of shipping is hugely expensive right now, so we're hoping that's going to change, which is why we don't see so many foreign teams here anymore.
Is that the car that I'm seeing you use in Europe, like driving all over, or is it a different car?
Well, we race with 2 cars. We have a 4400 Miller, and then we have a trophy raid car that is built in our own workshops.
Yeah, and so the one you're talking about is the Miller car.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right, now joining us on stage
is John Matthews, who is 2nd in class, 14th overall in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
As promised, John, I did say nice things about you. So we talked about your car and everything. So let's talk a little bit about your qualifying run. How did it go? What did you think of the course? All that kind of fun stuff.
It was tough, right?
It's definitely tough. I like a technical course like that, though. That definitely brings out the drivers in the group out there for sure. It was definitely smoother at speed than it was 25 miles an hour pre-running. So it was a lot of fun, and it's a good intro to what we're going to see on the race on Friday. And we're just here to have fun and hopefully kick some ass.
And you're coming back off after, as we said, 2 years of DNS podium 3 years ago, right?
We won it 3 years ago.
Won it 3 years ago, yeah.
And then
Dwayne Garrettson's won the last couple of years, right?
Our Team Yukon teammate Dwayne's won it the last 2 years.
So is that a buddy or a friend of me, or?
No, we're all buddies.
Oh yeah.
That whole row's good. They're all good.
Yukon row,
they got to
like,
share dinner every night down there, Miles.
They like
So they're all
to
good.
have fun.
Right?
Yeah. So you're down there, and so this year you guys are chasing it hard this year. But Miles was saying, I teased about the new car. Is the new car going to be here next year, or what's the thought process on that?
The new car will be introduced here mid-year, so probably either BFE will have the new car ready to go, or it'll make its debut at the Yellowstone Big Sky.
Oh, that'll be a fun
so
one.
the plan is to run the full West Coast Ultra 4 series this year, as well as a couple of the Yellowstone races.
And the old car goes where?
Connor, right?
Pre-runner, the kids racing.
Oh,
it,
she's saying
something.
she wants it.
Yeah, Hallie thinks she's going to be the quickest driver. So
Are they going to let him play rock, paper, scissors? Who gets to drive that day?
We'll have some tryouts.
There you go. Oh, sweet. When's that? I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Right.
That could be the way to do it, I think so. So the car's good. You're feeling good. Any plan? How much pre-running have you done out here?
None.
Okay.
None. Been working on the car or what?
I've been battling a head cold, so I don't get too close here. But no, we were gonna pre-run Desert yesterday, but then they put the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on.
Slowly makes his retreat.
He should have took the Yokohama split and went underneath on that one. Ouch. That is a hard hit.
Probably the worst part about that is now the amount of work that's going to have to be done to that car to get it ready for Friday, because it's got all the wheels are facing in the wrong direction at this point. It's not just a rollover. There's a lot of damage on the front of that car.
But you can see him walk around giving hugs, so it looks like they're
looks
okay.
like
He hopped out, got a little too excited.
Yeah, so they're out of the car. They look to be okay.
Yeah,
but
they don't
that
look
was
too
that was a
nervous.
nasty hit for sure.
Yeah, now we spoke to quite a few of the crew here, and or the guys that are running, and it's considered that you need to be doing something between 45 and 48 mile an hour to clear this.
You see that once
again.
again.
Very, very heavy car, so just not enough pace there from Jesse.
But we have Rescue 3 on site, checking them out, making sure okay. There's
our
Ben
event director,
Napier
Ben
and
Napier.
Yeah, you're going to want
Brian Trotter.
all the horse pressures tearing up to make that leap for sure. But as you said, Jim, that's one of our older cars that is out there, and it's a heavy car. There's a lot of weight in that car.
And one thing about all of this, gravity sucks. So as we're just making sure, but it does look like, you can see Jesse's co-driver there, but Jesse is he's probably at the moment just getting some reassurance that his car is still in one piece.
Yeah, Jesse Balter with Balter Built Racing, that 1953 Willys pickup took a bad tumble. You can see a couple of other cars have barely made that jump. You can see the ruts right there just in front of Balter's car.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the gap jump closed for today for safety reasons.
I don't know.
Well, just looking at the big ruts in the front of it there, Miles.
Yeah, tough break for Jesse Balter, but it looks like he's okay, but we definitely want to make sure everybody is safe and sound out here.
Let's just have a talk about times. So at the moment we're sitting here with Brent Harrell with a 3 minutes and 37 seconds. And yesterday in the UTV race, we saw Ronnie Anderson
with
and
a
Kyle
305,
Cheney.
right?
Yeah, both with 305 with literally 0.02 of a second separating them.
Yeah,
So,
insane.
well, now, I was watching some videos the other day because when you're hanging out here at Hammertown, when you come down to the fire pit in the evening, which is really cool, by the way, they play some videos from the old vintage events.
Oh, yeah.
And I was watching some of the Stampede videos from back in 2014 and looking at the evolution of those UTVs from then to now.
It's incredible.
It's absolutely
leaps and
mind-blowing.
bounds above.
We've gone from golf carts to race cars, and these things are incredible. If you said, looking at Brent Harrell's car, which is, let's be honest, a spaceship, a custom-built 4800 rocket ship with a Danzio 7-litre motor in it, posting a 337 and a full 32 seconds ahead of the UTVs yesterday of Kyle Cheney and Ronnie Anderson. Absolutely astonishing, Ian.
Yeah, I think so, but I think that what will come into play when we actually get into the real race is the size of the rocks. That's where this game, we always say it, right? This race is won in the desert, lost in the rocks. And that's where
100%.
I think, that's where we're going to see, yes, we're kind of comparing apples to apples when you do that, but at the same time, these Legends cars, when you look at them, when they're out in the rocks, that's where they're going to shine, and that's where they're going to eat. I'll say it. They're going to eat the UTV's lunch all day long out there in the rocks. For sure.
And just like what both you guys are saying, you know, we used to take a rock crawler and trying to make it fast. Now we're taking a race car and trying to slow it down to go through the rocks. And they've got that balance really figured out right now. And I think the UTVs have a great chance. But like Ian, like you're saying, I think the rocks are going to be lap 2, and especially on lap 3 for the 4400. It's going to be interesting.
I'm excited to see the UTVs tackle the 4400. When you look at some of these Can-Ams, they're stretching out. These are cars. You know, I don't even consider them a UTV anymore. When you're talking of the size of the motor, the transmission that's in them, the horsepower to weight. Just look at the horsepower to weight. These are I don't even consider some of those big cars. They're cars.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about Cole Clark's single-seat car
I was going to say
yesterday.
465 horsepower.
In a vehicle that weighs around about 1 ton.
Yeah,
so we're talking about
2,500 probably, yeah.
So 2,000 pounds, something around that. That's astonishing. That means that it's actually got more power, if we're talking power to weight ratio, than Chuck Crossland with his 1,000 horsepower.
Power to weight, yeah, absolutely.
Which is remarkable. But
the limiting factor there is going to be that tire.
Yeah.
You can throw all that horsepower down. When you're throwing it down into a smaller tire, the question is, what's it going to do?
And then, you know, he's in a Polaris. Well, that belt hole, you know, that's going to be a tricky combination as well.
It's really interesting. And what you're saying about the rocks, the vehicles are very, very different. So with the UTV, we're seeing that independent rear with the independent front as well, but they are completely flat-bellied, and there's a totally different driving technique. Instead of picking through the rocks, they literally throw the vehicle at them and slide across to get to their pick points. And they've been perfecting that over years. I'm really looking forward to comparing the times between the 4800s and the UTVs to see who is faster in the rocks.
Yeah, it'll be, and I believe we'll have some split times out there, so I'm interested to see how those play out as well.
Yeah, because in times gone by, we've always had to put a little piece of desert in there as well to understand exactly where the rocks is. With this year, with the split times on the laps, I'm hoping that we can see genuine rock times and see if that bears out what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the big difference is, you know, the reality is we look at some of these cars and, you know, we talk about the vehicles that are out there, but you get those big Legends cars, the solid axle, but at the same time, they're a great car, but when you limit them on that 37-inch tall tire, you know, it's tough. It's tough to get out there on a 37-inch DOT and do that same car would do on a 40.
And let's talk about that. Yesterday, you know, UTV, you can have a race tire. Today, it's a DOT tire, Department of Transportation. It's the same tire you can put on your Jeep, your truck, your rock crawler, your toy, and you have to race with that. So it's a different compound, and you have to be really careful and save your tires out there.
But this is also interesting. I mean, the other day, Miles, we were stood in the infield watching cars coming in from practice.
There were front flat tires for
all over the place.
Yes.
Shannon Campbell coming in with flats, loads of other people coming in with flat tires. And the big story for me in the last 2 days is the fact that we've hardly seen a flat.
I agree. I was very surprised when we were watching them practice and we saw those flats. I'm like, ooh, that's going to be an issue. But yeah, I don't know if the course is just kind of cleared out or they've groomed it. Go out there at night and get rid of all the rocks. I don't know.
But we were talking about this yesterday. We now have this. We often talk about the OEM manufacturers battle, whether it be Polaris, Can-Am, Kawasaki, Honda, etc. But there's another battle going on, isn't there? And that's the tyre battle. And I think it's absolutely remarkable to see how many companies are stepping up and bringing us race tyres in that UTV field.
Yeah,
and equally,
it's
also the
impressive.
same with how they're improving the DOT tyres that we're now using here in the Everyman Challenge.
Where else a better place to test it than here in Johnson Valley?
Exactly, and that's why they come here. That's why we see Ford out here, why we see Jeep out here, why we see Yokohama, why we see Maxis.
And now there's Toyota contingency money out there. Toyota's stepped up their game too, so it's a great battle between the factories. I love it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, just like you said, Jim, it's like that question will be, especially in the tire technology, is when do you blend that line, right? That DOT race tire versus a DOT tire. Well, it's like what makes it a DOT? Really, it's a sticker on the side of the tire,
Well,
and
let's
there
talk
we
about
go.
that as well, because in 2013, some guy came over from the UK with DOT tyres and won the Everyman Challenge.
Who was that?
Then he got disqualified because
he was a
DOT
cheater.
tyres-
Yeah,
right?
'cause he was a cheater. Cheat to win? I think he
Then he
cheated.
got disqualified because actually it was a different thing. So our DOT tyres, we're allowed to have different compounds, but they are still road marked for use on the road. And the actual, when they're saying DOT, what they actually mean is they don't want you using a soft compound tyre out here, but it's denoted in the States by being DOT.
Huh.
So a DOT tyre can't be a soft compound tyre in the States, whereas in Europe, it can.
But his problem was they were coded as MOT. That was his problem. You had the wrong letter on the tire.
Hey, it's only cool if you get disqualified.
There's a classic crash right there.
Big, ugly crash.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks to Griffin Radiators to be our OG sponsor of King of the Hammers and are still with us. I saw Tom last night hanging out. Great to see the Griffin boys out here enjoying themselves.
I was literally the third car to run after that accident.
So it felt good.
Oh,
you were ready.
We were ready. We're coming down there. We're going, oh, that's fun.
We just saw Jesse Bolter getting his car taken off with the Forks of Shame. Tough break there.
All right, so yeah, we just saw the car get cleared off course. So now, as you can see, everyone's out there sort of looking at the Yukon launch just to figure out what the next plan will be.
I think hit it harder.
I'm with you, Miles. I think it's part of the game, right?
Because it's optional. You don't have to hit it. You can take the Yukon split and go around and go under, or take the hero line over the Yukon launch.
But our race director and our event director, they've got to look at the damage that's already taken place.
Yeah, you're right on that.
And because of the damage that's already taken place, I'll be surprised if they allow it to continue. But we'll see. They have a far better eye for these things. They understand these things far better than I, so let's see what they do.
Well, let's run through our leaders right now. It's Brent Harrell in that first position with a 337.
Yeah, and in second position, it's Cameron Steele. In third, it's Derek Summers.
In fourth is Justin Hall. In fifth is Cody Young.
In sixth is Michael Kelly. And seventh and first in the modified class is Shad Kennedy.
And then eighth overall is Tony Howard. Ninth overall, Jeremy Jones. 10th is Justin Barth.
Yeah, then in 11th place, it's Scott Farley. And then 12th is Chad Jesse.
Then Christian Bassey. And then John Matthews. Dustin Eisenhower.
Yeah, now John Matthews is second in the Pro Modified class, so that's really cool to see. Oh, sorry, Modified class. Let's say 15th is Dustin Eisenhower, followed by in 16th, Matt Trabino.
And then there's Jeff Hatamaki, Matthew Slingstad, for his first ever race here with us at King of the Hammers, part of Jason Shear's crew. Great to see him. He picked up Steve Graff's old car and has Jason Berger riding shotgun. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, that'll be very cool indeed. In 19th position, it's Adam Dixon. In 20th, it's Brandon Goodwin.
Daniel Guttenberg, Johnny Valadez, Colin Hornick, Steve Crawford.
Yeah, Stephen Crawford is in 3rd in the modified class. Then in 25th position is Luke Kapman. Then 26th is Andrew Gorman. In 27th is Ben Ertel.
Then Chris Larson, Josh Hacker, Austin Thompson, Nathan Churchill.
And then first in our 4600 stock class, and in 32nd place is Jesse Bennett.
Then Rod Graham. And then second in the 4600 Curry class is Albert Contreras.
Then 35th position is Cody Sinclair.
36th, Keith Perdue.
And then 37th is Ross Clave.
38th is Matthias Armand.
And Matthias Armand is in 3rd place in the 4600 stock class, come all the way over from France with that Nissan Patrol.
And then it's Sergio Pinillos in that 4th position in stock class. And then 6th in 4500, 40th overall is Dawson Allington.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of cars here. Miles have already taken place. Great to see. And it's fair to say that the 4800s are dominating the field right now.
Yeah, I think we kind of assume that, the 4800s, they're such a fast car. And I think that the 4500s, they have a lot of benefits to them. But I think when we're dealing with these qualifying courses, especially when it comes to the steering, I think that's what slows them down up there.
Exactly. This is a course that's all about steering. So let's just talk about that. So on the 4800s, they're allowed to have a full hydraulic steering package. On the 4500s, they have to have a mechanical link, which means most of them are using some kind of steering box or some kind of steering box system that allows them to have that mechanical link that keeps them legal.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest issue there is with that full hydraulic steering, you have more steering throw, more steering. You can actually sling that axle even further, so you get more degrees of steering. It also helps with suspension flex, actually movement in the front axle. You can completely redesign the front suspension because you don't need a panhard bar because you can have a double triangulated 4-link, which gives that whole front end a little bit more stability in the rocks, a little bit more floppy back and forth. Whereas with the steering gear, steering box, you have to have a 3-link or a panhard bar. The 4-link, it really limits the front end of those cars, and also it's harder to drive.
It is, yes, a lot harder. You're getting a lot more feedback through the wheel. I mean, I drove a car last year, which was Jimmy Jack's car, built by Keith at Get Bent Fab.
That car's been around for a very long time.
Very long time. Incredible system using Bowden cables that basically utilizes a full hydraulic system, but then with a cam system that allows it to have a full mechanical link. Very, very impressive to drive in the desert because it felt like an IFS car in as much as that the steering wasn't creeping the whole time. So
yeah,
that was very cool.
That was a key technology back in the day. It was
yes.
A lot of fun. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I know Brent and Shelby McDonald up in Montana are tuned in, having some fun. Thank you guys. Still waiting on Jesse Balter. Make sure he's A-OK before we open back up the course.
And let's talk about what's coming on later in this week, Mars. So tomorrow, it's all about the 4400 class.
The Race of Kings qualifying. The biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited racing. Dream it, build it, and come race it here at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely. And Ian, you were saying earlier, it's Rock Week, and here we are.
It's the best week.
Slap.
Yes. Now, I'm a fan of desert racing, but I'm just a fan of desert racing. It's cool. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know enough to get by. But now it's Rock Week, and this is where it gets exciting for me.
I'm a fan of desert racing. Always have been. Always will be. I went and did Vegas to Reno this year in the wrong seat this year with for a charity race to raise money for autistic research, and it's amazing. It's fun. It's cool, but it's almost. I don't want to say it's mean. It's kind of laughable, right? When you're in the wrong seat doing navigation, and it comes up on the dash and it says "Danger Rocks," and it's a rock this big.
And there's nothing like, oh, that's not a danger.
I'm over there. I had to completely relearn how to co-drive because I'm over there going, we got a danger rock. I'm going to slow down, and then I see it. I'm like, that's not. You can hit that.
Nothing, yeah.
Hit that faster. So I'm not calling those anymore. But yeah, it was tons of fun.
But then when you miss the danger, that is a real rock.
A real rock, yeah. But when it comes to ultimate off-road racing, this is still, as far as I'm concerned, the top of the pile, the best of the best, just because of the heritage, the technology, the cars, the people, the history. Even though it's so young, it's just such a great week to be here for Rock Week.
It is. It's why we come out here. So tomorrow will be the Race of Kings qualifying. We'll be starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then we'll have the Power Hour. I believe it's going to be starting at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, Miles, but I'm sure you'll keep me honest on that when you get a moment. And then we move into the actual races themselves.
Yep. So the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship kicks off Thursday morning, 8 a.m.
Then on Friday, it is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We'll be seeing all 3 classes. We'll be seeing the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class,
the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the Curry Enterprise Stock class.
And then on Saturday, it's all about the big race. That's the 4400 Race of Kings.
The race why we're all here. Everything's fun, but that's why we're here. That's where this thing all started.
Yeah, it is. And looking at the cars around the pits at the moment, it's like, oh my. We say it every single year, but they just get better and better and better. And, you know, who's going to win this year? Who's going to be our pole setter? So many incredible vehicles, so many people that are capable. I mean, one of the cars that is missing this year, which I'm a little bit upset about, is Cade Rod, who was our pole setter last year.
That car's still racing. Jeremy Brown bought it, and he's racing it with us. Cade Rod may hop in with Kevin Condon, I believe, and drive some rocks if it all works out. So.
Is it too early to make put everybody on the spot? Give us your picks, your winner and your dark horse. Or are you guys going to wait till after qualifying?
It's tough. I mean, obviously, any prior king can win. I mean,
let's just do that. Let's do this. Let's do prior king, dark horse, and then just anybody else. 3. I got you pick 3. Let you pick 3. John won't do it. I tried to get John Crowley yesterday. He will not do it.
Okay, let's do it. So we're going to do a dark. So we're going to do a previous king.
Previous king. Which one is going to get their next crown?
Dark horse, and then your favorite.
And then just one that you think you should keep an eye on.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to go with that straight away. I mean, you've got to go with Jason Shearer.
Oh, he was.
If you're going to pick a previous king
at the top, and then a Gomez, Campbell, a Blyler.
I mean, for my next one, I'm going to go for my wild card, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Okay, he's
that's a fun wild card.
He's got the new car that's identical to his RTR teammate, Lauren Healy.
If you actually look at his history, I think you'll find that he's been in the top 5 more times than any other car driver for the amount of times he's entered the race.
And he's a professional driver for sure.
And then who's your dark horse, the one that you just
Bailey Campbell.
Bailey, I mean, I want to say the same thing, but I'm going to go for. I'm going to shake it up. We had him here a few minutes ago. I think it's interesting. Shannon Campbell with a co-driver.
Yeah.
I think that could change things for him. So I'm going to go with, I hate to say it because I love Jason. But since he chose Jason, I'm going to go Shannon Campbell, previous king. I'm going to go dark horse. I'm going to go with Paul Wolf.
Oh, he's definitely one that.
And one that I think that's going to surprise everyone. It's going to sound crazy. I'm going to go with Kevin Stearns.
All right. Okay.
I think that's going to be kind of because I know what they're doing over there in his pit, and I think he seems real hungry. So that's my 3.
That's a good shout. Kevin Stearns was massively impressive last year.
And this year they actually bought a whole other matching race car as a pre-runner, and they're out there doing the work. Miles, you ready to do this?
I hate this part because I love everybody.
I know, me too, but you got to do it.
But yeah, so Shearer's going to be hard to beat. Campbell's are always up there. But this year with it being tough, Eric Miller could have a chance. Randy Slauson, but I don't want to go against Lauren Healy. I don't know. Dark horse. Tom Ways hasn't won yet.
Oh, shoot, I forgot about Tom.
He's always got a chance. Paul Horschel's, if his car can stay together, that thing's the most up to date. It's an amazing machine.
I would be with you on that one. I would love to see Tom Ways come back and get a win. He's been such an OG racer. It would be great to see him come.
And then another one, Bailey Campbell, the queen of the hammers. I mean, how cool would that be?
See, to me, I think that's just a given every year. We got to have a queen of the hammers, and I would love to see Bailey finally bring that sucker home.
All right. Well, it sounds like the race course is back open. We are leaving the Yukon launch in play, and it looks like we are back in action.
We are indeed, Miles, and on track right now. Just waiting for it to come up on the ticker. And is he going to take the jump? No, he's going to take the bypass. I'm not surprised after we just saw the last lawn dart.
How many cars do we go through before someone gets back on the jump? Because after watching that, I can understand why everyone would rethink taking the Yukon launch.
Indeed. I think this might be Eddie Oliver that's on course right now. We're just waiting for confirmation of that.
My eyes are saying that's Megan Miller. That's Rick Lefezzo's old car. It's got to be. Yep, there's the Milestar on the side. So that's Megan Miller and her husband Derek Miller riding shotgun, number 3105 out of Shingle Springs, California with MDM Motorsports. And that Get Bent Fab chassis, LS7, 725 horsepower, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Milestar, Fast Friends, Raceline wheels, Metal Cloak, and Motive Gear.
Thank you, Mars, for keeping us honest on that one. You're absolutely right. It is Megan Miller.
Making
So
their
we're
way
a
up
little
through
bit out of
that.
sequence.
Yeah, so making their way up through that rock section right there.
And look how beat up this is now. Car's really scrabbling hard. This is where we saw the legend that is Johnny Greaves roll his vehicle yesterday.
Yeah, tough break for him there, but hey, that's part of it.
But that also makes it quite exciting. I do wonder if he'll be started from the back or if he'll just pack it away and go home.
That's a tough one. That's a tough decision to make for sure. Ooh, little stutter step there coming down that drop off. You can see, as you said, Jim, it's just getting, as we're watching these qualifiers go through more and more, the desert's just getting tore up everywhere we go.
Yeah, so again, Jesse Balter is okay. He did take a pretty good gnarly tumble on the Yukon launch, but we're back open. That jump is still in play. I know they closed that earlier in the week for safety reasons, but we're leaving it open today. So far.
So far, yeah.
But again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We had to take a little break. Jesse Balter took a really hard hit on that jump, but again, he's okay. We got the car off the course, and we are back racing with Megan Miller. That's Rick Lavezzo's old car. I know he's helped her out tremendously. She has raced the stock class with us for quite some time and has stepped up to this car, and she said it's a whole new learning experience. I listened to the Wheeling Wine and Whiskey podcast on my drive out, and a very good listen. If you want to learn more about Ultra 4, go check out Wheeling Wine and Whiskey.
They are definite fans on that podcast. I've done it a few times. They're great guys to hang out with Jason and Chris. And yeah, it's always fun to catch up. They're huge Ultra 4 fans, so the podcast obviously skews that way. Also helps that his neighbor is Randy Slauson, so they spend a lot of time over at Bomber Fab.
Get to hang out with Randy and Amber.
All right, Megan making quick work up short bus, make the turn at the top, and then head over to our Gates gate.
Yeah, we do have a timing break up there, so we know approximately if they're on the kind of race time that will threaten our leaders.
And that's a 2:08-ish is what you want to cross through the Gates gate, so about a minute off pace, but that's still okay. Looks like Nick is tuned in. Thank you, buddy.
Ooh, it looks like we got a little hung up there, taking that far right line. We've seen that a couple times. It sort of seems that we've watched the UTVs like huck a left and then a right. And even a lot of the Legends class were doing that. I'm wondering if some of these 4500 cars are having trouble with that jog in the course right there.
Yeah, no.
She's hung up a little. Looks like the front diff is hung up on that rock. See if she can.
I do wonder if she's got a problem there.
High centered a little bit. Okay, off. Hopefully she can back up a little bit, get a better line.
But you can see the size of these rocks compared to those 35-inch tires. She smokes them up, trying to find some kind of traction. Now, Ian, sometimes in this situation, you're far better just to back right away from it and reapproach it.
Yeah, I think the smart line there is to come up the top of short bus, stay to the far left, and get reset up, and clip that flag on the far left-hand side. You saw the fast.
Well, don't clip it, but get close to it.
Close to it, touch it, just breeze by. Just let it know you're there. Just let it know you're there. Don't knock it over.
And again, this is right where, as far as I made it up in that Can-Am Defender, and that's as far as I want to drop up. It's very steep off to our left of screen. You can see it's or you can't tell, but it's very, very steep over there.
So yeah. Megan working hard here, trying to push that car up the hill.
And that's right where you want to be, right there. That's the line that we've seen everyone have very, very good success with. I think the problem is when you're up in there and you come up that dirt road, you got to commit to that off-camber section.
Yeah,
and being off-camber on the driver's side is never
uneasy.
fun.
Yeah,
it's never fun.
But she's still moving. We've got, I think, about 25, maybe up to 30, 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified cars. Now, we were qualifying just over 100 cars today, and there's definitely a few people that opted out.
Yeah, a few little gaps in the field as we make our way through. But Megan Miller here, picking her way down. This is a very off-camber section of the course. So Cameron Steele really picking up speed as he made his way through this section earlier today. It was a really inspiring run from Cameron.
And he's still sitting in that second position, just about 7 seconds behind Brent Harrell's time of 3:37.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what Woody Rose Jr. can do with that. Oh, big wheel stand there from Megan Miller. But she's through the pinch rock and making her way down the hill and back towards the short course. This is basically a controlled crash landing as you make your way down here. She's doing a great job, just roll it out. And we saw earlier from the other footage that there was massive rocks either side, so you just got to take great care so that you don't get any flats.
And now she is entering towards the Ford Performance short course. That Get Fab machine still working well. Obviously she was a little off pace, had some issues, but she'll have still a solid car to start the race for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
And as you said, Miles, most importantly, she'll start ahead of anyone who did not choose to qualify. And based on the number of 4,500 modified class cars that I see on our qualifying list and the number that I know that are in, I think there's quite a few that chose not to come out and qualify.
Yeah, I believe there's something around about the 35 or maybe even 38 cars that chose not to qualify. And that's absolutely fine. That's a personal choice. And it's been proven before. And last year, JP Gomez came from the very back of the field.
From 99th position.
Yet to win as we watch Mega Miller going across the line. And next off the line, oh, look at that, very squarely there. Now, I think he's going in the wrong direction. Oh, no, this car's caught Megan. That's what's happened here. Now I understand.
Oh, wow, okay. I missed that too. So that's Eddie Oliver, I believe.
Yeah, didn't even see them off the. So they caught up during when we were watching Megan get stuck at the top of short bus. We didn't see them actually leave the line.
So Eddie Oliver out of Federal Way, Washington, with Fueled Racing. We'll have to figure out what kind of time we got for them. And that's possibly Les Figaro. Does it say Fig Speed on the side?
Yep, it is.
And Glennie Pake may be riding shotgun of that. Did I hear that correct?
Eddie Oliver crosses the line in 5th in class and 29th overall. So a solid run there from Eddie Oliver with a 5:02.
So Les Figaro out of Henderson, Nevada with Fig Speed in that 2014 JK with an LS3, 620 horsepower. Turbo 400, Atlas, BFG, Fig Speed Shop, RSP Plumbing, Ron Davis, and Holly EFI. He's been racing with us here at King of the Hammers since 2010.
Yeah, good speed across the top. Interesting design on that one, Miles. Look at that. It's kind of like a trophy truck style. It's got 2 spares in the back.
Well, you never know, especially all these hard rock trails.
That's what we've seen so far today, that someone could have used 2 of those spares.
But he's got a great run under his hand.
Yeah,
all part of the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
Yeah, that's a very good pace so far for a modified car. He's doing very, very well coming across there.
And again, if you're just tuning in, the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. Have to have some kind of mechanical steering, and a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. All part of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have 3 different classes racing today, or qualifying today, racing on Friday. The 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4,600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. I saw Stan and Brandon the other night, and Stan's grandson, Caden, is racing Derek West's old car.
Now that's a cool thing, indeed.
Right? That went from Derek West to Philip McGilton to Stan Hayes.
Well, let's not forget that Philip McGilton, of course, is going to be driving in Brian Croft's old car.
Yeah.
And that's a car that's capable of great things out here.
And I heard you talking this morning, Michael Kelly. It wasn't that guy's engine. It was Caden Berger's Stan Hayes car that had the engine tore apart over there in Team Indiana.
Oh, okay, right,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So hopefully we see him qualify later on today. Hopefully they got it back together.
So Les Figaro crossing the line there with a solid time.
4:45. Well, we pick up right behind him on screen because this is already clear of.
This is Dan
This is
Wyrick.
Dan Wyrick. This
and
is
that's
a
already past the
UFO
Gates
machine.
gate. Yeah, that's already past the Gates gate. So he went through there probably right at the 2-minute mark, if not maybe just a little bit under. This will be a very, very fast time.
So Dan Wyrick out of Gardnerville, Nevada with DW Racing with the number 218 in memory of his son. In that 2024 UFO Toyota Tacoma with LS7, 600 horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Off-Road Patriot, Raceline, FK Warn, UFO, DW Acoustics, and Brannick Motorsports.
What a beautiful car this is.
I love the wrap of that.
Yeah, it looks
Old
really,
Glory
really good
is
coming
flying.
down.
Yeah, it's a really solid pace here from Dan as he makes his way down. I think he could be troubling our top 5 here.
Yeah, I think this is a top 5 run for sure there, Jim. What a great run. That car is an absolute work of art. Joe Thompson builds some amazing machines, and obviously he builds, cars for the Gomez. I know Jaron Gunter has a car that's actually for sale, but Joe Thompson, I love that he's kind of stepping out of the box and building in the 4500 class as well.
What's our fast time at 4,500 right now, Miles?
It is Shad Kennedy with a 3:59, so I think he'll definitely be our leader in the 4,500 Yukon
I
Gear
think we're
National
looking at
Modified class.
our new 4,500 pole sitter.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to shave around about 10 seconds off of that, but we will see.
What a great run for Dan Wyrick as he is about to hit the MBRP tabletop.
Yeah, so Dan Warwick comes in with a 3:51, which puts him in 6th overall and 1st in class. So
What
a fantastic
great
run there from
run.
Dan Warwick.
Very good run. Excellent run. All right, we're jumping right back out into the top of short bus right now.
I believe that's the 4584 of Taryn Hallowich.
Yeah, we don't have an on-screen timer with this one.
Now he's taken that weird line again, but he manages to make it work.
Yes, that's the 4584 of Taryn Hallowich with Fred riding shotgun out of Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada, with Big Country Customs and that Toyota with an LS 454, Maximum 4L80E, Warn, PRP, Yukon, Endura paint, Trail Ready, ARB, Baja Designs, and PCI. His first Ultra 4 race was the Big Sky up in Montana 2023.
Yeah, he's got a good pace going on right here. I don't think he's going to put any pressure on our current pole sitter, but he made very good time coming through that Gates gate.
Just picking his way down through, looking very confident as he makes his way through this very gnarly off-camber section.
Heads on over to the squeeze rock, as we're calling it.
The pinch and squeeze.
Pinch and squeeze. One thing I've noticed, look at this rock that's at the top of this, Miles. I saw this right come through. Look at that screen left.
Okay.
See if he misses it.
Yeah, the basketball right there.
Yeah, the last 2 cars have kissed it and it's moving around.
Okay, so it could fall into line later on down the road.
Yeah, so it could be interesting to see what happens later on today for sure.
And look at that. He was on the brakes really hard, and look how loose it is coming down that hill. It's starting to deteriorate a little bit, and we still have another hour or 2 of qualifying yet today, and then all day tomorrow for the Race of Kings, the 4400 Unlimited.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful when they come down that hill. It's very tempting to be all over the brake pedal, but you've just got to let the car roll on out. As he makes his way down into the turn 19. Nice and smooth, takes the high line. Now, yesterday we were watching some of the top drivers, and on Talladega here, they were cutting in really early and coming in right round the apex of the bend rather than going out wide. Worked very well indeed, and in fact, Taron is following that line. So as he comes onto the MBRP straight away, and he'll be going over the MBRP tabletop and taking a time.
Looks like it came in around a 4:25, Jim.
Yeah, just looking to see now roughly where that will put him. So Taryn Hallowich puts him in 4th in class and 16th overall. So a really solid run there from Taryn.
Yeah, great run from Taryn Hallowich. Up next is Austin Pyatt with John Cahy riding shotgun out of Box Elder, South Dakota with PT Racing. And that 98 YJ with a 4.6 stroker, 300 horsepower, AX trans, and an Atlas. His first race is right here, right now, at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
Did I hear you say AX15 transmission in that
Yeah.
sucker? Manual,
Yeah,
huh?
old school.
Wow, that's old school wheeler right there. That is something that we do not see very much out here.
He's been racing with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing guys for a little while, and great to see him stepping up to Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers.
Yeah, just making his way out, taking the favoured line from Ian. So we'll do a little bit of a dance to the right, dance to the left.
Through the Gates Gate, and Austin Pyatt is heading back towards Hammertown. On the top of short bus. What a fun little qualifier. Like I said, I'm going to guess just over 1 mile.
Now, Jim, did you hear we're doing a competition between all of us hosts?
Oh, sounds exciting.
We have to go into the VIP. Miles will sneak in the back door if they won't let you in. And we're all gonna lay down our qualifying run on the simulator, the BeamNG.
On the BeamNG, and it's cool because you can pick different cars. So
what did you do it in? We should all do it in the same cars. What did you did? Let's guess what car he drove. Let's see if we can guess. I'm gonna guess he was in a Gomez car.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I was in a custom car. It was just a BeamNG car. But,
I thought because I know you can go in and pick.
Yeah.
Like I know they have I think they have Gomez's car in there.
And the OG Bronco you can pick.
Yep.
Drive a bomber.
Do you realize how
Shannon
embarrassing
Campbell's
that
car?
would be if I lose?
Oh, when you lose, yeah.
You can just blame it on the computer.
No,
but the one good thing about that is you probably wouldn't run out of gas.
Well, this is very true. Thank you, Miles, for once again mentioning that. That's 4 times this hour.
It would be funnier though if during his simulation
we
that
unplugged
glitched. someone had to come out and bring some gas for him.
So Austin Pyatt making his way in towards the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, very, very respectable time coming back into town. Right now he's going to be coming up through that turn 19. Didn't take long for our drivers to get back to committing to the Yukon launch, which I liked. I thought we'd see a few more people sort of check up for a while because it's never a good feeling to be the next person over the jump.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, and the fact that, how many people have practiced doing a gap jump? The reality is you
probably
give them
not many.
Exactly. Most of them will jump tabletops and have jumped tabletops, but not very many people have actually done gap jumps. So it does take a massive leap of faith. But that's great. That's why we're here. We're here for people to push their boundaries, push their limits, and to do something they really enjoy. As Austin Pyatt crosses the line with a 5:39. And a 5:39 is going to put him somewhere. There we go. It's actually a 5:33 and puts him in 38th position and 9th in class.
I believe that's Peter Doolin out on course, the number 353 in that Genrite Jeep.
Yep,
and he's racing to raise awareness for cystic fibrosis.
Excellent.
Really cool thing he's got going on.
Missed the first part of his run. Obviously, it's going to be a fairly quick
a really
run.
good one.
Yeah, it should be doing a very quick run.
350. All right.
That's an excellent run.
Yeah, he's in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Looks like he may have a left front flat tire.
There's something going on the left-hand side of that car, but at least he's already back into the short course, going back into town, which is awesome.
Yeah, it definitely looks low.
Yeah,
maybe
that
not
front,
flat, but it's hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to put him somewhere in around about our sort of top 20, I'm guessing, at the moment.
So with that left front, that turn wasn't too bad, but on this next Talladega, you're going to put all the weight of that vehicle on that low tire, so he's definitely have to, play it a little safe on this corner, so it doesn't dig in and catch a berm or blow the berm wide.
Yep, it looks like he made it through our Talladega turn. He'll come back through this MBRP straight, and then finally up over the big MBRP tabletop jump with a 429.
Yeah, and a 429 is going to put him into 19th position. In fact, puts him into 20th position. 0.08 of a second behind the 19th position, Jeff Tamaki.
Can't quite see a number there. Is that Don Stein, possibly? Oh, Matt Torney.
Matt Torney, yeah.
Yep.
We should have got that one.
Yeah.
Look at the ease at which he went up through that Gates Gate section there on that far left-hand side.
So Matt Torney and his son Greg Torney riding shotgun out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Torney Race Concepts and that Tribe 16 chassis with an LS3 416 with 625 horsepower, a Turbo 400, a Phenom T-Case, Torney Race Concepts, Mickey Thompson, Warren, Baja Designs, and PRP. They've been racing with us since 2020.
Yeah, Matt's putting down a really good drive here.
Another father-son team. Really love seeing them out there having fun, enjoying themselves.
And going back to what you were saying about the simulator earlier, it's absolutely remarkable. Dave Kong's been working on a system where they can actually capture the data, the geometry and the data from these vehicles, so they can actually take that and then put it into these simulators. And that's going to grow even further when they actually be able to replicate the racing from the data that they take from the real cars.
It's incredible. And then they take the drones and fly them over and whatever they do, their voodoo magic, and they take a picture of the mountain and replicate it. And it's so impressive. Like the pinch rock you see, it's in the game.
Now, have you got
crazy.
Miles on the simulator here? It's a static simulator, correct?
What's that
The
mean?
seat doesn't move.
No, correct, yeah.
So this year I always go to the PRI show every year, and they have the full eSIM.
I think the Ford guys have one over there with.
Those are insane to be in because the whole thing moves, the seat moves. That's the most realistic thing you've ever felt in your entire life.
So Matt Torney in the Ford Performance short course, putting down a pretty decent time.
Yeah, very good time. Going to come in here probably about the 4:30 mark, 4:35.
Yeah, he's going to be just outside of our top 20, I'm guessing. So I'm guessing he's going to be somewhere around about 24th, 25th. We will find out very soon indeed. So as he comes down to the MRP straight away and over the launch.
And don't forget, you can go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Optima Batteries booth. ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So I have that pulled up, and then also the Ultra 4 official YouTube.
Matthew Tawney comes in 18th in class in Legends and 23rd overall. So a solid run there for Matthew Tawney. This is
Ryan Hawkins. So I didn't see Josh Sowell take off. Surprised by that. He was supposed to be in line.
Yeah, I didn't see that either, Miles, but it looks like we've jumped ahead a little bit with Ryan Hawkins.
So Ryan Hawkins and Patrick McCarthy out of Peoria, Arizona with 2-Tech Auto and that Trent Fab chassis, LS408 stroker, 4L80E, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Mickey Thompson tires, King Shocks, Dirty Life, and 2-Tech Auto.
He's coming through there. He's around about 50 seconds off of the pace that you would need to be at the pointy end of this field. But this is going to put him in the mid-20s, which is a nice, solid place to be. On race day, they will be leaving the line approximately every between 10 and 20 seconds, depending on the weather conditions, 2 abreast.
It's been a great day of qualifying. If you're just tuning in, it's the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. It's absolutely beautiful here in Johnson Valley, California. I'm going to say it's sniffing up on 70 degrees out here. I'm showing 72 on my phone and just a little bit of breeze, but the sun is shining. Can't ask for better weather.
Yeah, it's been a great week out here so far. Certainly better than the snow that was here last week. It was nice to see that go away before we showed up.
It was, but that snow's done something very special. That snow is actually...
It's soaked in really well out in the
desert. Put some moisture into the ground, and that's creating these fantastic race conditions we have right now.
I was out for a little spin last night, and there's some mud holes out there as well, so we got to be a little careful of that.
Yeah, as we watch Ryan Hawkins drop down, we have another car coming up. That was what you saw in the back part of that picture, but it looks like Ryan's going back into Hammertown right now.
So a pretty solid run for Ryan Hawkins. But it's still the time to beat of the day is Brent Harrell with that 3:37.
Yeah, Brent Harrell, absolute masterclass on how to drive a qualifying course earlier today. Got some big names sitting up there right now. In first place is Brent Howard. In second place is Cameron Steele. In third place is Derek Summer. In fourth is Justin Hall. And in fifth it's Cody Young. And in sixth position and first in the 4500 modified class is Dan Wyrick in that absolutely beautiful UFO Tacoma.
Yeah, what a great run he has. First in class even. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I think that may actually stick, Miles. I don't know if there's anybody in our power hour that's going to...
Let's see, we'll have Jesse Oliver, who's fast, Sean Rance, and
Dwayne
Garrison, yeah.
Well, Dwayne isn't the fastest of qualifiers. He'll be the first person to admit that.
But he's solid.
He's solid, he's always there, and he's a very difficult man to beat on track.
Okay, and that is Dylan Summers on course right now.
All right, guys. Well, I'm hearing that Mrs. Pam Hall has returned up into the booth. I'm going to take a quick break from the action, so you guys can keep at it. If I don't see you for the rest of today, I'll see you tomorrow for the big,
All right,
big
buddy.
game.
Well, thanks, Ian. Always a pleasure. You did a great job today.
Thank you very much, Ian. Always a pleasure, my friend.
So on screen is Dylan Summers. So that's Derek Summers' son. Almost identical looking car with Allen riding shotgun out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing. And that Jimmy's chassis with a turnkey LS 427, 650 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, SCST case, Vision X lights, Finucci Auto Body, Professional Touch Auto Body, and Jimmy's 4x4. And this is his first ever race with Ultra 4 here at King of the Hammers.
Thank you very much, Oz. But joining us right now back in the booth is none other than Mrs. Pam Hall. Pam, how are we doing?
I'm doing amazing. I went and got myself some lunch, and I'm ready for the rest of the evening.
Oh, it's going to be a great day, Pam. I was listening to you guys this morning, just kind of catching up on my notes and chilling out this morning. You guys did a great job, so great to have you back in the booth.
It's a lot of fun. You know, Miles, you're feeding us some information that, you know, what we don't have up here in the booth as well, changes that go on the fly as well. But right now, I believe that it was Dylan Summers
Dylan Summers has a great run going. He's going to be top 10, I believe.
Yeah, Dylan Summers is absolutely on a tear here as he makes his way around the Talladega.
Oh, he's really sending it in there. And now he'll head down the MBRP straightaway with a great run for his first time ever qualifying, Dylan Summers.
Yeah, now this is very cool indeed because Derek Summers is currently sitting in 3rd position. And if I'm not right, I think we're going to see Dylan Summers in 5th position.
Nice.
Wow.
So Dylan Summers. So we have 2 Summers racing in the top 5. They're going to be excited tonight.
But we still have Brent Harrell sitting in that #1 spot, has not been touched yet. I believe that was your pick this morning, wasn't it, Jim?
It was indeed. I didn't get the time right, but I did get the driver right.
I got the time right, but the wrong driver, because I said 3:37.
But we still got some hard-hitting drivers to come yet. Do
Yes,
make sure you are here for Power Hour at 3 p.m. this afternoon, where we're having all of our favorites out there on course, battling to try to take away Brent Harrell's fastest time. But we've got a very fast guy on track right now. This is Eric Brinker.
Mr. Brink Fab Motorsports himself out of Red Deer, Canada, with that 2017 Brink Fab Kraken chassis with a 598 big block Chevy in there, maximum 4L80E, Atlas, Brink Motorsports, Horsepower Solutions, and Maxxis Tires. His first race ever was Nationals back in 2012. Great to see him here racing with us once again. He builds a lot of cars up there in Canada, and like to see them down here racing and him enjoying some for himself.
Well, and he does definitely have a great run going for himself. But you guys, while I was away, what was there any some solid action that happened, or have we had any rollovers yet?
Oh, Jesse Balter took a huge nosedive into the Yukon launch and hurt the car. And shook him up pretty good, but I do believe he's okay. They definitely checking him out. But tough break there, but everything else has been smooth and consistent.
Yeah, now watching Eric Brinker coming in here, this is a very solid time indeed. Certainly going to be somewhere between the 10th and 20th, I'm guessing. Possibly even just going to sneak into the top 10. We will have to wait and see.
We're just getting faster and faster and faster. Is the track getting faster?
I was just getting ready to say that. The track's falling apart, it looks like to me, but they're definitely running smooth out there. So one last Talladega turn into the MBRP tabletop.
Oh, look at that. It was a full throttle assault there from Eric Brinker as he
getting a little
makes his way across.
slideways there.
It looks like he'll probably be sitting.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Oh, terrible, terrible. Parts are flying for Eric Brinker. I hate to see that. I hope he's okay.
That was a hard
One thing, he'll get a time. He finished or I think he crossed the line.
Yep, that's what he's worried about right now, Mars.
Well, Eric Brinker actually did cross the line in 10th position with a 4-minute .320. But wow, what that was nasty.
Eric Brinker goes into 10th position and 8th in class.
But he's got his work cut out for him to get that car back together. Again, hopefully he is okay. On screen now is the 4813 of Rory Romero with Chris Lawrence riding shotgun out of Lake Davis, California with MS 4x4 Racing. And that bomber chassis with an LT1 4L80E Atlas, King IBPs, Maxxis, Pro Comp, Diablo Off-Road, Willwood, David Rance Rozier, and Nico Petch family. Big row out there on course, but again, hopefully we get some confirmation from race ops about Eric Brinker.
Yeah, that was
patiently awaiting for that. That was a hard hit.
Yeah, that's never fun. I mean, obviously you could see what happened is just completely nosedive, and as soon as he did that, that ground just grabbed him and took him over.
And I'm sure the team behind the scenes is working on a replay. Hopefully we can get that here after a bit.
Now, it does look like a big row has stopped. I'm wondering if he's been given a red flag.
which would make sense, right? I mean, obviously we just saw that gnarly crash, so what they'll probably end up doing is sending him back straight and give him a rerun.
All right, it sounds like Caleb's got the replay ready for us. Here's Eric Brinker hitting the MBRB tabletop and just lawn darts. I mean, nose to nose to nose. That was a hard hit. 4 rolls, parts flying. That impact was rough. Hopefully
you can see him moving
Brinker
around.
is okay.
You actually could see him moving around, so that was a good sign that you could see his head moving around.
Now let's just talk a bit about our safety and tech here in Hammertown. So before anybody is allowed to race a car here at King of the Hammers, you have to conform to certain safety rules and safety specifications. So these cars all go through technical. The roll cages are made sure that they're up to speak. They're made sure they're made of the right materials, and they're also as important other safety items, such as your seats, your seat belts, your window nets, also your race suits, your helmets, and your neck braces.
Yes, it's definitely one of those things, safety
Here
first.
we go,
but
Pam. This is from a different angle. And you can just look at the size of that leap. Absolutely huge there.
He did make it. That is right at the finish line, too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
In fact, he would have already crossed the timing beam. The timing beam is on the is actually on the jump itself, or just before the jump. So our safety crews are there.
And let's talk about our safety crew. I mean, we have Rescue 3 comes out here. They've been out here every single year. They are out making sure everybody is all safe on course, make sure everybody is okay. And then we also have our volunteers and everybody else that is surrounding our whole entire safety crew. So Rescue 3 and all of our volunteers are working super hard to always keep everybody safe out on course.
Yep, so they'll just be bringing in. Here comes the big forks.
We can't call those the forks of shame right now because that was not a good crash.
I was hanging back from that one, Pam.
Yeah. I mean, they brought them out yesterday when there was two UTVs that had actually rolled at the same time on 2 different parts of the course, and they had to bring them out. But that was not a fun crash right there for sure. But he did end up, I mean, as long as he's okay and he's able to get that car back up and running, I mean, 10th overall right now and 8th in class with a 4-minute .320. So, but unfortunate that crash just now.
Yeah, nobody likes to see that. It's absolutely awful, but it's great to see that it looks like they're all okay. They're out of the vehicles, and they're just about to recover that vehicle, and we can get back to qualifying. But it's part of the racing. If it was easy, nobody would do it. And this is the problem, is racing is tough, racing is difficult, and accidents do happen, and that's why we have the safety parameters in place to make sure that these guys stay safe. So hearts go out to Eric Brinker and his crew, but I'm sure they'll be working hard through the evenings to make sure that car is back on course.
Yes, and then so let's just do a little bit of rundown right now, I guess, of our top 10 racers that we have. Eric Brinker, as we just saw, took that tumble, sitting in that number 10 spot. Shad Kennedy in that number 9 spot.
Yeah, in 8th is Michael Kelly. In 7th and first in class is Dan Warwick. Then in 6th is Cody Young.
In 5th position, Dylan Sumners. And then we have Justin Hall in that 4th position. Derek Summers in 3rd.
Then it's Cameron Steele, and right now our pole sitter is none other than the young gun, Brent Harrell, in that amazing obstacle car.
Yeah, Brent Harrell, I mean, out there in that number 1 spot, he's holding strong. I mean, it's been awesome. It's the 337, 686 with Cameron Steele with a 344, 160. So about a 6.5 second difference between 1 and 2. It's going to be very interesting, though, as we keep talking about if we will be seeing anybody break that number 1 spot from the number 56, Brent Harrell. So Miles, we earlier on, I haven't been in the booth with you yet today, but do you have your prediction on, do you think the 337 is going to hold, or do you think somebody's going to take over that number 1 spot? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. You texted that to me. Good. That is definitely a bonus to hear that all are okay.
Shot of the day.
Yeah, that was definitely not a good crash for sure, but to see that they are okay, that's all that matters. And look at that great view of Hammertown and all of the people out here. There's so many people here. I don't even know the count on it, but it just keeps growing every single year.
So I may have hit the wrong button on my deal, but yeah, Eric Brinker is okay. Reports from the PCI Race Radio from Race Ops, driver and co-driver are okay. Tough hit. They've got a lot of work cut out for them to see if they can make it to race day for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yes, and that's where it's going to come in to play with other people in the pits too. Like I'm not sure who all they are pitted with or not, but teams will come together and help them if they're needing help getting that car back together. If they're able to get it back together, they'll probably do all that they can just to get back out on race course. I mean, it is King of the Hammers. They have a couple days to fix it, but unfortunate that just happened.
Yep. Well, yeah, again, we got a lot of great people tuning in. We got Todd tuning in, Aaron up with your, having some fun, checking out some racing. Again, go to the YouTube, get that premium package to skip commercials and get the behind the scenes. There's almost 30 different cameras you can watch off and on, kind of make your own show. It's only $24.99 for the entire event, so if you haven't done it yet, I'd do it before race day for sure.
Yes, for sure. Now, I need to look here. I wasn't paying attention. I was listening, but I wasn't paying attention. Did Caden Berger already go?
He is, I think, on the line. I believe that's who we're looking at right there.
Exactly what I was thinking, because I know that he was actually in the 1 o'clock hour, and we're just a little tick behind that. But, yeah, Caden Berger, I believe that is him, as you just said as well, Miles. If that is, he is in the number 8. So we shall find out here in just a moment.
Now, I've just got a little bit of news from one of our British course workers out there, Paul Bayliss. Thank you, Paul. And
he's helping with Race Ops, yeah.
Indeed he is. Now, what he was saying is that Jesse Bolter, who we just saw become a massive lawn dart, his motor cut out just before he hit the jump.
I've had that happen. I pulled a gym and I ran out of fuel. I came around the corner and the fuel sloshed, and I did the same exact lawn dart into but we were, I was jumping a creek, not a jump, but hit the other side and it hurt. So that's a terrible timing for the engine to cut out.
Yeah, there's never a good time, but midway through a gap jump is certainly the wrong time.
Yeah, because he's got nitrous express on there, lots of horsepower. So I was wondering, why didn't he clear it? Well, if the engine cut out, that's why. Looks like Chris just clicked the buy button. Thank you, buddy.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. We're out here in Johnson Valley, California, and it's a beautiful day. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than the voice of KOH, Miles Hasselquist, and of course, Mrs. Pam Hall. Guys, what a day of qualifying it's been so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very interesting day for sure. I mean, we haven't seen too much carnage earlier on this morning because we came on first thing this morning, and then I took a little bit of a break at noon. But the carnage that we have had happen this afternoon has definitely turned things around just a little bit. But one good thing, everybody is all okay. So it's hopefully we can get these guys back fixed and back on track.
Absolutely. So, Miles, you've been watching today. It's been an absolutely fantastic day, but I believe we're going to be having a guest joining us up in the booth.
Yeah, we got Sherpa Motorsports in the house. Alex Fleming, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
All right.
Just watched a little bit of a spicy one, huh?
Yeah, we had a couple. Yeah, Jesse Bolter and Eric Brinker took some pretty hard hits. That hurts. And you're
slowly makes his retreat.
compensation there, but we're stoked how it's running this year.
Yeah, and being in the stock class, you're IFS, which is starting to become, you see the Broncos, but, Jeep's kind of where the base plant was. And when you brought the Toyota in and now the Broncos, it's interesting to see the different styles of stock cars out there racing.
Yeah, and I may be mistaken. We're probably one of the only IFS cars in the 4600 class without portals.
Oh,
So-
that's a good call. You're right, because all the Broncos have the portals.
Yep.
That's pretty wild. Well, you're up in Power Hour, aren't you? Yeah, so it'll be fun to watch it. But it sounds like we're getting back to racing. So, Alex, best of luck.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming and joining us in the Optimum Batteries booth.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good rest of your day.
All right, sounds like we're about 15 seconds away from live racing once again. Thanks again to Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports.
Yeah, always great to speak to our drivers and get an inside line on what they're thinking and what they're about to do.
And they got a couple fans. I mean, a couple fans out there.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Okay, it sounds like that we're going to be going racing any minute now. And here we go. There is the green flag, Pam. We're off the line.
And that is Caden Berger in the number 4408.
With Corey Day riding shotgun out of Fort Wayne, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports. This is Stan Haynes' grandson, sorry, not nephew, grandson. So a great car. I believe this car started with Derek West. It's a Jimmy's chassis with an LSX, 900 horsepower, turbo 400, Hero T-case, Brannick Motorsports, of course, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, and Badlands Off-Road.
Did you say 900 horsepower?
That's what my notes say.
Good grief.
We'll see. I mean, obviously this is the engine we saw tore apart 2 nights ago.
Oh, this is that LSX,
yep.
We were wondering earlier on which one that was.
Yep, so this is the one. Apparently they got it back together.
Okay, let's see what Caden can do here as he makes his way up onto the rock trails.
These rocks are getting knocked out into the middle of the course as we keep seeing him hit those ones right at the beginning.
Yeah, you got to be so careful here. It's so easy to tag a tire. Now he's making his way down across this. Now this, when you look at it from this angle, it looks so mild and tame. It really is not. There's huge steps there. Caden's just picking his way through. He takes that inside line. We've seen a few people starting to take that now as he turns up on towards the climb on short bus.
And tuning all the way in from Germany, it's midnight over there. Zerhacker is tuned in, excited for Power Hour. So thanks for tuning in to the YouTube for the official King of the Hammers.
Yeah, let's not forget we've got people from all around the world who are watching here at what is the greatest rock sport event in the world.
And Caden Berger making decent time making his way through this very technical and difficult rock section.
Now this is amazing. You just watch the way these cars are fighting and scrabbling to get up short bus. Now short bus is considered one of the easier trails here at Hammers, but this is really taking a beating today.
Yes, it is, and it's just going to be even worse tomorrow when our 4400s go. We're going to have another amazing day of qualifying tomorrow, but definitely making decent time here for the young Caden Berger.
Yeah, Caden Berger is probably somewhere around about the 25 seconds off of full race pace at the moment, but this is a very solid run indeed.
Oh, see, you can talk about it and it doesn't jinx the drivers.
Well, it just depends on the day, right? Caden Berger.
I've done enough of my jinxing over the years.
His first time in an Ultra 4 race, he co-drove at 14 years old in, where was that? AOP, I believe.
Was it AOP
Yeah.
or Rush? One of those.
And to see him hop in the driver's seat of a 4800 car is pretty cool. I know Philip McGilton did a little trading with Brian Cross, and he ended up with it, and then Brian put it instantly back for sale, and it was just too good of a deal. And Stan Haynes with Brannick Motorsports picked it up, and now his grandson, Caden Berger, is behind the wheel.
Oh, it's that car, because I saw this car up for sale.
Yep.
Yeah. And Brian kept chopping the price down.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was, it got cheap enough that I didn't entertain it at all, but I was like, that's a good buy for somebody. Because that's a legit car. Jimmy's 4x4 makes an amazing machine. And to see Brannick Motorsports kind of take it under their wing and do their thing, and with having Corey Day, one of our premier co-drivers in the co-driver seats, pretty impressive.
And Katie making his way down. That is that super steep section where you can see that the rocks are getting in the middle of the course there as well. But amazing run so far. He's at a 3:35, getting ready to enter back in to the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a top 20 run here for Caden.
Very solid run for his first time in this car at race pace during a qualifier for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
All right, so he's in turn 19 right now. Just went through turn 19 at a 355.
Yeah, be coming up into the Talladega, around that and onto the MBRP straight away.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we'll be qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings. So you guys get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, Miles. That is going to be absolutely fantastic.
It's
As
gonna be a
Caden
good
Berger
show.
crosses the line in 16th position and 14th in class.
Yeah, you called top 20. You nailed it, Jim.
Yeah, good job by Caden Berger. All right, next up
Kent
off the
Foltz,
line.
possibly.
Or Jesse Lee in the 4819.
Nope, 381 of Kent Foltz.
Oh, it is Kent.
And Kevin Wilson riding shotgun out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express.
Oh, and he's backing up. So sorry, Miles. He's backing down the hill right there at the Gates Gate.
He's in a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with a Grom LS 408, Maximum Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, available asphalt, Go Forth tire, vinyl images, and Fast Motorsports. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2016, and he was the East Coast champ that year as well. And he's definitely one to watch. We've seen him racing down in Nora a fair amount, so great to see him racing all the fun ones here at King of the Hammers. For the 2025 Optimum Batteries, King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. Kent Foltz has got a pretty good run. Obviously, that backup didn't help him any, but he is throttle happy right now, trying to make up that time from when he had to back up a little bit.
Yeah, when he did that backup, he moved a lot of boulders out of the way as well, too, but definitely.
And clobbered a huge boulder.
one.
That hurt, but that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis still holding up.
Man,
I'm surprised he didn't catch a tire.
I think about like when you hit something like that and how the steering wheel sometimes will just rip out of your hands. But I guess he's running a hydraulic steering, so it probably does not do that.
Yeah, he's part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, now Kent Foltz is absolutely hauling it down.
He is flying through there. Getting a little slideways there. Kent Foltz making it happen. They're in the Ford Performance Short Course. So this is going to be a top 10 for sure.
Let's see. We shall see.
I'm going to
here
guess
in just a
7th or
moment.
8th. As he's getting ready to hit the MBRP tabletop. And you could see him check up a little bit after he saw Brinker take a tumble.
Absolutely. And
Seventh
he comes
position.
in 7th position and 7th in class.
With a 349. So great run by Kent Foltz with a backup and smoking a huge boulder out there on course.
Yes, and now we have on course the 4819 of Jesse Lee.
With Dan English riding shotgun out of Prather, California with J. Lee Racing. He's kind of built this thing, just threw some tube together, put some Toyota panels on it. It's got a junkyard supercharged V8, Nitto tires, ADS, trail gear, Yukon, Warn, Yoda 1 Performance, and Don Bacher Construction. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2017.
And I'm telling you, this is a very good looking time here. This is definitely top 10 pace.
Yeah, Jesse Lee is looking super strong out there.
Yeah, really putting it down as he came up across the Gates Belts Gateway.
Getting little tidbits from the PCI race radio. Sounds like whoever just took off, which is possibly Jesse Lee.
No, but Jesse Lee's on. It would have
Okay.
more than likely been Jeffrey Bradford.
I think it might well be.
And he rolled off of the Yukon launch down to the Yokohama Y split. I don't know what's going on. Something wild's out on course.
As Jesse Lee is making his way down, we'll be entering into the short course here in just a moment.
So Jesse Lee's making his way down towards turn 19 now.
And we're just
And
waiting to see what
guess-
happened with our last competitor out there.
Now, my guess here is he's in low box because he was just putting down an absolutely astonishing time up across the top there, but he's just slowing down a little bit here.
But he did hit a pretty
couple
decent
flags.
sized boulder, so
yes,
he
now.
probably did something with his steering box because obviously he's having some issues with the steering rack.
Now, he's in Legends class, so he will be
Would have
running the full hydraulic.
See
But
something
you could
hanging
still-
down a little bit, possibly.
Do the hydraulic steering, please forgive me for this, do they have a belt?
No.
Okay.
Well, you do have a drive
For the
belt.
pump.
Yes, you do, but that'll be all to do with your engine controls as well. So Jesse Lee here, he's fighting it, but he's getting it across the line. So tough break there for Jesse Lee, who had a really good run going.
So that puts him in that 22nd position. And now we have the 47.77 of Jeffrey Bradford.
So I wonder if he's the one that took a tumble.
Now this is the car. This is a Trent Fab car. Looking at this.
Yep, out of Redding, California, with Trent Fabrication and Trent Fab Top Shelf, LSX 454, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, and Rugged. He was a King of the Hammers rookie in 2023.
You said he was a rookie in 2023?
Yep.
Ah, that's awesome. All right, so Jeffrey Bradford making his way up right now through the Gates Belt gate. Right now he's slowing down just a little bit.
All right, sounds like we are going to get a little replay. So he kind of checked up on the Yukon launch, and then we'll see what he does.
It's like he went, oh, wait a minute, I can't do it, and stopped.
All right, well, so he just drove down a steep hill. That's fine. But I'm glad he checked up soon enough to not take a tumble.
Yeah, that could have turned out really, really bad.
Thanks.
Talk about second guessing and not committing to your line.
Thanks, Caleb, for that replay. We got a great team behind the scenes with Take It Live and Hammer King Production. Oh, but it looks like we got another very special guest coming in here. Wait till he gets all settled in.
Oh, and we can see Jeffrey Bradford still having some issues up there at the Gates Belt gate area. Doesn't look like, well, the front is pulling, but he is not very happy. His car is not happy. So Jeffrey Bradford's still stuck up there at the Gates area.
And joining us in the booth is no other than two-time King of the Hammers champion, Randy Slauson. How you doing, buddy? Oh, hold on, we got our audio guys doing 3 jobs. So, how you doing, Randy?
Not too bad.
All right, there we are. We got you.
Now we hear you.
Well, it's great to see you up here on stage, Randy. Now it's Hammers time. This is where you come alive. This is the time of your favourite time of year, and Amber's about to go out on track.
Yep, first time qualifying.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. She raced this car in the 4400 class last year. You won in this car during the EMC, so it's definitely a proven car, and it'll be exciting. You excited or nervous for her? Both?
A little bit of both, yeah.
I'd assume
All
that.
the above.
And then you also built a new car for, who is it, Craig Ford with Pella Motorsports, right?
Craig Ford with Pella Motorsports, yeah.
That's a brand new one. I listened to your podcast on Wheeling Wine and Whiskey on the way out, and that was a fun little chat you had with them, and you got to go break the car in. That sounds like a rough day at the office.
It was pretty rough. That was actually pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth, yeah.
That's a fun car. It's got our new newest design. The nose is longer, the tail's
longer.
longer.
What were you calling it? Reloaded?
Yeah,
Bomber reload. I like
so
that.
his one is big and tall because he's a big fellow, but I'm hoping I can build myself a new one like it next year.
Well, I think you could. I think you know a guy that could, right?
Well, time.
Time and money, right?
Time is very essential these days.
As we're talking to Randy here, let's just talk very quickly about Jeffrey Bradford. We just saw him approaching the Gates gate at the top there, and he's actually decided to take the bypass, so he will be receiving a 5-minute penalty.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah, well, he was struggling quite a bit, not sure what was going on with him. His car wasn't quite pulling right, so I mean, 5-minute penalty, or sit there and keep plugging up the trail, right? So
yeah,
he
absolutely.
just decided to take that bypass.
Indeed. Now, Randy, talk to us about a little bit. Have you had a chance to run this course yet?
Yeah, I was out there last night. I did about 5 laps.
Oh, so you were that guy making the noise in the middle of the night, huh?
No, about 5 p.m.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. So you still had some daylight.
What do you think of this course? Do you think it's a good qualifying course, a good Hammers qualifying course?
I think it's neat. It's not super fast. It's very technical.
Yeah, the rocks are gnarly.
Kind of cool that it's up on that mountain, so everybody can have a vantage point to kind of see as it unfolds.
Now, of the qualifying courses we saw, like last year was a very long, very fast qualifying course. I'd suggest that this qualifying course really plays into your hands.
Yes and no. I mean, it's technical, which I like, but it's also very off camber and.
Yeah, it's very tippy out there.
Yeah, you got to take it easy or
But-
roll off the side of the mountain.
But like we were talking earlier on, I don't know if you were listening earlier this morning, we were saying how like your bomber chassis are made for out here. I mean, this is trail true, tested out here. So perfect vehicle for it.
Yep.
And Jeffrey Bradford making his way through, was having some issues, so he's not having the best qualifying run, but he is making it into the Ford Performance Short Course.
And then he'll get that penalty also for missing the Gates gate. So tough break there. So this year, everybody keeps saying who's going to win. Obviously, any prior king can win. You've won this race twice. And that third lap that Dave's 3 times. Sorry.
Don't short me, bro.
My bad. 3-time King of the Hammers champion. Sheer. My bad. And Shannon.
Yep.
But yes, could you be the 4th one with that new third lap that nobody really knows about, but we know it's going to be a hard rock crawl?
I
you excited about that?
The harder the better.
Yeah, that's your style.
The bigger the rocks, the more technical and challenging it is in the rocks, the more we shine. The last race that I won in 4400 was the 21 year with Dead Blow, and Dead Blow is super challenging, super technical, and that's the kind of rock crawling that I like to do. So.
Yeah, you're in the same boat as the Bylers and the Millers. They're like, come on, bring it on. What have you got, Dave? Give us the biggest rock trails, the hardest rock trails, and put those RCPs in, put those VCPs in, stop those people from taking those bypasses. Let's have some rock crawling.
Yep. And there's a little bit less desert this year too, so it kind of favors the.
You think?
Is there? I guess lap 1 and 2 both have quite a bit of desert. We just don't go as far out in the desert.
Isn't it 65 miles of desert every lap?
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's a fair amount, huh? It's going to be tricky.
Seems like a lot.
A lot of desert.
It'll be fast for the first 2 for sure.
Oh man.
Who is that on course? We got to figure.
That
I
is
think
Rory
it should...
Romero in a bomber.
Whoa, he barely made that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the one that
so
did the
he
reram.
reran.
Yep. Okay. So he made it, but it almost ate his lunch.
Whew. That looked like it was not fun.
I assume Amber's gonna hit the Yukon launch.
She said she's got it.
And obviously you are too, right?
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, I mean, because you'd lose 5 to 10 seconds if you hit the Yokohama split.
And Amber has Tom Liu riding with her, correct?
Correct. Yeah, he's been hitting it.
Yeah, he's been testing it. So. He's been the test crash dummy already. So.
Last year with qualifying, the big question was to jump backdoor or not to jump backdoor coming down. And taking off, I hadn't decided. I hadn't decided until I kind of spotted we're like dropping the ledge above, and I was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, last year that changed so many things when we saw Kyle Cheney jumping down backdoor, and then all of a sudden it was like, yeah, okay, the big guns are going to have to take this on right now.
Yeah.
So Big Row made his way through the Gates gate right around that 3-minute mark. So a little off pace, but still a solid run.
I mean, Randy, the changes that we've seen in 44, and in all of the classes, particularly in 4400, with the cars, they're getting, bigger, more extreme. The way they're being driven is becoming more extreme. I mean, jumping off a back door, the jumps that we're seeing here, I think we're going to see spectacular things here tomorrow. That's for sure. But the one thing that is always just a constant is the bomber. It just delivers, and it's just incredible. I mean, we keep saying this. When is there still a place for the solid axle cars out here at King of the Hammers? Because we keep seeing you in the Millers, we keep seeing you in the Bylers, and you're always.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
He's the one who brought it up first. Just saying. Miles brought it up first.
And we've got another car on track now. Now, Matt Bradley is in a safe place on track, but right here is Sky Johnson coming on down the back four.
He's got his brother Cole Johnson riding shotgun out of Tremonton, Utah with SXOR Motorsports in that old school 2012 SXOR solid axle machine. LS3 with a maximum turbo 350, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Falcon, Baja Designs, Fox, and KTM shocks. He's attended King of the Hammer since 2008. He was first in class in the 4400 class at the Mint 400. They raced down in Baja. Brandon, his dad, Sky, and Cole, they all have been racing King of the Hammers for a long time. So great to see that whole family still playing with us here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
So he'll be getting a yellow flag here. Now he can come on round there, just got to take it easy, just be sensible. And when he gets back, he might be opted the option of taking a rerun.
But I assume that's only going to cost him 5 seconds or so. So if it was me, I'd probably keep that run. What do you think, Randy?
I think I would. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not Randy, but it's a 409. I mean, he's sitting in 16th position. That's not too bad.
So if you get a yellow, you'd keep it?
Yeah.
Because if you decide to take the new run and if you wreck, you don't get a finish. So I think
just like my run last year during Power Hour with that side-by-side.
Oh.
Yes, I remember that.
Forgot about that. Yeah. Took a little love tap.
Yeah, we all got quiet on that one.
You know where you get that awkward moment where you suddenly remember?
Yeah, no, it hit.
Yeah.
They offered me a rerun, and I was like, I already jumped back door. I went as hard as I wanted to go.
Yep.
Would have been nice to have a clean track to do it on, but.
So we think that right now on track we should have Sheldon Hayes.
And if so, that is the number 4801.
Got a nice big number board on the back there, so hopefully we can see from the side and we'll be able to confirm that. Oh, I like the line through there, Pam. Very nice indeed.
Very nice. He did kind of do that little bit of a jog to the left before he made it up right into the Gates gate.
And that is the 4801 of Sheldon Haynes with Jason Pentland riding shotgun out of Alberta, Canada with True North Racing in a 2020 Richer Smoky chassis with an LS 6-liter, 4L80E, Atlas, Nexon, Dirty Life, Heavy Metal Fab, TMR, and ADS. He first started racing Ultra 4 here at King of the Hammers in 2022.
So Sheldon putting down a nice pace here. This is going to put him probably around about the mid-20s, I'd imagine, if he can hold on to this.
Well, Randy, I'm going to give it up to you. Do you want to stay in here for Amber's run, or do you want to go out there and watch from the field?
I can see. Let's do it.
All right.
This is a perfect seat to watch it in, right? You're up here in the shade, and you can talk about it as well. So, yeah, I would definitely want to stay if I were you.
Why aren't you co-driving? It's kind of like canoeing is not worth it.
That's my quote of the afternoon. Where's Skeet? So Sheldon Hayes coming down the far side of the rocks and be making his way onto the short course. He's dropped a little bit of time here. He did have a good run going. He was looking like he was going to be sort of mid, sort of like 20s, but he's just dropped off a bit. Oh, he's got something hanging down there.
Yeah, he does. Oh,
yeah, that's a link arm. Okay.
That's not good.
That's not good at all. Right, that will explain why he was slowing for sure. He's going to have to take it easy round turn 19.
So really quick, you just asked Randy why he wasn't co-driving. Randy, I've got to ask you, there's drivers and there's co-drivers, and there's some that can do both. Are you a driver only?
So Ben Napier bought Bomber 1 for me in 2009, and I co-drove for him for about a year.
So he ruined it for you?
We did several races. That is the wrong seat to me.
I get it.
I can do it. I'm not great at it. I'd like to think I'm great at driving. I'm definitely not great at co-driving.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why I was asking.
When I get out of a car that I built and I can wheel the crap out of it, and now I've got to sit in the wrong seat and experience less than
adequate.
less than the best.
He's trying to find the words right now.
Less than what I would do with it. It's frustrating. It's painful.
So Shandor Hayes has a breakage and he's crossing the line,
there
but
she
this is what we're talking about
out.
right now.
So there's Amber Slauson and Tom Liu out of Gardnerville, Nevada with Two Stone Racing in that Bomber Fab chassis with an LT1 460 horsepower, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Freight Factory, King, Bomber Fab, BFG, and Trailwear Eddy.
And let's not forget, this is the car that won the 2024.
Randy overhauled the EMC last year. And that exact same car obviously has been freshened up and checked out, but you didn't really change a whole lot, did you?
No, very little. Shock tuning. Really, shock tuning is basically all we did to it since then. I mean, prep.
Obviously a prep, yeah.
Change the oil, check the tires. The basics.
The basics.
But she's got a pretty good run going. She's about, I'm going to say, 25, 30 seconds off our leader. But so that she's a solid 20th spot if she can keep this going.
But
Amber Slauson and Tom Liu making a good run.
Yeah, just watching that coming up through there. And Short Bus is really starting to tear up now.
Yeah, it definitely is for sure.
And if you recognize the name Checkpoint Dolly, that's Amber's mom. She's been volunteering with us for, I don't know, 10, maybe even 15 years. And she's been here longer than I have, and I've been here for over a month.
That was a good line.
Yeah, smooth and consistent through the Gates Gate.
I like the left off the top here
Yeah,
too.
not a U-turn per se, but just kind of a
little
horseshoe around it.
Little
Yeah,
S sweep.
That's a smooth line. It seems like that's been the quickest line through the Gates Gate. And this, like the camera doesn't do it justice, but you were up there last night. It's very off camber, and there's some pretty big holes up there.
Yeah. Yeah, you screw up, you're going to end up quite a ride off to the driver's side.
Yeah, it could get real ugly in a hurry if you took a bad line or blew a tire at the wrong time or anything.
Yeah, I find that line very interesting there because you do have the option to go straight on, but when you get to the end of it, you've got that nasty kink. So cutting to the left and then following the track round is the faster line.
Yeah, the Pentrock, she smoked through there.
Yeah, she definitely made great time through there and going to that left-hand lane that we've been seeing the majority of all of the racers go through.
And luckily enough, Kent Foltz cleared out that huge boulder right about there. Pushed it off track a little ways.
Just a little bit.
I heard his car exiting down here.
Was it squeaking a little bit?
It just sounded like it had a broken ring and pinion, and
he hit hard. So Amber Slauson coming into the Ford Performance short course right at that 350 mark. So that'll put her about a 425.
Yeah, that's going to put her somewhere in around about the between 10th and 20th, if she can keep this pace together.
Yeah, I think it's right around that 20th spot right now, which is very solid on race day with well over 100 competitors for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
There's a lot of racing to do.
Well, and Tom Liu's getting extra seat time as well, too, because he's also co-driving for AK Watley.
Right? Yeah.
So it's awesome to have these co-drivers that are hopping in with other racers as well to get that extra seat time.
Perfect little jump over the
All right.
MBRP tabletop. So let's go. Pam, you got a time for us?
That is 21st position
21.
and 18th in class.
Well, what do you think of that, Randy? That's about right where she wanted to be, I'd assume.
yeah, not bad.
Well, perfect.
It's
Well,
been interesting to watch her grow.
from an 88 horsepower Samurai to a 600 horsepower Bomber, huh?
No, it's not quite 600. It's just a stock LT1. It makes about 460 horse.
All right, now we have
You're
Gavin
right.
Anderson.
I'm reading it.
4874 out on course.
Well, Randy, always a pleasure, but I'll let you go chat with Amber and see how her run went and get the car checked out. But always a pleasure, and man, best of luck tomorrow during qualifying and the rest of the week.
This is Gavin Ravioli. That's not his last name, but he's got a brand new. That's what,
he's in a
that's what
Bomber
Amber,
too.
Yeah, brand new Bomber chassis that he built.
So you sold him the kit?
Sold him a kit, and he's been building on it for probably a year and a half or so.
And he's out of Walnut Creek, California with Hayden Spink riding shotgun with TWC Racing. And his Bomber chassis with an LS3 500 horsepower, Maximum Super 80, Atlas Dirty Life wheels, Grizzly Demolition, Poly Performance, and Devil Mountain Diesel. And this is his first ever race with us here at Ultra 4, here at King of the Hammers.
Randy, how many chassis have you built now? How many bombers are out there?
I've honestly lost track, but I'm somewhere between
25, 30?
I think I'm 40 to 50.
Wow. Oh, with trail bombers, I forgot about those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars. It must make you very proud when you see them out on track.
I have to tell you, I've only been in a bomber chassis one time, and I came out here in 23 for the rookie program with my son, because my son was going to be a part of it. And Dave, we got to the ranch, and Dave told my son to go take his bomber, and for me to go with him. And I was like, Dave, I'm not sure about this, but Dave let my son take the bomber. So what's really cool about it is the first time I was in it was with my son driving, and he took me up Chocolate Thunder for the first time. And I'd never been up Chocolate Thunder, so it was really, really cool. But my son loved it. I mean, that's the first big car he's ever driven like that, because he always drives, UTVs and side-by-sides for his race vehicles. So I have to say, that's the first big vehicle that he's ever driven was a bomber chassis. Not many can say that.
Yeah.
And then I got a ride with you 3 or 4 years ago when I showed up early to start building Hammertown. We hopped in your 4800.
I'm going to say that was 22.
I'd
Might have
guess
still
that,
been 21.
It was your 4800 car, and you took me for a rip. It was fun. It was exciting, a little nerve-wracking, but you, the way you can pitch that car around corners and clip a bush and just let her, it was awesome. It was fun.
Let her eat.
Yep, let her eat on the gas and hauling the mail.
It's hard to make Miles be speechless, and he was almost speechless there for a second.
It was fun. Got a lot of good memories out here.
I can trump that. I went to do the 4 dice with Randy and with Ben Napier.
Oh, that sounds like a good time.
Oh, that was some
Is that
day.
2012, 2011, 2012?
15, I reckon. Oh, because it was after Reno, wasn't it? We'd just done Reno.
Was it after I'd moved to Nevada?
Yeah, I think it was, but it was literally the car that you'd won King of the Hammers with that year. We went out there, we took 2 cars out, and it was, fantastic. Can't thank you enough for that. That was incredible.
Yeah, I guess Ben and I went earlier than that together. We did a little ultimate adventure. We did Rubicon 4 dice and Pismo on the way back home. But I think you're right. That particular 4 dice trip was, I was living there in Reno or Gardnerville.
But so here we go. Gavin Andarunu making his way down.
Are you some ravioli? Well, Randy, always a pleasure, man. And again, best of luck during qualifying and the rest of your week. Hopefully Amber's doing good. And I think we're going to try to swap you out with Lauren Healy. I see him out there.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks for the chance.
Thank you, buddy. Yep. Randy, always a pleasure.
Randy. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Randy Slauson. Always good to see you. 3-time king, of course. And we're going to be seeing him on track tomorrow during qualifying for the Race of Kings qualifying that will be taking place from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Right now, let's finish up with Gavin Androni at the 4:12 mark right now, going into the Talladega turn. So he's making a great run for himself. He'll probably be roughly up there in the 20th position, 25th position.
Well, we traded one king for another. We got Lauren Healy here in the house. How's it going, buddy?
Doing great. What an awesome weather week we've had.
Oh, it's been beautiful.
The snow was knocked down the dust a little bit, and now
were you here for the snow?
We're cooking. I was not. I was in Charlotte for the Ford Performance.
Okay, yeah, I snuck away too.
Season launch.
It looked pretty, but I'm glad I missed it.
Yep, I agree.
Well, how you doing, Lauren?
Wonderful. It's been a wild week of King of the Hammers, as it always is. It's throwing everything at you it always can, but we've got our heads above water now, and get through qualifying, and then excited to start racing. So get to race with my son on Thursday in the youth class again like we did last year, so excited for that. Then the EMC race, Juan and I will be splitting duties in the 4600. So
you're driver of record.
I am driver of record. He is qualifying right now because we were analyzing the rule books and realized that we may not have done that correctly in the years past. But the driver, or whoever qualifies, needs to start the race.
And he's driving the desert.
He's driving the desert, so he's going to qualify.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then the big car's on Saturday, and I think we're all anticipating and eagerly excited for this new change of not knowing what lap 3 is until the day before.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is. It's a new challenge. We usually think we have a great game plan and everything mapped out, and this is a new twist. So it's cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Throwing a wrench into it.
Exactly. No, I like it. Everybody I've spoken to, all of the top drivers, they all say the same thing. Bring it on. Make it as hard as you possibly can.
Because it is the hardest
better.
race in the world, so let's make it. Let's see what happens.
It is, and so we've been out pre-running, what we know on lap 2, and even lap 2's gnarly this year. Like,
yeah, there's some added things.
We've had some carnage out there, and so it's gonna be interesting. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of finishers like we've been seeing the last few years.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
On screen is Jose Grujalva with Let's Roll Off-Road with a pretty solid run going on. And you guys are kind of transitioning from Fun Haver to RTR, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Just with everything with Vaughn and I, it just kind of made sense with how long and established RTR vehicles is. To bring everything, all the motorsports programs, all under that RTR Motorsports
Just got to
umbrella.
cut in there, Lauren. So Jose going very wide there.
Yeah, blew the berm a little bit, but kept her under control.
I was just down there talking with Andrew from Let's Roll, and they're talking to him on the radio. He's got a broken front shaft, so I'm guessing when he went around that corner, he had no drive in one of the shafts.
Gotcha.
He was three-wheeling there, a little bicycle, but kept her under control. So great run, and I know McLaughlin's going to be racing or qualifying tomorrow.
Oh, and
He's
this
been
looks
racing
like
with us for a long time.
Chuck Crossland out on
There
course.
he is.
Mr. Chucky.
Now, Mr. Chuck Crossland is running one of the most powerful vehicles here. Would you believe, Lauren, that this car is packing out over 1,200 horsepower?
I've seen that in action at places like Prairie City and Crandon, where that thing just rips out of the hole. Can't turn a corner, but it goes in a straight line really fast.
So yeah, Chuck Crossland and Tom Prendergrass out of Los Manilas, California, with Chuck Crossland off-road in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, only child, with a Brian Tooley twin turbo 6-liter, 1,200 horsepower, turbo 400, Behemoth 205, Mickey Thompson tires, Dirty Life, Holly off-road, and Yukon gear and axle.
But that's what we love about King of the Hammers, isn't it? If you can dream it, if it meets the safety regs, you can race it. And I love that. So he's turning up here right now with 1,200 horsepower and putting it down on the track and showed us what he can do.
So he's made it through the hard rock sections. One more little rock to dance around, just kisses it there, make it on down, and then head to the Ford Performance short course and show off that 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah, he's definitely making great time for himself here at a 3:30 coming down that hill.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to be bothering our top 10, but he will be slotting into our top 20 by the looks of it.
Yeah, what a great run for Chuck Crossland. He's been racing with us for quite some time.
What was the top time for UTVs yesterday?
3:05.
Oh, and it was like 0.2 seconds
Yeah,
or
2
something
seconds.
between
Anderson
and Cheney.
Yeah, so
Those
Ronnie
boys
Anderson,
were ripping.
Oh yeah, Ronnie Anderson threw down an absolutely incredible time, and the amazing thing is he actually left time out there on the track, collected a rock, still managed to push it through, and Kyle Cheney, wow, I mean, when you see the quality of the field out there, I mean, what a stacked field, and you see people like Mitch Guthrie Jr. who are seconds behind, amazing stuff. I am super excited for tomorrow as we watch Chuck Crossland crossing the line there with a 4:11.
A little bit of a donkey kick, but was able to save it. We just saw Brinker take a pretty good tumble. Thank
That
goodness
jump's
he's
really
okay.
abrupt. We couldn't run it at speed yesterday to see what it would do out there, but you could tell when you pulled up to it, it's a short and real abrupt
popper,
when
huh?
you get to it. I'm going to check up real hard when I get to it in the 4400 car.
Are you?
I
Yeah,
could-
you wanna
I
save
could
it
be
for
90
race day.
90 miles an hour right there, and I don't want to be on my roof.
So Chuck Crossland is crossing the line there in 16th position in class and 18th overall. So a solid run
very
there from
solid
Chuck
run.
Crossland.
So Lauren, let's talk
JD
about this really
McKean
quick.
is
You just
stopped
asked
on
us what our, the fastest time was for UTVs yesterday. What do you think for the 4400s with looking at the times right now with Brent Harrell in the 4800 class with a 3:37? What do you think the 4400s will be?
The suspension in the 40s is going to make a difference and a little more power up some of the hills. I think the power hour guys will break into the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
Not low twos, but I think we'll see inside of 3 for sure.
Oh, wow.
It might not be much though. The UTV guys, I mean, I think the last couple of years, only the top 10 power hour guys or so have beat the top UTV, right? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, quite often we've seen some incredibly fast times. I mean, let's think back to Cole Clark, let's think back to Cheney, all of those guys who've laid down amazing times. And of course, this year we've got some new UTVs that are coming to the parties because there's some new rule changes. So they have any UTV that wants to race or any vehicle that wants to race in 4400 has to have a 2-inch roll bar tubes and also has to have a 37-inch tyre. Now we just saw Jamie McKean there pulling off the course, so a tough
not
break
sure
there.
what happened there. So you're thinking the 4400 is going to shave 10 seconds off of yesterday's qualifier?
Well,
huh?
what is it? 6 seconds to get into
okay,
the
all
series.
right. You're just
6
saying
seconds?
you're saying 259. Okay,
I'm saying we're going to get it. I'm 255.
right.
I think 10 seconds is doable.
Are
But
we-
the thing that's challenging is the power hour guys at the end of it get the worst track.
It's beat up, that's for sure.
The short course track, I'm watching the ruts develop here at the end of the day. Short bus is just chewed up. It's gnarly right now. So
and then you guys are going to tear it up more tonight.
I'm not going to go back out there tonight. I know what I got to do and be smart and put down a smart run. And you know me, I'm not really typically chasing the pole. I'm typically chasing a top 10, so I'm not starting in the dust.
You're more typically breaking the internet,
That's what
Lauren,
I
I
was
think
getting
is
ready to
probably
bring
the
up.
best way of putting it.
But we're going up his waterfall, not down it.
Well,
that would be fun if we should go down that
My
again.
question was going to be, I wonder if we're going to see any iconic moves from you tomorrow to break the internet again.
I don't know where it would be. It'd
Yeah.
be jumping down the rock face, and I think that's a bad decision.
Yeah. And right there through that pinch rock, too, that's a little sketchy. I mean, we've seen some tumbles there, so.
Not worth risk versus reward. Not worth it.
Exactly.
And this is Ryan Peretti now out on track. Let's see what he can do. He's already negotiated the gap jump through the Bronco Arch and making his way round into the Rook Hills.
Ryan Peretti with Doug, riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Viking Hauling Racing Team. It is Jimmy's 4x4 chassis with an LS7 700 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, XComp, Method, Fox, Viking Hauling, and again, Fabworks. His first King of the Hammers was 2022, so we'll see what kind of time Ryan Peretti can show us. And this is just to the left is where you jump down, right?
Not right here. So when you drop down short bus, we go around the edge. So,
Okay.
Yep. He'll drop down right here,
Now
drop
this-
down the rock face.
Now this rock face, it doesn't actually look anything from this angle, but it's really getting quite gnarly, isn't it?
It's nasty. So last night I took Vaughn out in the 4600 because of the qualifying. I typically qualify. And we took him out there, and he's not super comfortable in a short wheelbase. So
Look at those
to
ruts.
right to the edge is where we jumped down that rock face
That
right
was
there
gnarly.
that year. But we were coming down that rock face, and one of the other 4600 trucks took a weird bounce and tumbled all the way off the top of it.
Ooh.
And Vaughn's like, I'm going around. Like it's not worth the risk of that. I'm gonna take the long way around and just keep it safe with the real short wheelbases. And we set the Broncos or any of the 4600s. You got to set them up pretty tall for 35-inch tall tires.
Big jump for
Yeah,
Peretti. He
don't knock
clipped a
that
rock.
rock down in the middle. We'll be
Yeah.
all in trouble.
Yeah, that's interesting there because Ronnie Anderson went the high side of that rock yesterday, and we thought that everyone was going to start taking that line, but no one's taking
Nobody's
that
done
line.
it yet. Interesting.
No, that's a Ronnie Anderson line for sure. But you think to yourself, did people see him do that? But then equally, the ruts have got so deep there to cut out of that rut to get onto that line is going to become very difficult.
And it's
indeed.
getting worse and worse as the day goes on.
Yeah, and the
Now
faster
let's-
you're going and you go into a cross grain like that, you can always mess up and take you over.
Exactly. But now, Lauren, let's just quickly talk about your new RTR vehicles because you and Vaughan are now running a matched pair of vehicles. So they're IFS front suspension, they're a solid axle rear suspension, mid-mounted engine. Fill in the gaps. What else are you doing?
Yeah, so we've always been trying to get to have the exact same cars. It just makes sense for shock tuning, testing, spare parts. Mechanics knowing the exact same vehicles. Like, it just makes sense. And I finally convinced them that the mid-engine cars are the way to go to win King of the Hammers. I don't necessarily know for short course racing or desert racing or anything else, but the visibility, the advantages of the mid-engine car, and you do give up some traction in the rocks. The extra weight in the back doesn't climb super vertical rocks as well. But when the nuisance rocks, the mid-engine car carries the front end better.
floats
It's
it, yeah.
all give and take, just like you were saying. That's the cool thing about Ultra 4. But so yeah, these trucks are running the same small block D3 Ford engines from Ford Performance that we've been, that I've been running for 5 or 6, 7 years now, since we swapped over to the Ford stuff. Cool rear end that nobody else in Ultra 4 is running is the Spider Trax True 10. So this is trophy truck designed, developed, bigger ring and pinion, bigger pinions, bigger bearings, like just all around bigger parts that can handle running in a upside down, running on the coast side of the gear in the rear. 74 welds, portals on the front. So the great thing about that is, you're taking shock load off of the drivetrain. You're gaining 4 inches of ground clearance at the bulkhead. Your A-arms are much flatter, so you can get a trophy truck style geometry in the front instead of a traditional IFS setup where I have to go to the top and the bottom with the uprights, and the geometry just gets a little bit a little bit nicer with the portals. Just like everything else, though, you're giving up a little bit of weight out there at the wheel end. You're giving up a little bit of leverage. You're giving up a little bit of scrub. It's all, what you think's the best way to win the game.
Absolutely. As we watch Ryan Peretti here, he's going to be crossing the line.
We're just a couple cars away from kicking off Power Hour. It's going to be a good one today for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We'll have all 3 classes racing during that, the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
So this is Joshua Baxi, who you can now see on track, and he's putting together a very solid time here, Pam.
Yes, he is. That is an amazing time that he has put on so far. He's at a 2:58, and he's already through that gate area.
Josh Bocci with Gordon Martin riding shotgun out of Orange Valley, California, with Havoc racing in a Bocci-built chassis with a Gordon Martin 408 stroker, 700 horsepower, 4L80E, NP205, Nexen, Rock and Road Performance, Warren, Yukon, are helping him get to the race course.
Yeah, and a little bit of help there from Gravity as he makes his way down this hill. We had wheels going one way, wheels going another way. Lauren, did you see that big UTV crash yesterday?
I was just going to bring that up. I bet
Ryan
that gives my jump off the cliff a run for the money on the social metrics
Right,
when
exactly.
we're done with this week. I saw it everywhere.
Yeah, Fish had it blown up pretty good.
Between the UTV, the Gladiator, oh my goodness, we got all kinds of stuff going on the internet this week.
And now Eric Brinker, that was a gnarly one.
Yeah, that's one we're going to be seeing again, that is for sure, as Joshua Baxi makes his way into turn 19. Pushing it round. He's coming in, he's going to be around about the 4:15 mark, something like that.
So that'd be probably, around the 15 to 20 position, I think?
Yeah, he's going to be in the
closer
20s.
to 20, yeah.
Yeah, top third.
Oh, that's what I meant, 15
late
to 20,
20s, something around that kind of mark.
15 to 20.
Still a very solid run, but little bit off pace. We see some of the 170s coming to Tech and Contingency for their race this evening.
Well,
I believe, Pam, you and Emmy are calling that show tonight, right?
Yes, we are, 100%. That'll be a good time tonight for sure.
The future of our sport. It's a lot of fun to watch.
So
Mikey
Joshua
Childress
Baxi-
has stepped up to help run that race for us.
So Joshua Baxi comes in 18th in class and 20th overall. Now, Lauren, going to say thank you so much for joining us in the booth. It's always a pleasure. 2-time king. Will it be 3-time king by the end of this weekend? Who knows? But we will be looking on earnestly, and we can't wait to see your run tomorrow in Power Hour. Good luck in the qualifying later on, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's great chatting with you, as always.
All right, thanks, Lauren.
See ya.
Always a pleasure. So on screen right now is John Holtzman and his wife Jody riding shotgun, number 4863 out of Auburn, California, with Holtzman Racing, and that Jimmy's 48P chassis with a Holtzman's Racing LS 427, 650 horsepower, a Turbo 400, Atlas Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, Warren and Factor 55, and L-Rod Pro straps. That's Bird himself that's been out on course making all the jumps.
Do you know something? I've got some news for you.
Let's hear it.
I've got some news for you. This is John Holtzman. He's going out there right now on course. That means that after John Holtzman, it is Power Hour here in Hammertown.
About to kick it off for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. I am Miles Hasquist, joined by Jim Marsden and Mrs. Pam Hall.
We're going to have 3 classes going head-to-head. It's going to be the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the Curry Enterprises Stock class. And there's some big hitters out there.
And the question is, can Brent Harrell's time of 3:37 stand the pace? I think he's got a good shot on it, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
That's a very, very, very fast time. I mean, you called it this morning that he would be our #1 qualifier, the Jim, and yeah, he's still sitting there right now. Miles has a 3:33 as his fastest time. I don't know if you chose a name.
No, I'm just going for
Just going for a time, no name. I know, I feel so bad choosing a name.
I think Brent Harrell's going to be hard to beat, but
Yes.
Woody Rose has a chance. Scott Foley's got a chance. Jeff Martin, Brian Trimp's got a lot of horsepower. Sean Reisky, I believe.
Matt Zeiler
is driving for him because he just had a brand new baby boy, but he still wanted some points out there. So send his car out here, and Matt Zeiler's going to drive for him.
So John Holzman crossing the line now, and this is going to be around about the 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And so as he crosses the line, I'll try and give you a time on that.
So 4:30, that should put him roughly at
31st position, 27th in class.
So a fantastic run there for John Houtsman. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere.
Or if you need to go somewhere, do it right now. Go fill up your beverages, get your snacks. Power Hour is about to go down.
Oh, you haven't got time for that, Miles, because I can see the first car already sitting on the line, and that is John Rance in the 4600 stock class in the Ford Bronco.
Yes, and that is Rusty standing there waiting patiently to wave that green flag, and you know John Rance is ready to go.
So John Rance, of course, is the son of Sean Rance, and Sean Rance had the OG Bronco out here all of those years ago. So, now this might be Josh. No, this is John Rance.
As he takes the Yokohama split right there with Drew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mudnut Racing. And that 2021 Ford Bronco with a 2.3 EcoBoost, 300 horsepower, and a 7-speed manual transmission, Atlas 74 weld portals, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff, Ballistic Fab, RPM, Brannick Motorsports, Fun Haver Off-Road, Ford Performance, and Super Winch.
Now, everybody that has been taking the Bronco Arch usually has been taking that middle line. Have you guys seen anybody take the right line up that yet today?
A couple.
A couple have?
Yep, but not too many. That center line's definitely the most popular one,
right.
As John Rance is our first victim for Power Hour for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, he is indeed, and he's out on course right now, but the man he actually needs to beat at the moment is Jesse Bennett, who's sitting there with a 5 minutes and 18 seconds. So can John Rance push in front of Jesse Bennett and get into that pole sitting position for the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class?
And John Rance making his way up. We were seeing the two Broncos earlier on were having some issues. I believe they were having some kind of computer issues. That's what was happening with John Williams.
Yeah, we saw him really struggling on that hill right where John Rance is.
And Kendall Gline. So bummer for them earlier on, but we can see that John Rance made his way up.
And first in the stock class, I believe, is Jesse Bennett.
He is indeed with a 518 at the moment, and he's sitting in 54th position overall.
Wow, I'm still going down. I haven't seen him, yeah. So, yeah, 54th.
I've got you covered.
How many have we had qualified
So a
today?
518 is for the Curry Enterprise stock class.
Yeah, and his second position in our 4600 class is Albert Contreras. We saw him on stage earlier today. Always great to have a catch up with him. And in third position is the young Frenchman himself, Matthias Armand, in third and 61st overall. It was a fantastic debut for the young Frenchman.
My buddy Jake back home's tuned in. Thanks for checking everything out. And if you haven't done it yet, get that premium for the King of the Hammers official YouTube to skip commercials, get all the behind-the-scenes camera feed, build your own show, and have some fun with it.
Indeed, and as we watch John Rance here now making his way around the qualifying course here in Hammertown, do not forget that tomorrow at 9 a.m. we go live with the big dogs with the qualifying for the Race of Kings, the 4400 class come to play here at Rock Week at King of the Hammers. Now, what's he doing here?
Oh, goodness, he went a little high
on that. Looks
that.
like a left front flat tire, possibly.
He
Or maybe just the
definitely
ruts
went
are swallowing it. I can't tell.
Too high on that for sure.
We'll see as he comes around that little rock obstacle. Oh, the tire still looks okay. Oh, he went way high there.
Yeah, he's having some steering issues.
Huh, not sure what's going on.
Kissing those rocks, putting those 35-inch tires to work, that's for sure.
It definitely looks like I mean, obviously the way he's turning, it's some kind of steering issues or for low, you know, sometimes it's a little more difficult to turn.
Yeah, he's blowing the corners, so he's definitely struggling somewhere. And you can see how loose it is getting pulled out of there as he bounces off one of those rocks. And Short Bus proper is getting torn up. We were talking to Lauren just a moment ago, and he was saying how deteriorated the course is going. And he's a little bit nervous about Power Hour, about everybody's going to be beating it up tomorrow as well. But, hey, that's part of racing.
Yes, for sure.
But that's one of the things we love about rock sports, is that the course is changing constantly. And that's why we see the big guns shine. That's where all the guys really come to the fore. And all our Kings will be racing tomorrow in Power Hour. Be sure to be here for 3 p.m. sharp to see your heroes and some of the greatest racers in the world taking to this track here at King of the Hammers. But right now it's all about John Rance in the Bronco, making his way down the far side of the mountain.
Heading up towards the Gates gate, right around that 4-minute mark. We'll see if he can make quick work through here, and it looks like he does. That's that left line and just sneaks by.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be bothering our fastest guys so far. But as you were saying earlier, Pam, did look like he might be carrying a problem with the steering.
It definitely does look like that.
It could be the gearbox. They have factory style steering on here. This is the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. Must have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Have to run the factory engine, factory transmission, but run whatever transfer case you want. A 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, and mechanical steering.
Oh, did you see the rear end of that? Just popped up. Almost did a little bit of a handstand.
Yeah, he's definitely, we heard Lauren just a moment ago saying the short wheelbase on these Broncos can be a little tricky on some of these rock obstacles.
Now we're coming to the pinch rock, or the pinch and squeeze, as you like to call it.
And we saw that he was having some issues earlier on with the steering, so we'll see if that's going to come into play right now.
Got to pick his line and then commit.
Okay.
Nervous apprehension from everybody here, but John Rance is through the pinch rock, making his way down the hill.
Slow and steady.
He's right at that pinch rock. I thought it was a frozen screen, but then you see him back up just a little bit. See his flag flying. I think he needs to be a little bit more left here, but see if he can make it work.
Yes, and there he is, making it his way down to the bottom of the hill, bouncing his way through.
Yeah, so John Ransom right now on the 6-minute mark. Our fastest car at the moment in the 4600 Currie Enterprises stock class is currently on a 5:18, so John Rance is not going to be bothering that.
As he enters the Ford Performance Short Course in that Ford Bronco. John Rance and Drew.
Now, I love seeing the Broncos out here. I love the fact that Ford came out to King of the Hammers and they went, do you know what? We can build a car that can do this. And
they literally built that car here in the Hammers.
Exactly.
They tested and tuned and everything.
The car's designed to take a 35-inch tire. It's designed to have a 4-link in the back. So cool to see major manufacturers offering vehicles that can be used here on the Hammer Trails. So thank you very much for performance as we watch John Rance coming up over the MRB straightaway and onto the MBRP tabletop. All 4 wheels off the ground there for John Rance as he crosses the line.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Class cars, but it is a little bit heavier.
And you can just see how steep that is. I mean, he was on his brakes to try to stop, you know, once he started that downward momentum and was kept sliding.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. Tire pressure is everything.
Yes.
So you've got to be so careful here. You've got that trade-off between having enough tire pressure.
And look how He was hanging the left front tire there. That shows you how deep that rut is getting there.
That rut has gotten super deep throughout the day. I've been watching it progress here, and being on that low side is never fun, but at least it's not a cliff on that side.
See what kind of time he gets out here. Alex Fleming still trucking along.
So it's a very interesting vehicle. Is this IFS on this
Yes,
one?
it is. It's an IFS 4Runner with a V8 up front. And he was saying when he chatted with us a little bit ago, he's the only IFS without portals that he thinks, and I think I agree. In the stock class, at least. So this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifying, and this is Power Hour. These are some of the biggest names in the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. We started with John Rance, and now it's Alex Fleming. And up next is none other than Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, Brad Lovell.
Yes, Brad Lovell also raced in our Desert Challenge over the weekend as well.
He was in a Bronco Raptor during that race, so great to see him driving a little bit of everything out here. He has raced a T2 before, but did not race that the last couple of years, but he's racing the stock class.
And no stranger to winning inside the Everyman Challenge.
He's won it more than once, that's for sure.
In his old school Bronco. We were talking to him about that the other day. He said that
he still has it.
Yeah, still has it. He said that his son's actually got it in 1,000 pieces at the moment. Wouldn't it be cool to see that back out here?
Oh, that'd be great. It would be he's raced it in the Unlimited class and the Everyman Challenge before, so we'll see if Brad can break her out of retirement or not. But right now on screen is Alex Fleming entering the Gates Gate.
A little bit of a handstand there from Alex. Now, this is a good-looking line. Can he just punch it up through? Spin to the left. Perfectly done.
Yes, he made that one look easy.
He did indeed.
We've seen quite a few have some issues through that area today, and he did not make it look like there was one at all. But look at how rough it is. Indeed. Oh, let's talk about the shadows, Jim. Earlier, I mean, we had the sun was, basically whiting out the dirt and the rocks and everything, and now, right now, we're seeing shadows, the shadow issues.
Absolutely, which is why we're very glad to see that our event director, Ben Napier, has brought forward Power Hour by 1 hour. So thank you very much. So we can see these amazing drivers before the shadows become hugely long here in Hammertown.
And we got some more of our 170s going across. We have a new time. Brennan Tonelli will be out racing, and Lyle, Grandpa, pushing him along.
So Alex Fleming is making his way towards the pinch rock.
And we'll see how he comes through it there, Jim.
Yeah, he's not going to be bothering our top three by the looks of this. Just come off the pace a little bit.
And he's a little bit longer wheelbase and was able to carry a wheel through there and bounce right through.
Bouncing through that is, I literally am nervous for every driver that goes through that after seeing that UTV yesterday.
And you can see that he's on the brakes, so the front end is dipping down, and he was grabbing, shoveling a little bit of dirt as he comes down, filling in some of the ruts for the rest of everybody else.
Just helping out, trail maintenance.
So Alex Fleming here during Power Hour for the Everyman Challenge 2025 here at the King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. He's making his way back towards turn 19.
And he's entering into that turn at a 5:23 roughly. So he's going to be about roughly around, the 6-minute mark, maybe the 5:45 mark.
I think you're right, probably around about that 50, 55 mark.
He'll be roughly in the somewhere between 57 and 62.
He'll just be happy to have completed this course. It's
Exactly.
a very difficult course for one of the stock class vehicles. As Alex makes his way towards the MBRP flyover, there she blows.
All right.
A double bounce there as he crosses the line in 5:52.
And that puts him in the 60th position overall, but third in the stock class.
Right, here's a man who needs no introduction. It is Off-Road Hall of Famer Brad Lovell in the Amsoil Bronco, making his way onto track.
And I believe Adam Lovell is riding shotgun with him out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with Lovell Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco with a factory engine and transmission. He's got IFS with 74 weld portals, AMSOIL, Ford Performance, BFG, Spider Tracks, Method, Fox, and Warn. He is in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. He started his career in 2004. He's won 9 championships in short course. He's done great in Ultra 4. This guy's done a little bit of everything and has done it well. He's been the Dirt Sports Driver of the Year. He's got multiple wins here at King of the Hammers. Brad Lovell is the man.
He is indeed, and look at the pace he's laying down here. He's coming up into the first of the rock trails, and look at the pace.
Yeah, he definitely has a smoking pace. Look, he made it up super easy in that rock section that we've seen the majority of the Broncos having issues at earlier on today.
Yeah, this is a man who understands off-road driving, and he does it so well.
Brad Lovell has driven a little bit of everything in off-road. He's really paired up with Ford Performance here the last few years and has a great thing going with this program, and can't think of a better person to be out there doing it with Brad Lovell, teaming up with Ford Performance, doing great things.
Yeah,
and you can see the great AMSOIL display on the side, the official oil of the Hammers.
Indeed, and he's just come back from Dakar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where he was working his way over there with Ford. So this is a very solid time here from Brad Lovell. The time to beat at the moment in his class is Jesse Bennett with a 5:18. So he's picking his way up through. He'll be dropping down through this dropway and then turning right up onto short bus.
We'll see here in just a moment. I think it's been around the 3-minute mark is whenever the stock classes came through to Gates Gate.
And some people on the YouTube are asking if the app is shut down. It is not shut down. This is just the stock class cars that are taking the Yokohama Y split. There's an over-under, so they're taking the easier line and not taking the gap jump. But I assume the 4500s and the 48s will take that on and hit the Yukon launch.
Indeed. And as Chad Hunt just walks past the stage with a pair of wheels. Good afternoon, Chad.
I think he's got those new 42-inch Mickey Thompson tires on there.
Just taking them for a walk. Most of us bolt them to a car to do that. But
Hey, it's called warming up the tires, right?
So here's Brad Lovell coming
He said
up to
they're
the
for
Gates
sale if
gate.
anybody wants them.
Oh, wow. Brad Lovell just now bouncing his way through.
Now look at this time.
Man,
Brad Lovell
for a
is
stock
around about,
class.
Yeah, in a stock class car. He's around about 42nd off the fastest time that we've seen today. So that's remarkable stuff in this vehicle shod with 35-inch tires.
And Jesse Bennett's time of a 5:18. I think he's got a great shot to shave a fair amount of time off there. Brad Lovell is having a blistering pace.
But let's not forget, we've got some big guns out here still to come up. We've still got Lauren Healy and, of course, Bailey Cole is also going to be on track later this afternoon. Bailey Cole was last year's winner here in the Yukon Gear and Axle, in the Curry Enterprises stock class.
You're coming into the pinch rock as we speak, and Pam, like you were just saying, the shadows are starting to set in. The sun is going down. It's starting to play a little bit of a tricks out there, but Brad Lovell's running a great run. He's going to be about, I don't know, 4.5 minutes maybe. He could shave off 30 seconds off of Jesse Bennett's 5:18 possibly.
Yeah, he has a great run going, making his way down. He'll enter into the Ford Performance short course now.
And that Bronco making it happen. 2 more turns to go, and then the MBRP tabletop, and Brad Lovell will get a time. And I'm saying he's going to be our new leader in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp indeed as he turns into turn 19.
Takes her a little wide there, but keeps her under control.
A little wide, but he definitely knows how to take these turns. They are
If you're
getting a
just
little headed out.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Power Hour here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And right now we're watching Hall of Famer Brad Lovell making his way around onto the MBRP straight away.
And he will be our new class leader in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class as he hits the MBRP tabletop. I'm going to guess he's going to be in about 40th position or so.
Actually, 28th position overall, but first in class with a 4:27.291.
Wow, what a great run by Brad Lovell. And up next is Lauren Healy, driver record, but it's actually Vaughn Gittin Jr. in there qualifying.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. going around the Yokohama S-Benz, avoiding the gap jump and making his way up through the Ford Bronco arch in his Ford Bronco. Now, we were talking about this earlier, and he's taking that left-hand line, Pam.
Yeah, it was, and I think, wasn't it Brad Lovell? Or no, Alex Fleming took that left-hand line earlier as well. So, it's all about, figuring out which line. We do know that the farthest right line, when we were up there putting the Bronco arch up, looking at it, the right line looks like it was the smoothest line, but also you have to change your angle a little bit so it's not the fastest line.
So number 6725, again, Lauren Healy's driver record, but Vaughn Gittin is qualifying now out of Farmington, New Mexico with RTR Off-Road Team and that Ford Bronco Bucky. It's got a 2.7 EcoBoost stock transmission. It's got IFS with 74 weld portals, RCV, Ford Performance, Optima batteries, RTR vehicles, Nitto, Rigid, Monster, Pennzoil, Fox, MBRP, and Gear Wrench help them get there. They got a whole list of sponsors out there.
Yeah, now we were talking to Lauren earlier in the booth, and he was saying that Vaughn's going in because Vaughn wants to drive the desert loop tomorrow. Then when he completes the desert loop, Vaughn's going to jump out, and Lauren's going to get back in again and bring it to the finish line.
But you know what I found funny about that is he was saying how he doesn't like driving the shorter wheelbases and stuff like this. So for him to be the one out there qualifying, it's very interesting to see that, he's doing a great job right now, but it's funny to hear the inside stories of what the driver's like and dislike.
We actually have rules here at King of the Hammers, and so if he wants to start in the driving seat tomorrow,
he's got to
qualify
exactly.
in this vehicle.
Exactly.
So that Bronco, driven by Vaughn Gittin Jr. right now, is making his way up. And pretty good run. I don't know if he's got quite the pace that Brad Lovell was having, but it's a very solid run.
Yeah, just looking here now, he's a little bit behind Brad's pace, but it's still going to be looking good for a second place in class by the looks of this to me. And Lauren and Vaughn has a new car out here for this year in the 4400 class.
Vaughn's making his way on around. Look at those ruts getting completely dug out as he makes his way up towards Short Bus. And then he'll take a hard right at the top and then head through the Gates Gate.
And I'm not sure exactly, but we do know that Brad Lovell was already at Gates Gate at this time.
Correct. So it's a little off pace, but it's still a top three for the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. The stock class, it will start at the back of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We will intermix the 45 and the 48s, and then the 46s will start from the back of the pack the way they qualify. So it'll still be a very solid run for Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy with RTR Off-Road.
Now, do you know who's in the passenger seat with Lauren or with Vaughn right now is my question, because I know in the 4400.
Is it Eric Davis?
Jeremy Dickinson.
Jeremy Dickinson. Jesse Amex. All right. Okay. I had to go through all the options. So Jesse Amex is Lauren Healy's normal co-driver, and he's in there riding with Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So Jesse will stay in the whole race then? Yep, thumbs up.
All right. And then for the 4400, I know Jeremy Dixon's going to ride with Vaughn, and then Jesse will hop in with Lauren.
I love how that bright color pops out on the wheels and at the bottom of underneath Optima. Definitely makes it very visible.
Yeah, distinct colors for sure. I know Lauren has helped out the Glines get theirs, and Sean Rance get his Bronco, trying to share the family love in the stock classes. Yeah, he took a little bit of a off-camber bicycle, but was able to steer his way through it.
We saw, I can't remember which one earlier, it was one of the other Broncos that did the same thing right there. Oh, and he's taking a little bit of more of a right-hand line.
It looked to be pretty smooth.
Totally fine.
So now he's got to sneak his way around that rock and then just make his way on down and head towards the Ford Performance short course. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers presented by Ford Performance. This is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and if you're watching on our King of the Hammers official YouTube, we thoroughly appreciate it. And if you don't want any commercials, make sure you sign up for that premium package. It's only $25 for the entire event, and you get all the multi-view. You can run your own cameras and pick whatever you want to see. It's definitely worth its weight out here if you're going to watch the race with us. We appreciate each and every one of you.
And now you can see that Vaughn Gittin doing his thing, his drifting that he knows so very well through turn 19.
Making his way towards the Talladega. Then he'll be coming on down through the MBRP straight away. And onto the MBRP tabletop. Now he's going to be sitting, I'm guessing, somewhere around about 4th position, and I'm guessing 60-something overall.
See, roughly about 5:35-ish.
As he hits the MBRB tabletops, we'll get a time of looks like a 5:33 for Lauren Healy. Up next is last year's Everman Challenge winner in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class is none other than Bailey Cole.
Bailey Cole out there on course, but really quick, Vaughn Gittin Jr. finished 3rd in class just now in qualifying, but 57th overall.
So Bailey Cole taking on the gap jump.
Oh,
beautifully done there.
Wow, in the Bronco hits the Yukon launch there. Nice.
We'll see if that pays off or not too, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He's gaining seconds here already. This is why this young man is a champion. Bailey Cole cut his teeth on these trails. He used to play out here in the dirt with his toy cars. Then he had his Toyota Pre-Runner out here, and he's moved up and up all the way through, right the way through 4400, UTV, and everything in between. He's racing 3 different vehicles this week at King of the Hammers, racing in the 4600 Curry's Enterprises stock class, and this Bronco that we see now. He's also racing in UTV and in 4400.
So Bailey Cole with Jeremy Kimpson riding shotgun out of Temecula, California, with Bailey Cole racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco called Tiger. It's got Ford Performance factory engine, transmission, front diff, 74 weld portals, jegs, 74 weld, FK, Ford Performance, Fox, Maxima, Optima, Spider Tracks, Yokohama Vision, Warn, Yukon, and ARB. So those Yokohama tires are really eating it up out here.
Yeah, they are indeed. He picked up Jegs as a sponsor a year or so ago, and they're working as a great team together. Bailey laser focused here. He's had some tough luck already this week, some real problems with his UTV program, but they've got it sorted. He's got friends over here from Australia helping him out.
And they were also racing as well, too.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And this is a good-looking pace here, Miles.
Yeah, Jack Mildwater, his lead mechanic, was out in the King of the Motos.
Yes.
So that was he had his fun to start with, and now he's got his hands full working on the Bronco, the RS1, and the Brave Motorsports Monkey with a Knife car.
Definitely
for
very,
the 4400. So Bailey Cole making his way up short bus right here. You can see the burn. It is definitely burned in. There's some nuisance rocks on the side, and Bailey Cole's doing everything he's got. And I like how he started out by hitting the Yukon launch. Gave it all he had.
Yeah, now this is very interesting. Great time going up here, but has he got what it takes to beat Brad Lovell's time?
I think he's about 10 seconds off, and now he came to a little bit of a stop there.
Yeah, it just goes to show the pace that Brad Lovell was putting down as he made his way up here. 4:27 is the time to beat. And I don't think that Bailey's on that pace right now.
He's not too far off, but he is roughly probably about 30 to 40 seconds off right now. So that is kind of a gap there. But making his way up through Gates Gate right now at a 2:52. I gotta quit saying that because every time I do say that, it seems like they stop for a second.
Yeah, now he needs to find some extra pace as he makes his way down here if he is going to be challenging Brad Lovell's time. I don't think he's going to be challenging at the moment. Oh, look at this. He's going straight off that middle line. Makes it look ever so easy. Great drive here from Bailey Cole.
He showed us this qualifier during the pre-show on the Beam NG, so he's got definitely a lot of practice on this course. See if that helps him out any or not. Like you're saying, Jim, I think he's probably going to be about 20 seconds off pace of Brad Lovell, but I think he could sneak a top 3 for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely on that kind of pace. And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the King of the Hammers 2025, and we are here today for the Everyman Challenge qualifying. And right now, it is Power Hour, and we are watching Bailey Cole in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, making his way down through the pinch rock. Pam, he's doing good stuff here.
He is doing a great job here. He's at a 4-minute mark coming down that hill right now. But I was just sitting here thinking to myself, like, the shorter wheelbase seems to be doing very well through pinch rock right there compared to the longer wheelbase that we saw with Alex Fleming earlier on.
Indeed, so he's now chasing a 4:27. He's definitely not going to be beating that, but I think he is on pace to beat Jesse Bennett and going to second position in the 4600 and Curry Enterprises stock class.
Bailey Cole enters the Ford Performance short course in that Ford Bronco. That Jegs machine is looking good and running smooth.
Jesse Bennett had a time of 5:18.409. Bailey Cole sitting right now at a 4:37.
So it looks like he'll get in that second position for the Curry Enterprise stock class. Remember, they do take a rear start. We will intermix the 4500 and the 4800s. All part of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We're on the MBRP tabletop as we speak for Bailey Cole, who won this race in his class last year with about a 5-minute flat. It looks like it's going to be. We'll see.
Yes, and that definitely put him into, where did his name go? He's in the number 47th position overall, second in class with a 4:56.702. And
So
now
a very solid run.
Yes, exactly. Now taking the green flag, the 45:17 of Jesse Oliver.
With
Yeah,
Randy
Jesse
Cole.
Oliver, he's straight across the Yukon launch and straight to work going through the Bronco Arch.
Jesse Oliver has Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing. He's got a new car in the works, but it wasn't quite ready, so he's got one more race in this Oliver Racing chassis with a Mass Motors LS 427, Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas, Ironman Off-Road, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Magnitude suspension, Warren, Edmunds Speed Shop, and Dynamic Motorsports.
Yeah, he's making short work here at the rocks, really got a good rhythm going. Jesse Oliver has been racing with us a long time now, consummate professional, and one of the fastest cars in the Yukon gear and axle modified class. Now these vehicles have to have a mechanical link on the steering, limited to 14 inches of suspension travel, and a DOT 37-inch tire.
Yeah, he is doing great work right now, making a super fast time so far. If he keeps this pace, he'll be up there.
Yeah, he's looking very good indeed. Now, let's not forget our pole sitter right at this moment is Brent Harrell, who tore down an incredible 3 minutes and 37 seconds in the obstacle car earlier today.
But we are in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class right now, and we'll kind of give you a rundown on what that is. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You still have to have mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and you have to have a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And first in class for that is Dan Wyrick with a 351 in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
Yeah, let's have a quick rundown as we're watching Jesse Oliver here in our top 10 right now. It's Shad Kennedy in 10th. In 9th, it's Michael Kelly. In 8th and first in modified class is Dan Wyrick.
And in that 7th position, Kent Foltz. In 6th position, Cody Young. 5th position, Dylan Summers.
In 4th is Justin Hall. In 3rd, Derek Summers. In 2nd, Cameron Steele.
And in first place is Brent Harrell, who laid down that astonishing 3 minutes and 37 seconds. What has Jesse Oliver got for us?
So through the Gates gate, right around the 220 mark. So this is a very solid run. I think he's going to be sniffing up on Dan Wyrick and Shad Kennedy's time. We'll see. It's a 3:51 time to beat.
Yeah, I think 2:08 is what I had written down on the paperwork over there by U Miles earlier on today. That was either done by Cameron Steele.
That was Cameron Steele, if I remember right.
Going through 2:08 around that Gates gate area. So a little bit off pace, but he still has a great run.
Yeah, now Cameron Steele came through at a very similar pace, but Cameron, through this back part, was very fast indeed.
Well, and also Cameron is in the 4800 class where Jesse Oliver is in the 4500 class, so that's also a difference there.
On race day, they will take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race will be on adjusted time on Friday morning, 8 a.m. for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. As Jesse Oliver makes his way through the pinch rock and down. He's through the tough stuff now, just a little bit more gravity and head toward the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of time on the back edge of that mountain there, but he'll now be putting the pedal to the metal as he makes his way onto the Ford Performance short course.
Jesse Oliver and Randy Cole trying to give it all they got for a good qualifier.
And he's going to be coming around turn 19 right now, then heading up towards the Talladega bends. You can see the roost there as he's laying down every single horsepower he has, trying to find as many seconds as he can on this race course. Looks like he's going to be right around that sort of 4:05 and be slotting in somewhere around 13th or 14th.
And Jesse Oliver making his way through with a 4:03.977, putting him in the 14th position.
And that puts him 3rd overall in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. And off the line next should be Sean Rance and Chuck Richardson, and it is out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mudnut Racing in that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication chassis with a Richard Performance Windsor 460 small block with 600 horsepower. It's got an ATI Turbo 400 Hero T-case, rough stuff, Mega High 9s, Milestar, Raceline wheels, and Brannick Motorsports.
He just hit a nasty wall, it looked like, and it just popped him right back down probably about 2 feet.
But he makes it through the Bronco arch in that Bronco. This is the OG Bronco, I call it. He's been racing Ultra 4 with us, I think, since the inception of the Everman Challenge in 2012. Let me see. First race was King of the Hammers 2012. And he's been racing that same Bronco. It's definitely had some lipstick put on it from time to time, but he keeps it rocking and rolling. He took a gnarly tumble in Sturgis a couple years back and had to find some new body panels, but hey, it looks great.
Didn't he? I think did he podium on that race too as well?
That's too many races ago.
But then we had John, his son, last year at Stampede, took a gnarly tumble as well when we were there back in June. But right now, Sean Rance making great time going down that waterfall.
This is great pace here for Sean Rance. Really putting the OG Bronco to work.
So Sean Rance trying to put the power down, make his way up towards Short Bus.
And the time he's looking to beat right now is Dan Wyrick, who's leading in the 4500 modified class with a 3:51. And that was a very fast time indeed.
Yeah, that UFO of Dan Wyrick is going to be tough to beat, and that's in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. But the fastest one of the day is in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class of Brent Harrell with a 3:37.
All right, Sean Rance making his way. This is the part where the shadows can play with you because there are some big boulders right there that keep getting kicked into the race course, or qualifying course, I should say.
So Sean Rance making his way up through Short Bus here, and the shadows have lengthened. You can see how dark it is in there, but that's actually going to help him because he won't be getting so much of the white out that Cameron Steele was talking about earlier.
Until right about here.
Exactly.
The sun is shining on top of Short Bus.
But the sun is going to be behind him, which is actually going to be assisting him at this point.
And he kind of goes straight through the Gates gate and gets
Almost
stuck. He needs to back up and go to the left a little bit. Tough break for Sean Rance. Hopefully everything's still intact. Oh. And
Man,
it is steep up there. Those rocks are loose. They're big. It's nasty.
You can see the front part of his car. He's high centered on that rock on the front part, and it's just right underneath him right now.
Yeah, he's
there. We go.
Ooh, that's hard on equipment right there.
Oh my goodness. See, this is where the nerves kick in with me.
He's doing a little bit of rock bouncing now.
Just got to readjust his line. And that looks much better. Nice driving there from Sean Rance, but he's bled some seconds.
Yeah, the cameras never do justice. That doesn't look that tough, but those rocks are big, they're loose, and that's a gnarly little crime right there at the Gates gate.
And if you could have heard that engine, it would have been screaming at that point.
Oh, yeah. I even saw a neutral drop at one point, I do believe. You get a little anxious and frustrated, but he's back in action. Definitely cost him some time, though. Tough break.
So Sean Rance making his way down the back of the mountain. Now there are multiple different lines down through here, and I love Ben Napier, our event director's way of describing it. It's a choose your own adventure, Miles.
It's going to be fun.
All right, Sean Rance coming up to the pinch rock. He probably lost, about 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds,
I'd say
whenever.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, so that really hurt him for sure. But right now he's running at that 4-minute mark coming down after pinch rock.
So letting gravity do its work as Sean Rance makes his way down. And this is King of the Hammers 2025, and we are here right now for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifying. And it is Power Hour as we watch Sean Rance in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, making his way towards turn 19.
What a great day of qualifying it has been. We started at 8 a.m. this morning. It's sneaking up on 4 o'clock. It has been a wonderful day. I hope you guys have had just as much fun at home as we have here in the Optima Battery booth.
Yeah, we still got Sean Rasky to come, Brian Trent, but we still got Jeff Martin, Woody Rose Jr. Can't wait to see him on track. Dwayne Garrettson and Scott Foley. Some big heavy hitters still to come as Sean Rance crosses the line on the MVRP launch. Look at that.
He sent it there.
Definitely.
So 4:59 for Sean Rance.
Puts him in the 50th position. Okay, now taking the green flag should be the 866 driver of record Sean Rance, but Matt Zeiler is sitting in
Sean
for him.
Reisky.
I'm sorry, Sean Reisky, excuse me.
It's all right, Pam. It's been a long day as we watch Sean Rasky coming on towards the Bronco Arch. Makes short work of it indeed. And this is a man who's on a tear. Check this out, Miles. We got some horsepower going to the ground.
Absolutely. So Sean Reisky, driver of record, just had a brand new baby, so is not here. So he put his buddy Matt Zeiler in the driver's seat with Rick Murray riding shotgun out of Mishawaka, Indiana, with 866 Motorsports in that built in-house chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400 Hero T-Case PRP, JKS, Brannick Motorsports, Fox, Dirty Life Wheels, and Mickey Thompson tires.
And nothing's faster than the rental, Miles. We know that. And look at this man drive.
Drive it like you stole it.
Yes.
He had a great qualifying run, Matt Zeiler did, in the Can-Am Hammers Championship. It stuck, he ran early and he had a good run going, still top 10.
He did. Definitely had a great run going for him. He was also our 3rd place finisher last year in our UTV championship.
Now, do you think he's out there on course at the moment going, oh my word, it doesn't look anything like it did
Oh,
yesterday?
I'll bet it's changed a little bit for sure. And then obviously driving a UTV compared to somebody else's vehicle that doesn't have a whole lot of seat time has to be a little bit different. But Matt Zeiler's running a great run for Sean Reisky.
Now, you'd automatically think they're switching from a UTV on a 35-inch tyre going over into an Everyman Challenge car on a 37-inch tyre. It will be much easier to drive. But they are chalk and cheese, such totally different vehicles. But right now, he's doing a fantastic job. Look at this time.
Making his way up to Gates Gate.
Wow, a 2:08 was the fastest time at the Gates Gate, so he's going to be right around that 2-minute mark. So Matt Zeiler has a smoking run. This could give Brent Harrell a little run for his money. We'll see.
A 158.
Yeah. Wow.
Now we're looking here at, this is possibly a top 5 run. This is fantastic driving here from Matt Zeiler.
I know Sean Rice, he's sitting at home on the couch with the TV turned up, hooting and hollering right now.
Is he sitting there going, yeah, man, go for it? Or is he sitting there going, oh, man, don't show me up?
A little bit of both, I'm sure. And don't tear up my car.
Yeah.
Right. He still has to do 2 laps on Friday in that car.
So it's Matt Zeiler driving there for Sean Rasky, and he's going to be coming to the pinch and squeeze rocks. I'm expecting no problems here. Pam, he's making it look so easy.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he takes the right line. That's the faster line, but a little more off camber, so he is really hauling the mail right here. Matt Zeiler driving for Sean Reisky is going to be dancing with Brent Harrell's time of a 3:37. It's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, look at this. We're at 2:55.
This could have it.
This could be our top qualifier, you guys.
This is pretty wild. Matt Zeiler driving for Sean Reisky in the Ford Performance Short Course.
That's why we come here, though. That's why we come to King of the Hammers and why we love Power Hour. Matt Zeiler coming around turn 19 right now, and he's hard on it.
And getting a little slideways there, getting it after it. We'll see what happens as he hits the last Talladega into the MBRP tabletop.
Let's not forget, at the moment, our pole sitter is sitting there with a 3:37.
I think he's got it.
I think
it's going to be close.
Oh, it's not going to be close at all. This is a demolition.
Right here.
Look at this. Absolutely fantastic stuff as Matt Zeiler crosses the line.
A
with
3:28.
9 seconds faster than Brent Harrell. Sean Reisky driven by Matt Zeiler. What a great, great run.
Wow.
Now, who's going to say this first? But
that
Sean,
is
stay at home.
awesome.
Oh,
my
what an
goodness.
impressive run.
Now here we have Brian Trimp in the 896, another one that's going to be smoking fast on this track if he has a super clean run. Out there on course, taking that green flag.
With Tad Dowker riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing and Trent Racing Services in that Jeep Armory chassis with a supercharged 408. 850 horsepower with a Tranny Tom Turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson tires, Ironman Off-Road, Dynamics, Max Garage, YouTube, and TYRI Off-Road lights. His first race with us at Ultra 4 was AOP 2020. He's got a couple first place finishes along the road as well. Brian Trimp out there trying to put it done. Now, I do know he has the supercharger, and they were debating on putting it on or not. I'm not sure what the final call was, if they ended up putting that on or not.
If you can hear a scream in the distance, he's got a supercharge fitted.
Exactly. But Brian Trimp making a great run as well. But my goodness, I'm still stumped by that run by Matt Zeiler. I mean, that's not his normal vehicle that he normally runs in. He's a UTV guy.
Yeah, but a wheel guy is a wheel guy.
That is true.
And Matt Zeiler is really turning on the pace for us here. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And he goes in to first position with a 328. Let's just have a look at our top 5. Right now, it is Justin Hall in 5th position. In 4th place is Derek Summers. In 3rd, it's Cameron Steele. In 2nd, it's Brent Harrell. And in 1st
is Sean Reisky, driven by Matt Zeiler. What a smoke and run. 9 seconds shaved off. What a great run we had, and that's why we're here for Power Hour.
I mean, that was no mistakes whatsoever. He didn't have any stalling whatsoever as well. So great run. I mean, we had Matt Zeiler up here yesterday talking to him after he went through with his UTV qualifying, which was great, as we were saying earlier on. But, man, #1 spot. We were thinking that Brent Harrell was not going to get beat today.
Yeah, I guess that 333, and that got smoked out of the water. As Brian Trimp looks like he's about, I'm going to say 20 seconds off Matt Zeiler's pace.
Yeah, possibly even a little bit more, but it's still a very good run here from Brian Trimp as he makes his way up through the Gates Gate.
This still could be a very possible top 10 run. Brian Trimp with Trimp Racing Services doing some great things out there in that Jeep Armory off-road machine.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 King of the Hammers. We are here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge qualifying, and it is Power Hour. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Pam Hall and Miles Hasselquist.
And this is all part of the 2025 Optima Battery King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
As Brian Trimp made his way down through Pinch Rock right about now, making it look easy.
Yeah, Will perfect as he makes his way through. Did you love that line from Matt Zeiler there? He took
the hero line. It's definitely more off camber, but it's more direct.
The more risky line, he took it.
But it paid off.
It did, definitely.
Yeah, so Brian Trimp's around about 27 seconds off that kind of pace, but he's still laying down a very solid time. If he wants to be in the top 10, he's going to have to be sub 350.
So Brian Trimp is here in the Ford Performance short course, showing off a little bit of roost, giving it all he's got.
340 mark exiting out of turn 19, now making his way into Talladega.
He dusted himself out. Look at that.
Right?
Yeah, it's looking likely that he's going to be in about that 11th position.
Oh, he's using every part of that corner, trying to get a little more push off that fluff, I guess.
Exactly. Wow, that's a great
huge
angle.
jump at the MBRP tabletop.
All right, so let's see where his timing ends at 3:56.002. So that puts him sitting in that number 10 spot over in the 4800 Legends class, but 11th overall.
And off the line next is the number 1470 of Jeff Martin with Justin Sherwin riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin's Racing in that Miller Pro chassis with an LS7 Turbo 400 with 750 horsepower, Atlas Mickey Thompson tires, Method Race wheels, and Brannick Motorsports. He was pre-running this qualifying course, I'm going to say a week and a half ago, and took a pretty good tumble, and they had to rebuild the A-pillar right where you're looking at right there. But Tad Dowker stepped up. There's multiple people helped him get that car back in action, and he is here qualifying for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge here for Power Hour.
And Jeff Martin's laying down a fantastic pace here, makes his way up the spot where we saw Johnny Greaves roll yesterday. And look at this, he's going to be looking into the sun at this part of the course right now. But this is good pace here. Putting that Miller chassis to work. Oh, look at that, Miles. Absolute suicide descent there.
And he made it down very smooth. But this is where he's taken it into that right-hand line. This is where I was saying the shadows are starting to come into play here just a little bit.
This is a pretty great run, though, for Jeff Martin as he's making his way through there in that Miller Pro chassis. What a great car in this class. Jody Ford had that car for a while. This is the old RFA car. Can't quite remember the name off the top of my tongue.
So Jeff Martin is making his way up short bus now on the 130 mark. He needs to be hitting those rocks somewhere around about a 1 minute 50 if he wants to be challenging for that first place. This is very fast indeed, but
This
has
is
he
a
got
top
the
5
pace?
run for sure if he can keep this thing together. Part of Team Indiana.
I believe Matt Zeiler came through here with about a 1:58, and look at Jeff Martin's time. He's at roughly the same time as Matt Zeiler.
This is going to be neck and neck. We'll see.
I thought he was about 10 seconds off, but there we are. This is still a very fast pace indeed as Jeff Martin comes down the far side of the mountain.
This is going to be exciting. Power Hour is delivering today.
Yeah, look at this roost he gets when he launches that LS7.
Ben Napier did tell me there was 2 stragglers. We'll have 2 more qualifiers after after Power Hour. Trying to give everybody a fair shot. Because if you do have a mechanical issue and you let race ops know early on the day, they'll try to fit you in when they can.
So Jeff Martin's through the pinch rock, making his down the far side of the mountain. This is a solid time here, Miles.
Jeff Martin.
Yeah, he definitely has a fast run going for him.
And Justin Sherwin out there putting it down, trying to lay it all on the line, making that Miller Motorsports chassis do everything it can as it enters the Ford Performance Short Course.
So 3:28 is the time to beat.
I think he's going to be just barely off that pace. I don't know. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close indeed. And Jeff Martin makes his way round turn 19, heading out towards Talladega.
Oh, look at that. That was a great turn through there.
He took that turn just a little bit lower than the normal people have been doing.
Trying to shave off a little bit of distance.
Just trying to watch. Has he got a rear flat, or am I just making that up?
All I can see is dust.
So Jeff Martin, he comes round. And this is very quick indeed, but I don't think it's quick enough to take the pole, but I think it will be quick enough to take second.
And he launches through
a 3:30.
And that is a 3:30, and that goes into second place.
I think he may have a left rear flat. That may have cost him just a little bit of time. So 2 seconds off of Matt Zeiler's run.
Looky who we have taking that green flag, the number 22 of Woody Rose.
Let's have a quick update as we look and watch Woody Rose going off the line right now. In 10th position and first in modified is Dan Warwick. In 9th is Ken Foltz. In 8th it's Cody Young. In 7th is Dylan Summers. In 6th is Justin Hall. In 5th is Derek Summers. In 4th is Cameron Steele. In 3rd is Brent Harrell. And we just saw him going into second place a moment ago is Jeff Martin. But right now our pole sitter is Sean Rasky being driven by Matt Zeiler. What has Woody Rose got for us right now?
So Woody Rose, number 22, with Elvis riding shotgun out of Sparks, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication and a Trent Fab top shelf machine with an LSX 440 with 750 horsepower, an ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Nexen Tire, Raceline Wheels, Yukon, Brannick Motorsports, FK, Mika Maltners, and Warn Racing.
All right, let's see what Woody Rose can throw down for us as he's bouncing down the waterfall.
That Trent Fab machine really fits well in this 4800 class. There's quite a few of them out here racing and doing some great things, and Woody Rose is definitely a fast one to watch, and that's why he's here in Power Hour. We'll see if he can get Matt Zeiler and Sean Reisky a run for their money.
And it looks like Woody Rose taking that area he is in just a little bit slower than what we've been seeing from the last couple drivers. But still making a great run for himself.
Yeah, he's looking nice and tidy. He's making his way up through here. He's around about 20 seconds off of the fastest pace right now. But you can actually see his headlights coming into play as he makes his way up through Short Bus.
That goes to show you the shadowing that we've been talking about.
And we should have 2 more yet to come in Power Hour. As Woody Rose makes his way up towards the Gates Gate and that Trent Fabrication machine. This young man has a bright future with Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers. He does just a little monster truck wheelie through the Gates Gate. Hits her a little hard, but keeps her under control and then gets a little slideways.
Yeah, once he landed down at the bottom and you get your bearings back going, it was a little bit... The silt that blew up whenever he just hit that area was very gnarly.
He's definitely pushing strong.
Woody Rose is always one of the fast ones out there on the course as well. But right now, he is probably roughly about, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds behind the times of our top qualifier, Matt Zeiler, driving for Sean Reisky.
This is Derek and Lisa's son, who is Trent Fabrication. So Woody Rose out there on course, trying to make them proud. And he is out of the rocks and heading towards the Ford Performance short course as he bumps through the cross green a little bit. Oh, catches a rut there, but keeps her under control. Looks like maybe a left front tire getting low. Yes, it is. The front left tire is a little soft there, so this will give the next Talladega corner a little trouble.
Just look at the power and pace, though, of Woody Rose as he makes his way around there. Now, if it was me, I'd be cutting in short here, trying to pivot it round.
But that left front tire is going to really dig in.
It's definitely going to make his rotation not quite as what it is, but he's using the gas pedal to rotate around.
I was going to say, nobody told Woody Rose that as he makes his way
I
over
think
the
he's going to be a top
MBRP
5.
final jump away with
And
a
he's
338.
fourth position.
Yes, fourth position with a 338.599 coming in with a flat tire as well. So great run by Woody Rose Jr.
So it's all change in our top 10. Dan Warwick, who is our leading 4800 modified class car, is now in 11th position. In 10th is Ken Foltz. In 9th is Cody Young. In 8th is Dylan Summers. In 7th is Justin Hall. In 6th is Derek Summers.
In 5th is Cameron Steele. In 4th is Woody Rose. In 3rd is Brent Harrell. In 2nd is Jeff Martin. And Sean Reisky, driven by Matt Zeiler, with that 328, is in that pole position for now.
And right now on course is Dwayne Garrettson, who was last year's 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle winner in this class.
Back-to-back winner at King of the Hammers, number 26, Dwayne Garrettson, with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road with a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco, Limitless Performance LS, BTE Turbo 400, Yokohama, Raceline, Yukon, Optima, PRP, and PSC are just part of the partners that help him get it out on the course.
Yeah, now if he wants to get into the top 3 in the modified class, he needs to beat Jesse Oliver, who's currently in 3rd position on a 403. Shad Kennedy, who's on a 359, and the man who's flying in the 4500 modified class, of course, is none other than Dan Warwick with a 351.
And like I just said, Dwayne Garrettson won King of the Hammers 2023 and 24. He's won the Eastern Ultra 4 USA Championship 3 times. He's been the National Championship before, and he's got a lot of wins over his career. What a great run by Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4.
I've been waiting all afternoon for that one, Miles. Thank you very much for
You're
not
welcome,
disappointing. My Mars Hasselquist bingo card is getting fuller by the day.
Bingo card is I call milesisms.
Sometimes it's a little scary,
Can't even
but hey,
say it.
He did it to himself over there in China.
Let's not go there. Right now, Dwayne Garrettson making his way up. He's at 159.
Yes, Dwayne Garrettson was my pick to be the fastest qualifier today. Right now, he's a little bit off pace of that for sure, but he is still making great pace.
He definitely has a great shot in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, all part of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
I think he'll be the first to admit that he's not the fastest qualifier, but what he is a tenacious athlete. And when he's out there on those rock trails, he's absolutely awesome. Rarely makes a mistake, but most importantly, he always seems to get to the finish.
Yes, he does. And that's what it's all about, too, making sure you're at the finish with the fastest time that you possibly can.
Absolutely, and rarely runs out of fuel, I'd point out.
Who does that? So Dwayne Garrettson on the top of Short Bus making his way around. It's going to be an interesting race on Friday for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, so the top 3 at the moment in the modified class is Jesse Oliver with a 403, Shad Kennedy with a 359, and Dan Warwick with a 351. I don't think that Dwayne Garrettson is going to be worrying any of those times, but it's still a solid run here from Dwayne.
And I think we're going to bring up Matt Zeiler to sit in the hot seat since he's the driver for Sean Reisky, so he can chat with us for just a moment about his fast run as we watch Dwayne Garrettson make his way through the pinch rock.
Matt Zeiler's getting some time up here for setting down all these fastest laps through these qualifyings this weekend. But yeah, Dwayne Garrettson making his way down.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Course is definitely torn up, and it's going to be very interesting to see tomorrow on our 4400 day.
For sure, going up short bus is absolutely brutal right now. The holes are big, and it's like driving silt bed the whole way up. So you just got to be wide open throttle and hope you don't pop a tire.
Well, and that's the thing too, is keeping that momentum going uphill. We have seen some cars that have lost that momentum. They've had to back down to get that momentum back as well.
For sure, momentum is key.
Yes.
Is key in this whole race. If you're going up any sort of a loose, gravelly hill, you've got to just stay in it. You can't not commit. You have to go full bore.
So whoops, I was going to ask you right here through Pinch Rock, how was it going through in the bigger car compared to your UTV yesterday? Because we've noticed that it looks like I've noticed the shorter wheelbase cars look like they make it through there a lot easier.
I think it's all about line choice. Everyone seems to want to put their left tire up on that rock in the pinch. They want to take that left tire up there. But what that does is as soon as you drop off, it tips the car really bad. And that's what everybody gets all upset on it. If you stay far right and drive up that wall, the car will kind of hit the rock, but it stays nice and flat. So it's playing a mind game with you, especially if you haven't drove it a lot, you know.
And you were a top qualifier yesterday as well in the UTVs. And how different is the course from yesterday to today, from the UTVs to the Everyman Challenge cars?
As far as like the main parts of the course, it's pretty much the same. There wasn't a whole lot of change. Just up short bus is pretty dug out. There's lots of holes, lots of spots where they can get you. It's a little wider on the backside of the mountain, so you've got a little more room to wiggle back there. But it hasn't changed that much.
All right, so I am going to actually step out here, and we are going to bring in Mr. Brad Lovell in here to close out the show for the evening. So, guys, it's been a great day. Jim, we started off early this morning, and here we are. But I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You will indeed. And just on course right now, somebody we need to talk
Good
about.
times
This is
as always,
Michael
Pam.
Henn, who's coming on stage, who's on the track right now. Michael Henn is from Israel. Comes over here quite often to race with us. So it's good to see him on track. He had some huge problems with his transmission yesterday.
All right, let's welcome into the booth Brad Lovell, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. How we doing, buddy?
Good, Miles. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's always a good time. You had a great run in the Bronco earlier. You had a fun run in the desert last weekend. Or what day is it? Yeah,
it was
a couple days ago.
That's it.
So we had a great qualifying run. You know, I was a little watched that wreck earlier on the gap jump, so I decided to kind of thread it through there. But we had a real strong pace in the rocks. We hit a couple right up there where Johnny Greaves rolled yesterday.
Okay,
we got into one on the right front. It put a big blister in the sidewall, but those BFGs held together and kept holding there and no flats.
So you're nervous right when you hit it, I'll bet, right? You're like, oops, I earned that one. Oh, it's still there.
So broken beadlock bolt there, but no worries on the truck. But you know, really, it's amazing how the course changes out there, and rocks get thrown out in the track, and
the ruts are getting really deep.
And we got those little 35-inch tires, so we're grading the course for everybody. But so yeah, we dodged the rocks, had a good clean run. We missed one line we wanted on the top, but I'm racing with my son Adam, and
that's awesome.
We've had a lot of time hanging out in trucks together, so he did a great job kind of keeping me calm and telling me where to go, and it was a good run.
Yeah, he's rode with you down in Baja now, right? And then here at King of the Hammers a couple times.
Yep. So we did some racing last year in the Ford Performance Bronco DR, and Adam was my co-driver last year out here, and I ran with him. I was his co-driver in the UTV class, and come to think of it, we hit some big rocks then too, Miles.
It's always something.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, it looks like Power Hour is coming to an end here at the 2025 at Optima Batteries King of the Hammers Full Performance. And we are here right now for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge Power Hour. And Matt Zeiler, it does look like you have laid down the fastest time of the day, an absolutely astonishing 3 minutes and 28 seconds, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And we're going to be seeing Jeff Martin lining up alongside you. Then in third position is going to be Brent Howell, and fourth is Woody Rose. Then in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class is none other than the legend sat next to me, which is Brad Lovell. And there'll be second is Bailey Cole, and third is Jesse Bennett.
Yeah, it's going to be a stacked field out there come race day for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We have, I think, 130 plus competitors or so. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget about the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. In first position is Dan Warwick, in second is Shad Kennedy, and third it is Jesse Oliver. But it is a lockout in the top 10 for the 4800. If we just go through the top 10 right now, in 10th position it's Kent Foltz, in 9th is Cody Young, in 8th is Dylan Summers.
In 7th is Justin Hall, in 6th it's Derek Summers, in 5th it's Cameron Steele.
In 4th is Woody Rose Jr., in 3rd is Brent Howell, and in 2nd is Jeff Martin.
And the top of the box, Mr. Matt Zeiler driving from Sean Reisky right here in the Optima Batteries booth. Feels that good to hear that again and again?
That feels really good. Coming into this first time ever driving these cars, I couldn't be happier. This is an absolute...
That's very impressive.
I'm blown away. Going from the side-by-side to a big car, I wasn't sure how it was going to play out, but I'm happy with it. Very happy with it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun out there watching you. And so we got the pole setter for 4600 right here, and the overall pole setter, Matt Zeiler, driving for Sean Reisky. It's been a lot of fun. I hope everybody back at home has had as much fun as we have here, right here in Hammertown.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Now, guys, I know you're going to be getting ready for your race day on Friday, but tomorrow it is all about the qualifying for the 4400 class. It is going to be for qualifying for the Race of Kings at 9 a.m. And then what happens at 3 p.m. tomorrow?
It'll be Power Hour once again for the 4400 Race of Kings. I know you guys will probably be doing a little bit of
Slowly makes his retreat.